finding out if people were interested in putting a higher value on the regenerative power of nature. And during that time, it was something that started to appear that we felt that we could do this. We were a marketing company. We were about seeing if we could connect people. And sure enough, probably around about November, December time, we started to test out if our groundswell of support actually understood what we were trying to do. And we created something called Ocean Carer Bonds. Ocean Carer Bonds were a unique opportunity for us to see if we were right with our hypothesis, that people really did care about our planet, about our ocean, and about putting a higher value on the regenerative power of nature. Let's be clear, these Ocean Carer Bonds were essentially really expensive sequestered tons of CO2. And what we were doing is we're selling advanced sales on kelp farms we hadn't quite got yet in the water yet. And we wanted to find out whether whether our idea about connecting people to the ocean in a way that hadn't been done before was actually possible. Clearly, we're a startup. Clearly, we're going to have overhead costs. But what really surprised us all was how quickly we were able to sell our Ocean Carer Bonds. Our test amount was sold within 20 days, and it went really well. But what we really wanted to know was what buttons we pressed. We kind of felt a bit like Homer Simpson in the nuclear power plant, pressing all the buttons. So we decided that we were going to ask our purchasers, the people who purchased the Ocean Carer Bonds, what was it they really, really liked about our product? And it transpired that we got three things back. The first thing that we got was people were really bored with the option of just trees only, and that that trees weren't solving the problem in a time scale that was fast enough. The second reason that people cared about bought our Ocean Carer Bonds is people really, really care deeply about the ocean and ocean health. Way before Seaspiracy, way before any of those sorts of things started to come into mind, we had this indicator. And thirdly, that people really wanted to have a connection to the regenerative power of nature. So as an organization, we decided that we were going to take some time and build out our products and services in line with the feedback that we got from the people who purchased the Ocean Carer Bonds. It was fantastic. We realized very quickly that if we could create branded carbon negative products and services, that actually we could really do something quite remarkable. We could, as long as we were growing the seaweed, removing it from the ocean, using sustainable ways of being able to process the seaweed, and then use less CO2 in the creation of a finished product than we'd absorbed from the ocean, we would do a number of things. The CO2 wouldn't be in the ocean. We'd have a carbon negative product. It would be something that people would be able to purchase and connect with, and that would do our planet good. What do I mean by that? Okay, so let's take one of our products, which will be compost and fertilizer. So the idea was that if we create our seaweed and turn it into a biochar compost composition, it wouldn't be in the ocean. We wouldn't be using the purchaser wouldn't be using something like peat that would damage our planet, or a petrochemical alternative to grow their crops. And it would bring nutrients from the ocean to the land, and it would increase the quality of the nutrients on our planet. It seems like a really logical idea. Surely we can't be the first people to think of it, and we're probably not. But what we are doing is doing it in a way that helps people connect, because for people who want to be involved in climate change, there's clear markers. They're scientists. They're the people that are participating in this hackathon. They're people in the bell curve of distribution. They're the early adapters. But to the rest of the population, climate change is either something they don't understand, or this abstract thing that they don't totally connect with. How can we take the idea of climate change and bring it to the every person? That's our objective. We then spent the next 7 months developing our carbon negative products and services. We built a portfolio around everything we've built. We brought out product descriptions. We spent time creating essentially our product range. And what we really needed to do was validate it. So let's talk about how we got to this stage in the hackathon, because this is a really interesting story. When I started the idea of carbon capture back in pretty much, and bearing in mind, we're not talking about a tremendous amount of time here. The company is a year old next month. We spent 4 months developing our brand, and then probably in about sort of November of last year, we actually launched our social medias to the world. Very quickly, we learned that it was a brand that people could connect with. And we learned it like this. I ended up getting emails in my inbox from university students that were masters, postdocs, PhD students. And they were saying, would they studied carbon, kelp, sequestration, various things that will be of interest to us. And they were saying to us, would you like our academic research? And the answer to that was yes. Yes, I would love your academic research. Thank you very, very much. If you could give us the abstract to save me a little bit of time, that would be even more fantastic. And they did. We got loads of it. I think I've got around about 100 to 150 years worth of academic research in our files. And that information helped shape the products and services that we created. It was brilliant. It was revolutionary. But what struck me was the reasons why people wanted to do that. The reasons, their motivations and their drivers. So their motivations were really simple. They connected with the brand straight away. Amazing. That means that we were doing a good job. The second reason that they connected with us was that they wanted a job. They wanted an opportunity to connect with to do something meaningful with the qualifications that they have. And why wouldn't you? If you spent 3, 4, 5 years studying in biology, ecology, sustainability, marine biology, etc., it would be painful for you to suddenly end up working in, as the marketing manager in an organization that was so far removed from your university qualification that you couldn't do anything. And we are at a crucial moment in our planet's evolution, in our own anthropological development. It's incredible. We're at a really pivotal stage. There's a precipice. We're seeing the information all around. So I had this thought that at some point I need to pay this forward. We had this great amount of academic research, and I really do need to pay this forward. So fast forward onto the hackathon and the idea of where the hackathon came from. So again, we spent 7 months building up these product development, these product descriptions. And now what we need to do is we need to validate what we're doing. Okay. I realized that if we advertised our ideas to students and they connected with our brand, which is part of the idea here, we would get a groundswell of support, and we have done. We were looking to get between sort of 10 to 20, maybe 25 students. We have got 16 students participating in our first ever hackathon. And before we go into this, I just would like to say to every single one of those students, thank you very, very much for your time, patience, and understanding. Getting to the stage where we are broadcasting live right now has been the steepest learning curve of my career. I've never done anything quite so amazing. And I would also like to thank the companies that have stepped forward to help and support us. unquestionably, the team that are streaming right now and brought us this streaming service right now have done an amazing job. Thank you, guys. That's brilliant. Second of all, I'd like to thank the team at the ANEC, the Applied Negative Energy Centre, the guys at Get Abstract, the team at Jabra and Delphi training and consulting and development. They have stepped forward to do an incredible job. Also, would like to say a huge thank you to Russ Avery and Tim Brown from Avery and Brown, who have done a brilliant job on helping us get our content, our copy correct, and the language, absolutely spot on. And also, finally, I'd like to thank the team at Curation as well, who have stepped forward and given us some incredible insight information, and make sure that we've got some facilitators to make sure for each of the groups and each of the rooms that are there. So just a little call out to those guys. So the idea of the hackathon was very simple, that students with greater knowledge than me and my team have could give academic rigor and insight to the ideas that we came up with. What they have got is a context case study of carbon capture, a very simple snapshot and summary of the ideas that we've had and the challenges we have. And they're going to do one of two things. They're either going to validate the ideas that we've already had, tick, or they're going to come up with something that's so glaringly obvious or so cutting edge that we haven't thought of it. Because obviously, we're a team of business strategists and problem solvers. We know our limitations. We know what we can do. So they're going to either validate or give us an evolution of an idea to be able to solve our problem. That would be amazing. And then it struck me. My career as a talent manager, as a learning and development consultant, has all been about connecting people. And I suddenly remembered that actually what I've been doing is I've been connecting people for years, for decades. So there must be, people that would be interested in seeing really great talent, providing really great talent. And actually we could provide a service here. So if you're a company that'd be looking to hire a grad in the area of sustainability to do something for the betterment of your company's impact on our planet, this would be a perfect opportunity to see what really great talent looks like. That makes sense. So now what we need to do is we need to broadcast this. And if we could broadcast this on platforms such as Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, you know what? That might save someone a lot of time. The cost of hiring anybody it is astronomical, something in the region of 10 or 12,000 pounds. So if this broadcast can help one company find a brilliant grad, or multiple companies find multiple brilliant grads, I can tell you that I've interviewed every single one of the people on this hackathon. They're brilliant. They're absolutely brilliant. Some of them, the conversations that I've had, the insights in their mind is, I would have killed as a hiring manager to find, not literally killed, obviously. I would have really, worked tirelessly to find the quality of student, the quality of graduates that I've managed to get for this hackathon. Fortunately, as was when we first started off, the idea of graduates wanting to connect with our business is not a problem for us. We can find that connection really easily. So here's the opportunity. So we can now find a way to help graduates get jobs by broadcasting this live on the various platforms. That feels like a really good thing to do. Then what we need to be able to do is make sure that they're solving it in a collaborative way. So the idea of getting these grads is one thing. The next stage, quite simply, is about making sure that they are able to communicate and express their engagement skills, communication skills, their negotiation skills, their ability to communicate difficult things difficult topics in simple language is absolutely pivotal. So that will give us an opportunity to do so. The hackathon will give us an opportunity to do so. Finally, what we do is we get a way to be able to advertise ourselves as a business to the wider world. So not only do we get the opportunity to see what brilliant talent looks like at validating or problem solving our organization, it also gives us the opportunity to really do something impactful for us as a business. We're, the first time that we've ever done anything like this, and it is, test and learn for us in a really big way. But clearly, we're trying to validate some ideas that we've done quite a lot of research on, hundreds and hundreds of hours of manpower hours of people whose time has been volunteered for free, and I can't thank those people enough. And now we've got to validate them. Very exciting. Secondly, we get this brilliant opportunity to advertise towards to potential employers, and this is something that I feel that we're in a good position to be able to do. And finally, we get an opportunity to talk about and see if we can bring sponsors on board, because our business model is about not just creating carbon negative products and services, it's about creating opportunity for everybody to connect with our organization. Later on, I'll be doing a question and answer session, twice actually, once at 12:30 and once at, I'm going to go with 4. I'm pretty sure it's 4 o'clock, for half an hour. You'll be able to ask me questions on anything to do with our sponsorship and investment models. Our investment models are there designed to help people also engage in the topic of climate change. The idea of growing seaweed is not, something that's straightforward. It's something that that's been around for a while and requires a little bit of manual labor and support. The idea of creating co-ownership opportunities feels like it's another excellent way to engage the wider population in the topic of climate change. Our business itself is purely designed on making sure that we get the most amount of efficiency out of what we're doing. Having worked in supply chain for most of my career, I know that the important thing is about getting the most value out of the asset and reducing the cost to a minimum. So the idea of co-ownership helps us understand our labor costs and maximize the company's profits. And at the same time, we talk about how we maximize the efficiency of the products that we have. If we're growing seaweed, we believe that there's opportunity that people will want to pay for the absorbed and sequestered carbon that we have and that we're going to create. And don't get me wrong, I don't think on our own we can solve climate change. Climate change is this huge topic. It's going to take lots of initiatives. Our job as a business is to create opportunity and to inspire other people, because if we can do it, anyone can. This is a moment. We are at a pivotal moment in the evolution of humanity. We have spent the last 120 years being selfish towards our own needs. We've taken everything that we can out of our planet and not really thought about the consequences of doing it significantly enough on a large scale. I remember when I was growing up, and that does feel like a really long time ago now, climate change was a topic that people who sat on the outside of society would have a conversation with. And it was this abstract idea, and we thought they were outliers. If it wasn't for the likes of Greta inspiring me actually in 2019 to reflect inwards about my own impact at a very crucial time in my life, we probably wouldn't be here right now. But time and opportunity is really the only things that we have. And those things are really there for us to take. We are not past the tipping point yet where it's irreversible. We're getting close. So the call to action right now, for anyone that's watching this, even if you're not interested in sponsoring us as a business, and if you're not interested in co-ownership farms, we're a startup. You can go to our website right now and you can help donate if you would like. You know, it's not a mandatory thing or anything like that, but I would be super grateful if you could, because a lot of our business relies on social proof. Social proof comes from a number of different angles. You watching this right now, that's social proof for us. The people who've taken the time to register with on the various Google Docs and Eventbrites that we've got, that is social proof. The companies that decide to sponsor our business, that's social proof. The people that decide to invest in our co-ownership farms, that's social proof. When we get our farms in the water and we buy, and people can buy our carbon negative products and services, that's social proof. The number of followers we have on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, that's social proof. To be able to create meaningful change, and I'm talking to all of you right now, is about everyone making a small step, a really small but significantly important step of changing our behaviors and thinking a little bit more. So everything that we have done and created a business is to make that step as easy as possible. We want to find new and pivot and simple ways for you all to engage in the topic of climate change, and specifically our ocean health. The fascinating thing that we have here is that 70% of our planet, that's over 2/3 of our planet, is water. Just take that in for a second. 2/3, over 2/3 of everything that we have on our planet is water. And yet the sole natural way of solving climate change is through a slow process of growing trees, which takes up to 10 years to hit maturity. It's time to stop. It's time to actually, trees are great anyway, sorry. It's time to stop thinking that's the only solution. If we can find ways to mechanize and mobilize and scale seaweed farming and aquaculture, then we're going to be able to have a seriously significant impact. And what do I mean by that? Okay, the opportunity cost, that's the ability to do one thing instead of another, like taking a job and go, or rather going to university. That the bit in between, the difference in pay typically is called the opportunity cost. So let's talk about that here. The opportunity cost of farming seaweed over trees is 30 times more impactful. That means we can absorb 30 times more CO2 and excessive nutrients and runoffs from the sea than we can using trees. Now that to me feels like that's a win. If we can mobilize enough farms quickly enough, we're going to have significant impact on our world. What does that mean in real terms? If we were able to plant trees in every available space in the United States, that's 1.7 trillion trees. We would be able to remove 10% of the CO2 pollution that we made this year. If we were to take a and the United States, by the way, is 1.87% of the land mass of our planet. If we were to take a land mass the size of Australia, which is about 1.5% of the land mass of our planet, and put that in the ocean and have that as seaweed and kelp farms, we would be able to remove the CO2 pollution from the 20th century. Let that just sink in for a second. If we were able to do that, the 20th century, this is a seminal moment for everyone, a call to action. If you help us, we will do absolutely everything within our power to reverse as much CO2 from the ocean as we can possible. And we will create our carbon negative products and services that you can connect with, you can buy on the high street, you can buy off online, and we will have the smallest footprint out of any company doing anything similar. The idea is that our biomass will go to a locality. We won't be shipping it all over the world unnecessarily. This is your opportunity to connect with our company. And this is our opportunity to validate all of the work and all of the ideas that we spent for the last 6 months developing. I'm really excited to bring this hackathon to you. And shortly, after a short commercial break, I'll be talking to you about what the hackathon is. That to me says my time is up. Technical team. Live. Welcome back. Thank you. And if you haven't joined us up until now, I'd just like to say thank you very much for tuning in and joining us for the Carbon Capture Hackathon. This is a section where I'm going to get to talk to you about the challenge. So if you were in the previous session, some of this stuff I'm going to repeat. Really sorry about that. Don't know what my audience is going to be like. Okay, so as a business, we started off pretty much 12 months ago. And in that time, we developed our own brand. The brand itself has been something that we wanted people to connect with. And at the very beginning, we had lots of students, whether they were master's degree, postgraduate, PhD students, sending us in their academic insights and research. And the reason that they wanted to do that was simply that they connected with the brand, they really cared about the topic of climate change, and they wanted to get a job. We launched ourselves as a business, and shortly afterwards sold these things called ocean care bonds, which were a way of placing a higher value on the regenerative power of nature. Our insight from market research from the wonderful people that purchased our ocean care bonds, who I can't thank dearly enough, gave us some brilliant insight that said that people were really bored of trees being the only natural solution for climate change, that people really cared about the ocean, and that they wanted to participate in climate change in as many ways as possible. That climate change shouldn't be some abstract idea that people that's just happening. If we can create opportunities to help them to engage in the topic, that's what we're trying to do. As a business, we then spent 7 months creating product descriptions and understandings for a topic or a section of the economy which didn't technically exist yet, because we weren't quite aquaculture, we weren't quite climate change, and we weren't quite a corporate solution. We were a hodgepodge of everything, and sitting in the middle of that Venn diagram has been a really, really exciting space for us as a business. Now, the idea that we'd spent 7 months on developing these carbon negative products and services is only good if we can have that validated. And we figured that if there were enough students that wanted to give us academic insight into helping us build our portfolio, then there'll be enough students to be able to support us in validating our ideas after we spent months and months and months developing it. So what we've done is we have created a context case study of carbon capture. And essentially, what we want to be able to do is either justify and validate what we've done, or find a nuanced version, a new view, a new understanding of what we've got to do to be able to move forward. Because before I, as a CEO or the managing director of this company, take everyone's money and spend millions of pounds on seaweed and kelp farms, I think I should have some extra academic rigor just in case. So the challenge that these students are taking, they're going to be helping us develop a sustainable end-to-end seaweed farm process that increases the healthy uptake of biomass whilst also reducing carbon emissions and reducing cost. So it's about getting the most amount of CO2 out of the oceans as quickly as possible and keeping our costs down to a minimum, because the more cost, the less profit, the less exciting it is for anyone that's interested in investing in us as a business. I consider where we are right now quite similar to trying to transport water in a wheelbarrow. We're going to lose some of our nutrients and CO2 over the side, but getting it from A to B, we're definitely going to end up with water at the bottom of the wheelbarrow, and our process is going to get much more efficient as we mature as a business. We have already got our 3 main products, which is a seaweed-based compost, a liquid fertilizer, and a biochar. The idea of the hackathon right now is to come up with 3 solutions out of a list of 5. So our 4 groups of brilliant students have come up with 1 out of these 2 options. So we're going to be looking at either, and they need to decide on how we best harvest, dry, and process our seaweed, or they're going to be talking about the infrastructure and the technology. So growing seaweed, great. Quite often it's about say, for example, we have a hectare seaweed farm. There's going to be between 10 and 15 tons of CO2 per hectare that we take out of the ocean. That's the idea. But if it takes 15 or 20 tons of CO2 to turn that seaweed into something useful, that's counterintuitive to the mission of our business. So how we turn that, how we harvest and dry that seaweed is paramount. If we can do it in a way that uses less CO2 in turning it into a finished product than we've taken out of the ocean. That's a win for our planet and a win for our business. So that's the first one. The second one is about infrastructure. We are well aware that that farming in the near shore is the common practice. We have a design for offshore kelp farming, and we have a couple. But actually, is there a better way? Let's see what engineers come up with in building something that's absolutely fantastic. And then the next three sections are about the locations of our farms, any sort of geological or ideas that that we need to be able to validate as to where we have our farms in the UK as a context, the way that we raise funding and create ownership of our farms, and then finally about cultivating the cultivation of seaweeds, the types of seaweeds that we have. What you're going to be seeing are four groups of brilliant students that have got that are at the top end, I would say, of their knowledge, the top end of their understanding. And why I wanted students more than anything else was this. I've been a student, and one of the things that happened to me after I left university was very quickly I got into the habit of the commercial world. And what that meant was that my innovations and ideas as a younger person sort of got knocked out of me. I didn't really get to do the brilliant things that I wanted to do all the time and the ideas that I had, because I was fitting into a role in some business that had a direction. Now we've got a direction, but it's not necessarily fixed just yet. So right now, the opportunity to be able to do this is absolutely open. So we're really excited about seeing what comes up. In the groups themselves, we have got various people to support us in being able to facilitate those groups. And these facilitators, some of them are coming, I believe one of them is staying up, is come from New Zealand. He's currently, I don't know what time it is in New Zealand, but it's ridiculous o'clock. I think it's something like 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening, staying up through the night to help us out. That's insane. I can't thank you enough. And in addition to that, we've also got people from Curation, who are a service provider, who are giving insights and support to facilitate the room, as well as some of our sponsors from the ANEC. These people are helping guide the students to make sure the conversations that you see are not going flat. And what we want to be able to do as a business is make sure that we showcase the people that are in these in the hackathon sessions in a wonderful light. So I'm really super excited to bring the Carbon Kapture inaugural hackathon to you right now. I'm really excited to see what comes out of this. As I said, this is an opportunity for people to engage in the topic. If you think that we at Carbon Kapture have done a really good job in bringing this together, in raising the consciousness of people around the world, I'd be really grateful if you could help us. Whether you want to support us through a donation through our website, if you're interested in finding out more about sponsoring our business, that's something we'll be talking about later when we do that session, or if you're interested in investing in our co-ownership farms. We want to be able to help you create ways to engage in the topic of climate change, and we're not going to stop. This is going to be I believe with the success of this hackathon and with thanks to all of our sponsors again, we'll be doing this on a quarterly basis. So one more time, I'd just like to have a little shout out to all of my sponsors who you'll probably be seeing advertisements for during this, but let me just do this one more time because this group of decision makers have raised their hands and they deserve to be called out. So firstly, I'd like to thank, oh God, I hope I get this right, Get Abstract, who've been with us from the very start, Jabra, the headset people. I'd like to thank Delpy, consulting. I'd like to thank Avery and Brown. I'd like to thank the Applied Negative Energy Centre. I'd like to thank Curation. I'd like to thank a lot of other people who I've done in my various posts in the build up to this. We're very, very grateful for the opportunity to be able to broadcast this wonderful hackathon to you. We hope you enjoy it. It should be something that more people do, that more people engage with, and there's going to be an opportunity for us all to have something good at the end of it. As I said, we're not at a stage where climate change is completely irreversible. We can save our oceans. We are at that stage right now. So I'd just like to take a moment just to say again, thank you very much for watching the Carbon Capture Hackathon. It's a very exciting time in our business development, and I'm really excited to see what these wonderful graduates are going to be coming up with. That little beep there means that I'm out of time, so I am going to hand over to my technical team for a short commercial break.
Within the next 5 years here at Carbon Capture, we aim to form excellent relationships with seaweed farmers across the globe who share our goal of helping marine life to thrive. Build our test farms across the UK, including locations in South Wales and the northeast of England. Begin to expand across the world with a focus on helping those right on the edge of the climate crisis. Develop our range of carbon negative products, including fertilisers and cattle feeds. Create new revenue streams, including distributing our products within the farming market, and in turn, helping to reduce greenhouse gases in global food production.
Hey, why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great about kelp?
Well, kelp is actually pretty useful. Did you know it absorbs CO2 30 times faster than trees?
And that's good for the planet, right?
Yeah, with 36 billion tonnes of carbon emitted globally each year, the more we can offset, the better for both us and our planet. Plus, kelp is really great for marine life, and some marine life is really great for kelp, like otters.
Sounds like we should probably be planting these farms everywhere we can.
Well, if you keep yourself planted here for the rest of the day, you'll find out how you can make it happen. With your help, we will be able to continue to remove CO2 by growing seaweed to create carbon negative products. Help us kelp the planet.
Hey, why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great about kelp?
Well, kelp is actually pretty useful. Did you know it absorbs CO2 30 times faster than trees?
And that's good for the planet, right?
Yeah, with 36 billion tonnes of carbon emitted globally each year, the more we can offset, the better for both us and our planet. Plus, kelp is really great for marine life, and some marine life is really great for kelp, like otters.
Sounds like we should probably be planting these farms everywhere we can.
Well, if you keep yourself planted here for the rest of the day, you'll find out how you can make it happen. With your help, we will be able to continue to remove CO2 by growing seaweed to create carbon negative products. Help us kelp the planet.
Hey, why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great about kelp?
Well, kelp is actually pretty useful. Did you know it absorbs CO2 30 times faster than trees?
And that's good for the planet, right?
Yeah, with 36 billion tonnes of carbon emitted globally each year, the more we can offset, the better for both us and our planet. Plus, kelp is really great for marine life, and some marine life is really great for kelp, like otters.
Sounds like we should probably be planting these farms everywhere we can.
Well, if you keep yourself planted here for the rest of the day, you'll find out how you can make it happen. With your help, we will be able to continue to remove CO2 by growing seaweed to create carbon negative products. Help us kelp the planet.
Hey, why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great about kelp?
Well, kelp is actually pretty useful. Did you know it absorbs CO2 30 times faster than trees?
And that's good for the planet, right?
Yeah, with 36 billion tons of carbon emitted globally each year, the more we can offset, the better for both us and our planet. Plus, kelp is really great for marine life, and some marine life is really great for kelp, like otters.
Sounds like we should probably be planting these farms everywhere we can.
Well, if you keep yourself planted here for the rest of the day, you'll find out how you can make it happen. With your help, we will be able to continue to remove CO2 by growing seaweed to create carbon negative products. Help us kelp the planet.
Hey, why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What?
You'll start to get a theme for the names of the room. In this room today, we have Catherine, Lena, Charlie, and Leah, and they're being hosted by Mark from Curation and Chloe from the Applied Negative Energy Centre. Hi guys, we just wanted to have a little hi to you guys whilst you go do your stuff, and we'll be going through a short commercial break and going to the next room. So carry on, have fun.
Why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great about kelp?
Well, kelp is actually pretty useful. Did you know it absorbs CO2 30 times faster than trees?
And that's good for the planet, right?
Yeah, with 36 billion tons of carbon emitted globally each year, the more we can offset, the better for both us and our planet.
Strong,
Plus,
structure.
kelp is really great for marine life, and some marine life is really great
So
for
are you
kelp,
referring to sargassum?
like
now?
otters.
Yes.
Sounds like we should probably be
Okay.
planting these farms
Can
everywhere we can.
sargassum grow in UK waters?
Well, if you keep yourself planted here for the rest of the day, you'll find out how you can make it happen. With your help, we will be able to continue to remove CO2 by growing seaweed to create carbon negative products. Help us kelp the planet.
Hey, why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great about kelp?
Well, kelp is actually pretty useful. Did you know it absorbs CO2 30 times faster than trees?
And that's good for the planet, right?
Yeah, with 36 billion tons of carbon emitted globally each year, the more we can offset, the better for both us and our planet. Plus,
Introduction into the Otter room. In this room, we've got Emily G, Esme, Sam, and Radka, and it's being hosted by Grace from Curation. So just wanted to say hi to everyone. Thank you very much. I'll just exit and we'll go on to another room.
Hey, why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great
Right.
about kelp?
Cool.
well, kelp is actually pretty useful.
Yeah,
Did
so
you
it looks
know
like
it
sargassum
absorbs
can be
CO2 30
grown
times
in.
faster
It
than
has been
trees?
found in
And
British
that's
Isles.
good for the planet, right?
Yeah, with
And
36
has spread
billion tons of carbon emitted globally each year, the more we can offset, the
And you
better
can also
for
look
both
at
us and our
salinity,
planet. Plus,
which
kelp
is loading
really
right now.
great
but,
for marine life, and some marine life
anyway,
is
it's
really
a bit
great
slow.
for kelp,
But
like
yeah,
otters.
essentially, I'm just
Sounds
gonna
like we
keep
should probably
talking.
be planting these
you
Hey,
farms
can-
everywhere
sorry,
we can.
just a quick one. Sorry, Belinda, sorry to interrupt
Well,
you.
if you
I've
keep
got to
yourself
do a little
planted
short
here for the rest of the
introduction
day,
to this room,
you'll
so I'm
find
just
out
going
how
to
you
be
can make it
going
happen.
around to do a little
With
short
your help,
introduction
we
for
will be
the
able to
viewers.
continue to remove
Just be one
CO2
sec.
by growing seaweed
Technical
to
guys, am I
create
on
carbon
yet?
negative products. Help us kelp the planet.
Hey, why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great about kelp?
Well, kelp is actually pretty useful. Did you know it absorbs CO2 30 times faster than trees?
And that's good for the planet, right?
Yeah, with 36 billion...
Hi everyone, this is the turtle room. Yeah, it is the turtle room. In this room, I've got Felix, Brandon, Belinda, and this is being hosted by Marco from Curation. You will now be just say a little wave to everyone, and yeah, thank you very much. Cool.
Hey, why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great about kelp?
Alright then. Okay, what were we
well,
talking about?
kelp is actually
Belinda, you were
pretty
showing
useful.
something about the.
Did you know
the
it
Earth
absorbs
engine, right?
CO2 30 times
Yes.
faster than trees?
And
So yeah, I
that's
mean,
good for the
essentially,
planet,
what,
right?
as in
Yeah, with 36 billion tons of carbon emitted globally each year,
products from
the more we can
bivalve
offset,
shells as well.
the better
like
for
they used to
both
be
us
used
and
to
our
build
planet.
things with.
Plus,
because
kelp
they're
is
so-
really
especially
great for marine
mussels
life,
and the
and some marine life
compound
is
they use
really
to stick
great for
themselves
kelp,
to a rock
like
is
otters.
incredibly strong.
Sounds like we should probably be planting these farms everywhere we can.
Well, if you keep yourself planted here for the rest of the day, you'll find out how you can make it happen. With your help, we will be able to continue to remove CO2 by growing seaweed to create carbon negative products. Help us kelp the planet.
Hey, why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great about kelp?
Well, kelp is actually pretty useful.
Hi everyone, this is the whale group. In this group we have got Avi, Chloe, Mo and Emily, and they're being hosted by Graham and Sharon. They're being they're being facilitated by Graham from New Zealand. Thank you very much, Graham. And Sharon from Bournemouth, just down the road. I probably can wave out the window and say hello. Thank you very much, guys. See you soon. Cheers.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great about kelp?
Cool.
Was that it? Are we not live no more?
We're being
You know,
watched
it
now.
absorbs CO2
Oh, we are.
I
Okay,
think.
okay.
I
faster
think.
than trees.
Yeah.
And that's good for the planet, right?
Yeah, with 36 billion tons of carbon emitted globally each year, the more we can offset, the better for both us and our planet. Plus, kelp is really great for marine life, and some marine life is really great for kelp, like otters.
Sounds like we should probably be planting these farms everywhere we can.
Well, if you keep yourself planted here for the rest of the day, you'll find out how you can make it happen. With your help, we will be able to continue to remove CO2 by growing seaweed to create carbon negative products. Help us kelp the planet.
Hey, why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great about kelp?
Well, kelp is actually pretty useful. Did you know it absorbs CO2 30 times faster than trees?
And that's good for the planet, right?
Yeah, with 36 billion tons of carbon emitted globally each year, the more we can offset, the better for both us and our planet. Plus, kelp is really great for marine life, and some marine life is really great for kelp, like otters.
Sounds like we should probably be planting these farms everywhere we can.
Well, if you keep yourself planted here for the rest of the day, you'll find out how you can make it happen. With your help, we will be able to continue to remove CO2 by growing seaweed to create carbon negative products. Help us kelp the planet.
Hey, why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great about kelp?
Well, kelp is actually pretty useful. Did you know it absorbs CO2 30 times faster than trees?
And that's good for the planet, right?
Yeah, with 36 billion tons of carbon emitted globally each year, the more we can offset, the better for both us and our planet. Plus, kelp is really great for marine life, and some marine life is really great for kelp, like otters.
Sounds like we should probably be planting these farms everywhere we can.
Well, if you keep yourself planted here for the rest of the day, you'll find out how you can make it happen. With your help, we will be able to continue to remove CO2 by growing seaweed to create carbon negative products. Help us kelp.
Hello, my name is Catherine Byam, and I'm the founder and CEO of Depot, digitally enabling people. We help business leaders deliver sustainable strategies for digital transformation. I'm building an ethical consultancy firm that delivers on triple bottom line growth for its clients. What does triple bottom line mean? We deliver on profit, social responsibility, and environmental sustainability. The fourth industrial revolution will completely transform the world we live in. Companies are racing to simplify their organizations and make their structures more suitable for the future. But they are facing serious challenges. People skill acquisition takes time, even generations. We support the mindset shift needed for employees with facilitation and coaching. We live in a world of time-poor executives doing work that they no longer believe in. But we can change all that. Digital solutions reduce the mundane and the repetitive. But creating an organization that gives people the time to do purposeful work, as well as the freedom to pursue their passions, is what everyone wants, and everyone wins. This is why we were formed. This is why DeepL came together. DeepL provides technology and solutions, as well as add that human dimension to sustain societies and to allow companies and businesses and employees and all our stakeholders to thrive. Contact us today. We look forward to hearing from you. You can find us at www.deepl.com.
Lena mentioned before that we have to consider the conditions, like we have to choose locations with less storms, or the water may be steady and would suitable for the seaweed to grow. And I think that is also important for the location part. And I think maybe sometimes it would a little bit conflict with the shipping area, because when the ship want to board, they always choose the locations with less storms and with very deep water area. So I think maybe that would be a little bit conflict. So I don't know how we can balance the locations we want to grow those seaweeds and the locations that we have already chosen to to plan for a shipping area. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I've just am I right to jump in again with I just realized I've got a little bit more on location.
Yeah.
So go on.
11 o'clock.
Oh, we need to move on to one of the others.
Got an hour and a half before we have to have the final presentation. So I'm just kind of putting out the time. Just
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't mind jumping on to one of the other ones, and I can sort of maybe add
No,
some points in
I
there.
think carry on with your idea. I think we've got a lot for C, so I think we're probably going to go for C. So yeah, I think carry on.
Okay, well, I'll just make a little small point of it then. So again, I think you're talking about how, if the location sort of impacts on the composition of the seaweed. So I was thinking, what I read actually is that if to produce higher carbon and lower nitrogen in the seaweed, it's better to have it at more exposed locations apparently. So in more sheltered locations, you get a higher nitrogen. More sheltered or moderately exposed locations, you get a higher nitrogen content in the kelp and less carbon. But in the more exposed locations, so further out to sea, where you might have more wave action or greater currents going on underneath, you'll have higher carbon and less nitrogen. So I think in the bay sort of areas, you have higher nitrogen content and less carbon, and the other way around for the more exposed areas.
So you're saying it's better to have it kind of more offshore, where you can have the...
Yeah, well, again, this is sort of depending on what you're trying to achieve or what kind of product you're trying to produce.
Yeah.
So, but I think also I made a little small point of because of the complexity of the sort of environment you're basing the kelp farms. It's quite it could be a possibility to have sort of highlights the need for small scale pilot tests. So you can have a little small kelp farm in an area, so to test, because of the different hydrodynamic regimes, have a small kelp farm to test how the kelp that you're going to produce in that area before you then choose a location. And implement a large scale farm is having lots of small different pilot sites, and then you can choose the best locations based on the content of the kelp you're producing, or the quality of the kelp you're producing, or the yield of the kelp you're producing.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really important step, I think. Yeah, because the one I read, there was a study done up in the Shetlands that they had 3 locations, and one of them didn't fare so well, and it was like it was a very sheltered location using a cage structure as opposed to the rope line structure, and they kind of hypothesized that it didn't go so well, maybe because of the structure they used, but also because it was just too sheltered and they didn't get that flow. So I think it would be really important to say, like, you need to do some pilot studies, and once you've identified these locations, make sure that they actually work.
Yeah,
definitely. Okay, should we go on to the next one?
Yeah.
Which is fundraising.
Yeah, this is a bit of a more difficult one, I think, isn't it?
So I had a couple of ideas for D. Again, they're more conceptual. I think this one seemed to lend itself to more conceptual marketing ideas. But I kind of was thinking about, like, how in the Western world do we get people engaged, to get people to engage with climate change? And realistically, it's through your money. It's what you buy. It's the food that you buy, the products that you buy, all the rest of it. So a really basic idea would just be all of the products that come through this process, from not specifically carbon capture, but come from seaweed-based sustainable farming. You could try and create, like, the fair trade logo, some type of seaweed certification. So it's just a very simple way of saying, like, fair trade or organic or whatever, that people can very easily relate to. It will increase the exposure of seaweed farming, and kind of just promote that concept, like, just in kind of the open market. So that was one idea.
Yeah, just to add to that, like, I had a similar sort of thing, but it's more to do with the carbon capture of it and the offsetting. So I think quite an important thing with kelp, as we've already seen with forestry, is that companies will buy into this through offsetting carbon. So I think offsetting is going to be quite a big thing to do with kelp. So if there's some kind of verification standard that you can have for kelp that enables it, big companies need to have some kind of verification so that this is the amount of carbon that this is going to absorb. So it's quite important, I think, to have a verification standard of the carbon absorbing properties of this kelp as well. So when a company is buying into this, investing in this, they have some sort of thing that can say, this is the amount of carbon that it's going to absorb, or this is what you're buying into.
Yeah, an example of that is ecology. There's like the tree form of it, basically, that you can do exactly that. You can, like, subscribe for £1.25 a month or whatever, and you're going to extract this much carbon. Like a similar type of business model to that, but for seaweed. Would be a good one. Yeah, no, I like that idea.
Yeah, I was also thinking, like, these were, to be honest, one of my main 2 ideas. A third one I had was, like, people physically being able to go to these farms and being involved, like having people involved in the process really gets them more motivated, especially when you target them at a young age, if it was possible. For example, I'll give you an example of something that we designed in, like, one of our projects. We had to design, like, a living building. So there were sensors all over the building that you could monitor how the loads were transferring. And then, people would be able to see what's happening live in that building. So let's say it's not possible for everybody to visit the farm, then you can also have kind of monitoring where lots of people can access it from
remotely and be able to see what's happening in these farms, what the processes are happening when they're they're harvesting, the divers going in and checking on the seaweed, that kind of thing.
I really like that, actually. Yeah, almost like the idea of like underwater cameras or some way to really get people engaged with the process of the growing. Yeah, no, that's really cool, because then if you understand it, more people will engage with it, and not a lot more. Yeah. I was also thinking, this is like so left field, but like a seaweed slide.
Seaweed slide.
Some kind of theme park centered around seaweed. This is like,
yeah. I like the idea, but I'm not sure about.
I don't think it would fly, but just making seaweed not this like gross thing that washes up on the beach, but like actually allowing people to see like its properties. But yeah, that's pretty random.
Go on, you're gonna make another point.
No, I was just gonna reiterate what Dana said.
Okay, I was just going to say a little quick thing. I think for companies that are going to invest in kelp farming for offsetting purposes, I think instead of
Hi, we're the Applied Negative Emissions Centre.
The mission is to be a key piece in fighting against climate change and trying to solve these big crisis that is one of the biggest crises of humanity.
We specialize in helping different organizations with their net zero targets, and we connect them to carbon removal innovators in order to achieve those targets.
We offer like carbon capture gardens, and these are green spaces that you can utilise and implement multiple technologies within. So you can include things such as biochar or dolerite, just solutions like these. We also have these great carbon capture benches that are made of moss, and these are great for air pollution. So these can be put in throughout the city or within your campus, and they offer real-time information on their sequestering potential, so they're also great for education.
It's super important to kind of get started and get understanding your emissions and the kind of process of your decarbonisation right now. I think carbon removal is such an exciting thing to be in at the moment, and every day there seems to be a new target, a new publication that you can read.
We know that everyone needs to connect together, as it's like can't be individual. To bring awareness on a small scale is just as important as doing these big scale projects.
If you want to find out more or get in touch with us to talk about anything that you've heard today, please do check out our website for all our information. We're also on LinkedIn, Twitter and Instagram as well, or you're welcome to find any of the team on LinkedIn and just pop us a message about the bit you're interested in.
Constructions. It seems that they have constructions for each of the, what's the name of this single thing?
Of a turbine?
Yes, thank you. And I'm not sure if we could attach our farm to it because of the
yeah, it's been carefully engineered. I think it would have to definitely be in the design phase, which is integrated into, which I guess is what makes it long term.
Yeah, connecting it to existing plants, I think it will be really difficult.
Yeah, I agree. I think it will need to be, unless you use buoyancy aids, but there's a lot of kind of negotiation which will be necessary with that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put those into 2 different points because I think they're slightly,
Sure. But also, I think there is a massive push for the offshore wind farms that they will be building many more. They are exploring the possibilities, so it should be very
especially
doable.
in the UK.
Yeah.
For a long term as well, I don't know if we want to mention like the potential of like wave energy as well. It is a lot more, like a lot newer than offshore wind farms which have already obviously got like a platform there but potentially in the long term collaborating with wave energy structures.
Yeah, I'm actually quite sure we will need some kind of windbreakers and wave breakers to protect the plants.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's really important. Like if we do go further offshore and there is a lot more like more waves, higher waves and stuff like that, we need something to break up the wind and also harness the energy.
And avoid the currents, actually.
Yeah.
Because it won't, or the strong ones.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you two maybe want to kind of explain those ideas. I'm happy to kind of speak about the oil rig, just if that gives Sam a breather for a minute during
Sounds great, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should snap some pictures onto our presentation as well, just so we can give them an idea of what we're after. So I've got not the world's greatest picture of the tanks that I was babbling on about, but hopefully it gives people an idea. So maybe I'll add a slide if that's okay.
Yeah.
By the way, the picture of the otter is beautiful.
Yeah, we lucked out. We got the best animal.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Yeah, because of course otters really benefit from kelp as well. They nest in it and they wrap themselves in kind of seaweed and in like kelp forests. And it helps them drift away. They don't drift away when they're sleeping. Quite cute, really.
That's really cute.
Have you seen the picture of those otters holding hands just to don't fall away from each other?
I know.
When they're sleeping, that's so cute.
So I've put in a picture from the 2040 film where they have an oil rig that's turned into a seaweed platform. And they've kind of like redone it up, made it in a bit of a quirky way. So I thought I'd slap that in there.
Nice. That looks cool.
Yeah.
All right. We got 15 minutes, so should we move on to the next point? Is there anything else you want to add for information and infrastructure and technology?
Was there anything else we discussed kind of in more of a financial sort of way?
Maybe the point about trialing around wind farms in Belgium and Netherlands, if we want to add this, and questions about ownerships.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's something that they could definitely do in the short term. Do we want to say, oh no, we've said. Okay.
I just interrupt for a minute. Sam, I know you said, where did you get this 11:30 time from?
I think Sandy mentioned it, no?
So I think you've got from 10:45 till 12:30.
Oh gosh, because you're in UK time and I'm here in Switzerland. Oh, so we got way more time than I realized.
Yes.
Oh.
So with that, maybe you want to think. No, don't at all.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking we were super pressed, but we've actually got a whole other hour. Okay, I'm sorry.
I was starting to work on your time then.
So just to confirm, you've got till 12:30.
Okay.
Thank
all
you
right.
very much.
I feel a bit dumb.
Okay, so let's still carry on through and then we can go back and kind of decide what we each want to say and things.
Yeah, and we got time for a dress rehearsal as well, so it should be okay.
By the way, just out of topic question, why is the picture right now so in the front?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Where do you mean, sorry?
It's on infrastructure and technology. It's now come up. Oh, I think it's just on your page actually, because on mine it's
on mine
it's all right, but I can see on the screen sharing.
Oh, now it's fine. Okay.
Cool.
So given we've got another hour, maybe it's worth just spending a bit more time on this infrastructure and technology, just to really talk through the best points.
Yeah.
So we happy with the short-term ones? We start there maybe?
I'm not sure about the tanks, to be honest.
You're not sure about the what, sir?
About the tanks, because the point, from what I understood, the point is to be as sustainable as possible, and creating new tanks, you need to manufacture that, you need to transport that, and all that. If it isn't better to actually do it in the ocean.
So the idea of the tanks is that they can then plug into a power plant, and then they can easily capture the CO2 that's coming out of the power plant. So it's kind of an end of pipe solution. So you pipe in the excess CO2 into the tanks, and then you use that to grow seaweed.
I get that. It's just, if it's not just more of a plaster than solution.
I think if you consider a life cycle analysis, it probably would outweigh kind of the cost and the like the emissions which are created from creating the tank over if it was.
In Switzerland, the clocks go a little differently, they say. Maybe it's because we enjoy the time more. But we can't slow down or stop time. We want to get the most out of our time. We want to help people lead a better life. We want them to be successful. What's the secret of successful people?
We believe that knowledge is the foundation upon which we, our families, our businesses, and our planet can prosper.
We believe in progress through knowledge, and knowledge helps people make better decisions in their personal and professional life.
We are thrilled about this progress, and since 1999, we have made it our mission to find and summarize reliable and relevant knowledge.
We do this because we believe it's the right thing to do, to live our values as a company and to spread the knowledge that helps to make the world a better place.
For like the nearshore part.
What is this just location in like general location tips or?
Oh, as in like when we were talking about earlier, like where we want to consider doing the farms and stuff, like maybe we can put in some maps or some ideas for like recommendations, and then like, yeah, just to kind of like populate the slides a little bit more.
Well, then if we have to stick to UK, do you think the Baltic Sea is a stretch for the UK? Because a lot of my resources for eutrophication areas are going to be not UK, but there's also going to be Scotland, but it's also already heavily involved in seaweed production. So I think we might want to steer clear of Scotland because it's already got quite a budding seaweed culture going on.
Yeah, I think we should just stick to UK maybe.
Maybe like actually no, I was going to say the Thames River, but that would be a bit of a back to the heavy metal sort of thing. So we won't do that.
Actually, we don't need to give a location. Like, we just need to talk about specific conditions that the location needs to have. So we don't actually have to point out the actual location, but it's just
okay.
things like for example, wave exposed or sheltered, estuary, what kinds of conditions there would be suitable for seaweed to grow. And I think we should also pick some species, which is already on the fact sheet, I think.
Well, I feel like sugar kelp is going to be one of your fan favorites.
Okay, yeah.
Because it grows at similar rates to bamboo, so it's quite a fast-growing kelp in its own right. So you can get quite a lot of biomass out of it. I think that's the binomial name there, the Saccharina latisma. Pretty sure that's sugar kelp.
Yeah, yeah. Cool. Yeah, I think most ideal. Are we looking right now at wave exposed or more sheltered? Because I put with sugar kelp is more sheltered and Ascophyllum nodosum. I don't know how to say that, but it's currently grown in Scotland.
Which one are we looking at?
Sugar kelp.
Were you still looking at just sugar kelp?
Yeah.
Well, sugar kelp can take a bit of a beating, but sheltered. If you put anything in a sheltered environment, you're going to put less stress on the organism, but it's going to grow better. So you're going to get increased growth rates.
Okay.
Because that stress factor of the inclement weather just isn't there.
Okay, so just to clarify, we're doing like a two-way thing, right? Like we're gonna grow like sugar kelp or something in a near shore area, and then we're gonna do a side project, which is mainly for like treating and like cleaning up the water, and that's gonna be linked together. Yeah. Is that what we're going with right now?
Two things. I think two things is what we're going with. The first aim of the hackathon itself, which is carbon sequestration, and then our own pointing at the advantage of growing or having the kelp farm, which is part of healthiness of the ecosystem and increasing biodiversity.
Okay, but how does this play? Yeah, that makes sense. But how would we explain this in relation to like our locations and what we're growing and how we're growing?
So the choice of location is what we look at in terms of. So we're thinking we should choose this area that has less biodiversity, that is exposed to possibility of eutrophication, and it will increase ability of having license of a random, we know the right word, something of
you want to look you want to look for nitrate vulnerable zones. There's a map from the EA that shows where agricultural runoff is like a serious issue, and I'll try and pull up the map now so we've got a picture for the presentation.
Yeah, perfect.
But it literally shows you where nitrates and phosphorus from fertilizers are an issue. I think it's quite nice to color mapped as well.
So we want to, so we'll kind of do two types of locations essentially, and I'll just put in some species names then.
And I think from the fact sheet also, the species shows the ton of carbon that they can get out of it.
But now we're focusing on onshore, right? So offshore we've kind of omitted now. Is that true?
So I think the idea is because of the limited time of turnover that they needed, we start from onshore, and then our future plan is development into offshore.
So okay, we have basically like a 3-step. We have first like the regular onshore thing, then we have the testing grounds for pollution fertilizers, right? That you just talked about, and then we take a step and go offshore. Is that what we're like our approach now? Or?
Yeah, so that's going to be the future plan. So that's going to be a long-term plan because offshore development wouldn't meet their short-term turnover that they wanted from the hackathon. I think they wanted 12 to 36 months or something.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends. Like we could do offshore with like very basic technology as well. It wouldn't be like unfeasible in a short period of time. But I do agree that we could say we take these 3 steps and work our way towards offshore production, and then also with offshore production comes the benefits of cooperating with, I don't know, offshore wind farms, for example, and wind turbines, and using all of their infrastructure, because that is not possible right now. Like if we say we do onshore, we need to have all of our infrastructure in place by ourselves, right? We don't rely on partners there, which is something we need to think about, right? So it's going to be more labor intensive, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, that works. Hang on. So with the methods that Brandon is talking about, is that all applicable to nearshore then?
What is this with the nitrate vulnerable zones?
No. So this one is currently like just focusing on our first main method, which is just growing seaweed. Like
the cultivation method.
Yes, the cultivation method, because we're focusing on planting and harvesting and stuff. So is this all applicable still to like sheltered shores, I guess?
Well, your sheltered shore, you could actually go a step further and remove the moorings and things. The method, the pebble method for
Hi, I'm Howard, and this is my team at Carbon Kapture. And we're on a mission to reverse man-made carbon pollution. Carbon Kapture do things differently. We find smart and practical ways to solve man-made carbon pollution. And we do it by growing seaweed and kelp on a really big scale.
Now we are looking to expand our network through co-ownership, investment and sponsorship. There's options to get stuck in and help manage kelp farms, or to sit back and let us do all the hard work. Find out more by visiting our website or clicking the link below.
Hi, I'm Howard, and this is my team at Carbon Kapture. And we're on a mission to reverse man-made carbon pollution. Carbon Kapture do things differently. We find smart and practical ways to solve man-made carbon pollution. And we do it by growing seaweed and kelp on a really big scale.
Now we are looking to expand our network through co-ownership, investment and sponsorship. There's options to get stuck in and help manage kelp farms, or to sit back and let us do all the hard work. Find out more by visiting our website or clicking the link below.
Infrastructure and technology. What else did we have? Can you go on the PowerPoint where we wrote infrastructure and technology? What is something I thought about before?
Can we put in some images as well? So I sent some on the group, just different examples from different projects that are already going on that maybe we can just talk about and relate to.
Yeah, definitely. Or do you want to do that now? I was thinking kind of to do that as we're kind of formulating the PowerPoint.
Sure.
So what else do we have there? We've got, okay, so alongside wind farm, are we saying that falls under infrastructure and technology, or are we going to mention that kind of as location and structure? Because we can all during the introduction, because in the introduction we can kind of, I guess, set it up like contextually.
We can say we've come up with sort of one idea of a farm overall, and then we'll talk about each separate thing. Yeah. So we can kind of give an overall what we've come up with in the introduction, and then go into each bit in more depth, like why have we chosen this infrastructure and technology? Why have we chosen the location? Yeah.
And what was the underwater farming about? So it says that there.
Oh, that was, there's this company called Nemo's Garden. I sent you a link.
There's a link in
and so they're actually growing normal, veggies and stuff underwater. And so I was just thinking if we could integrate that together with. And I read this information that kelp. Wait a minute, I'll just. Kelp have a holdfast which attaches it to rocks and large stones, and so what it says is the blades or fronds of the kelp can break off during storms, but a new blade grows from the holdfast. So that's also it's not sort of destroyed.
Sorry, I missed that last bit as I was writing that. What was the last bit that you said?
I was just saying this. Kelp have a holdfast which attaches it to rocks and large stones, and it says the blades of the kelp can break off during storms, but a new blade grows from the holdfast.
Okay. Right.
But it might take time, of course.
Okay, alongside oyster beds, that's what it says. Alongside oyster / I'll just say oyster beds. The sea spaghetti. Right, and then for location and structure, we have, let's see, in conjunction we are with offshore wind farms. We mentioned what was the estuaries for making use of runoff.
And so we also mentioned this West Sussex, so that there was a kelp forest.
We can mention that as like a case study.
Native species.
The other one that could be a good case study is Weir and Wind. They are doing seaweed farming amongst fixed offshore wind turbines. I'm just trying to find what I had written down for them somewhere.
I guess we can mention, that might be enough, but if we need one more, then they've got that one as well. I don't know if they've started it actually, because it was quite a recent article. I'll have a quick look.
And that actually, I'm just reading my notes now with Weir and Wind. It's their Belgium company, but they're developing large-scale automated seaweed production system that is suitable for functioning within offshore wind farms and can be made economically viable through automation. So I guess everything's not done, everything's automatic. That might be an interesting, that's like already available technology or a new technology that's being developed that might be interesting in the technology part of things.
And how do we also the process of making these fertilizers from seaweed? That would be interesting to dive into.
Oh, hold on. This study looks quite good. Let me see if they mention anything about seaweed. There was a study and a partnership between Blue and Ørsted, and they basically found that oysters tend to like breed and thrive in and around wind farms. They said they've tested the optimum conditions. Let's see what else, because then I guess that ties with growing the kelp or the seaweed with the oysters.
So
go on.
I'm just looking back at the time. We've got 1 more hour left until lunch, until 12:30, to put the slides together. So I think we've got really good ideas. I think in my head, we've got a wind farm, I don't think we've decided if it's near shore or offshore yet, but that's okay.
Or movable or not movable.
Yes, then we've got the kelp amongst the wind turbines and oysters for sharing the nutrients and for further carbon sequestration and products.
And in terms of seaweed, we're saying sugar kelp, probably.
Sugar kelp, but then we can definitely still mention the other seaweeds and the benefits. So we can still mention sea spaghetti. I think we can mention them and say, pros and cons of each, and why we've therefore decided that sugar kelp's just versatile and grows quickly and all of those good things.
Right, okay.
It's called tangleweed, which is also found in Sussex apparently, and they live for 18 years, but they take 2 to 6 years to become fertile. They can live up to 18 years apparently. We can also mention that.
All right, I mean, yeah, I guess we can start on the PowerPoint then. So Sharif, all right, so there we go. We'll do infrastructure. So what we're having for infrastructure. So are we saying we want offshore or kind of closer to shore wind farms?
I feel like fixed wind turbines are more likely to we're more likely to do it sooner, whereas floating offshore wind still there's not that many floating offshore wind farms at the moment. So I guess with fixed offshore, slightly more inshore, so the seaweed's probably going to grow easier, and it will happen sooner in like the next few years, whereas floating offshore wind could be like 10-20 years down the line.
Hello, my name is Catherine Byam, and I'm the founder and CEO of DeepL, Digitally Enabling People. We help business leaders deliver sustainable strategies for digital transformation. I'm building an ethical consultancy firm that delivers on triple bottom line growth for its clients. What does triple bottom line mean? We deliver on profit, social responsibility, and environmental sustainability. The fourth industrial revolution will completely transform the world we live in. Companies are racing to simplify their organizations and make their structures more suitable for the future. But they are facing serious challenges. People skill acquisition takes time, even generations. We support the mindset shift needed for employees with facilitation and coaching. We live in a world of time-poor executives doing work that they no longer believe in. But we can change all that. Digital solutions reduce the mundane and the repetitive. But creating an organization that gives people the time to do purposeful work, as well as the freedom to pursue their passions, is what everyone wants, and everyone wins. This is why we were formed. This is why DeepL came together. DeepL provides technology and solutions, as well as add that human dimension to sustain societies and to allow companies and businesses and employees and all our stakeholders to thrive. Contact us today. We look forward to hearing from you. You can find us at www.deepl.com.
Considering the offshore technology, we have some kind of rough idea, but we actually don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
Realistically, we don't.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to ask us a few questions, and then we're going to not really come up with all that much, I think.
I mean, I think we just be honest and just say kind of what the limitations to our kind of knowledge is. I think that's fair to say. We don't want to go and kind of make up some information anyway. So
yeah. I'm starting
they'll appreciate that.
I'm starting to wonder if maybe we answer section A instead of section B, because we had some things to say there, and then we can put all the ideas that we've got and into section C on location. Because in that way, we're not losing any ideas. We're just moving it into a different section, and then we can bring in some other stuff. What do you?
I think that's a really good idea, actually. Yeah? I think that kind of covers all bases.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. Cool. So then it's just a question of retitling the slide and calling it section C, which is location and something.
Structure.
Location and structure. All right. Nice. And then there's one idea here about the drying, and then that can go into harvesting, processing, and whatever. All right.
Maybe. Yeah. And this one I will delete.
So then, are we retitling all the images as for section C for the location and structure?
I think so, yeah. And then we can put some stuff in for section A, which is on harvesting, processing, and drying, because we did have some good ideas there for that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then we probably want to break it down into harvesting, processing, and drying in our bullet points, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do we have any points to make on processing at all?
So what would the processing actually entail?
Well, that's be turning the seaweed biomass into the 3 products that they want. So the compost, the biochar, and the liquid biostimulant. So I guess it's a question. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't have enough of a science background to know how that would specifically happen.
Yeah, neither do I, to be honest. But I guess one key question is whether they're going to process it themselves or they're going to sell it on. I imagine they want to process it themselves because that's where all the value is.
And trying to solve the food crisis that is one of the biggest crises of humanity.
We specialize in helping different organizations with their net zero targets, and we connect them to carbon removal innovators in order to achieve those targets.
We offer like carbon capture gardens, and these are green spaces that you can utilize and implement multiple technologies within, so you can
and I think
biochar, dolerite, just solutions like these. We also have these
the lines are going to be significantly lighter
and are made of moss, and these are great for air pollution. So these can be put in
and if we're
lowering or within your campus,
then it also
they
offer the problem with the lines obviously is like entanglement, that kind of a thing. That kind of solves the problem.
Yeah,
it's super important to kind of get started and get understanding your emissions and the kind of process of your decarbonisation right now. I think carbon removal is such an exciting thing to be in at the moment, and every day there seems to be a new target, a new publication that you can read.
We know that everyone needs to connect together, as it's like can't be individual. To bring awareness on a small scale is just as important as doing these big scale projects.
If you want to find out more or get in touch with us to talk about anything that you've heard today, please do check out our website for all our information. We're also on LinkedIn, Twitter and Instagram as well, or you're welcome to find any of the team on LinkedIn and just pop us a message about the bit you're interested in.
Infrastructure and technology, like the infrastructure that is potentially already in place, the semi-automation idea that we have, the substrates and lines that we want to use, that then leads into, well, where are we going to put this infrastructure and technology? Wind farms, and then that leads into like, okay, well, what's going to go on this farm? Here are some species that we think would work really well. So I think that will work. That will flow quite well if we do it that way.
Chloe,
yeah.
In that paper you read with this automated hiring lowering system, do you know off the top of your head how it worked?
I think so. I think the link that I put in there with that prototype with the AUVs, I'm fairly certain it was. I don't know if it was that farm specifically, but I'm fairly certain it was
automated
right
or autonomous at the very least. So
and
think
there's a
it was
picture in there.
AUVs. Yeah, there is a picture. So they're
We
like
should use that.
auto
Yeah.
sub style.
They're kind of like floaters by the looks of things.
Well, there are two pictures. There's one at the top, and then if you go down, they have like their AUV prototype thing. I'm gonna try and find that paper as well, but it might take me a while because
no worries.
I don't remember when I last saw it.
No, that's amazing.
So for infrastructure and technology, like you said, so we'll give that kind of overall kind of thing of there's already infrastructures kind of available and technologies where we can kind of make use of and kind of make it a multi-use site, and then talk about, and then do we only want to mention wind farm once we get to location and say, okay, so where is this available, and then go
I think we can
structure.
summarize it at the start, but yeah, kind of hopefully they'll naturally lead on to each other quite well.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say in infrastructure and technology, we want to find a solution that's going to use infrastructure already in the marine environment to avoid building more, because building grey infrastructure in the marine environment is hard, expensive, and not great for the environment. So I think kind of saying some of that already exists, how can we utilize it? So we don't necessarily have to say wind farm, we'll just kind of plant the seed of like this stuff already exists, and this is the technology that we think would be really beneficial to bring in and use in conjunction with.
So I'm getting the some pictures of the technology we've spoken about and just throwing them in the Google Docs so we can add them to the talk about
slide. So yeah,
do we want to talk in the introduction? Do we want to say kind of say, okay,
we all know that we're fighting against harmful levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, but did you know that oceans absorb harmful CO2 like a sponge? Carbon capture aims to utilise the magnificent power of kelp to decrease the levels of CO2 and keep our oceans healthy. Kelp, like trees, uses CO2 and expels oxygen, but this isn't the only benefit of large-scale kelp farms. The kelp harvested from our farms will be used to produce carbon-negative products such as animal feed, compost and fertilisers. On top of this, our farms have the potential to reduce acidification in the oceans, increase biodiversity and even reduce coastal erosion. We have already identified areas in the United Kingdom for our kelp farms, including South Wales and the North East. We aim to someday have kelp farms around Europe and even all over the world. Everything is set up, ready and waiting. All we need now is the help of investors like you. We all know that we're fighting against harmful levels of CO2 in the atmosphere.
Zones map.
Oh yeah.
Or when we were picking a tester location.
Yeah,
so I can just take a screen grab now.
Is there any info on like for if we're just gonna grow, because we're doing it two ways now, right? Like the normal way and the like nitrate testing way. The normal way, is there any like diagrams or stuff that can illustrate considerations for that in terms of what we're growing? Because I don't know, I'm just looking at it says the best types of locations, and like kind of is there a way to kind of show what are the best types? I don't know, would kind of like the water velocity and salinity stuff from like what I showed on Google Earth Engine be useful for that? Or I don't really know what kind of nearshore conditions are suitable.
I feel like it's going to be a pretty useful tool, isn't it?
Yeah,
to check for conditions for offshore and things like that.
And also we need an area that has well sheltered characteristics. So we need an area that has loads of rock or rock outcrops. I think down south has more of that, doesn't it? I don't know, Brandon. I think Devon area.
Devon's got a lot of like granite and things.
Yeah, Devon coastline, Cornwall coastline. They all have a lot of that. I'm not sure about south. Yeah, I mean southeast. I mean like Plymouth and all that. I don't know the kind of structure they've got, but
a lot of. I'm actually based in Plymouth right now.
All right. Okay.
A lot of the coastline around Plymouth is like straight drop off, straight from the shoreline, and then the further east you go along the coast towards London, along the south coast, the beach profile just becomes a lot more gradual as you go.
Okay.
So you get to places like Bournemouth and places like that, and the coastline is literally like this. There is no change for a long time.
Okay. So we need to look at that. We need to look at the geology of the coastline area. So places like granite area will be different from places that has chalk area in it. So I think that the best fit will be the south, the Cornwall, the Devon coastline. I might be wrong. And then the other side will be the northern part, which is the near Scotland, because that's all granitic coastline area also. I don't know much about the western part of the UK, but I mean, those are the things that we could check anyway, because those are what will provide the shelter and the ability for the kelp to grab stones and other stuff in the seabed.
Yeah, and the other thing, I feel like the south coast would literally just be applicable to offshore, because I don't think you'll be able to get any sort of kelp farm near the shore where the tide wouldn't affect your production. So that would have to be the offshore. The offshore approach would be there. Like for when we spoke about the no trawler zone of the Sussex coast, there's actually also a wind farm there. So that could be our sort of like offshore area to consider, sort of thing.
Okay.
Because it has that wind farm there.
Okay.
So I'm a bit confused now. So are we doing the nearshore as I think, because the recommendations for species would change then, like it depending on, because I'm also looking at this now, like what are the methods for farming? Like which one are we sticking with then, depending on what we're doing?
The one in the presentation at the moment is the land-based hatchery, which is where you produce your juveniles, then attach them to twine, then attach them to the rope, and then suspend that rope in the water.
We all know that we're fighting against harmful levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, but did you know that oceans absorb harmful CO2 like a sponge? Carbon capture aims to utilise the magnificent power of kelp to decrease the levels of CO2 and keep our oceans healthy. Kelp, like trees, uses CO2 and expels oxygen, but this isn't the only benefit of large-scale kelp farms. The kelp harvested from our farms will be used to produce carbon-negative products such as animal feed, compost and fertilisers. On top of this, our farms have the potential to reduce acidification in the oceans, increase biodiversity and even reduce coastal erosion. We have already identified areas in the United Kingdom for our kelp farms, including South Wales and the North East. We aim to someday have kelp farms around Europe and even all over the world. Everything is set up, ready and waiting. All we need now is the help of investors like you.
This is where we go online and people notice that I have terrible spelling and I rely on autocorrect.
Yeah.
I'm just saying where this came from. So in terms of presenting this slide, what does everyone want to talk about?
I would say personally for me, I think I've got the most ideas for section C, but I think so does everyone, to be honest, don't they? So go on.
We're just thinking we're going to be talking about we've got a point
we've kind of got 4 bullet points here. So we've got the harvesting, we've got the drying, the pre-treatment, and the processing of the biochar. I think it would make sense for Nina to do the biochar because that was about it. And then we can all just pick up, like maybe the harvesting is a very quick one. And say, I don't know, Charlie, if you do the harvesting, then you can do more in section C. I don't mind. I'm just.
Yeah. I don't mind talking about the sort of idea of, how I mentioned at the start, but I don't know if that's what you mean by allowing young seaweed to generate. How I sort of called it coppicing, where rather than taking along the whole thing. Yeah.
Exactly. Why don't you just change that bullet point to fit?
Yeah, that's fine.
I think that would be really good.
Well, what it is okay, really. I'll just sort of talk around it and.
Yeah, whatever works for you. Yeah, do you want to, would you rather talk about the drying or the pre-treatment?
Me?
Sorry, Leah.
Oh, Leah.
Yes, I think maybe COD.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about a bullet point in this section.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like if there are too many people talking in one section, it might get a little confusing and difficult. So it might be better to just have one person talking about a larger section, and then it can swap over to someone who speaks about another large section. And that way it's like your ideas and what you're saying can flow a bit better.
Perfect, yeah, that works.
In Switzerland, the clocks go a little differently, they say. Maybe it's because we enjoy the time more. But we can't slow down or stop time. We want to get the most out of our time. We want to help people lead a better life. We want them to be successful. What's the secret of successful people?
We believe that knowledge is the foundation upon which we, our families, our businesses, and our planet can prosper.
We believe in progress through knowledge, and knowledge helps people make better decisions in their personal and professional life.
We are thrilled about this progress, and since 1999, we have made it our mission to find and summarize reliable and relevant knowledge.
We do this because we believe it's the right thing to do, to live our values as a company and to spread the knowledge that helps to make the world a better place.
I'm not sure. Like we probably need to talk to like a specialist on untitled charting.
Yeah, because I'm just a bit worried that we might get grilled on like hydrochar and
Hello,
feel like
my name is Catherine Lyon, and I'm the founder
prob-
and CEO of Depot, digitally enabling people. We help business leaders deliver sustainable strategies for digital transformation. I'm building an ethical consultancy firm that delivers on triple bottom line growth for its clients. What does triple bottom line mean? We deliver on profit, social responsibility, and environmental sustainability. The fourth industrial revolution will completely transform the world we live in. Companies are racing to simplify their organizations and make their structures more suitable for the future. But they are facing serious challenges. People skill acquisition takes time, even generations. We support the mindset shift needed for employees with facilitation and coaching. We live in a world of time-poor executives doing work that they no longer believe in. But we can change all that. Digital solutions reduce the mundane and the repetitive. But creating an organization that gives people the time to do purposeful work, as well as the freedom to pursue their passions, is what everyone wants, and everyone wins. This is why we were formed. This is why Depot came together. Depot provides technology and solutions, as well as add that human dimension to sustain societies and to allow companies and businesses and employees and all our stakeholders to thrive. Contact us today. We look forward to hearing from you. You can find us at www.depot.com. Hello.
Okay, wait, section C is location, right?
Yeah, location.
Yeah.
Okay, oh well, we haven't really populated this. Brandon, is your map this one? What is this?
That's the nitrate map. All the purple zones are agriculture that's considered to create nitrate vulnerable zones. So all those areas are considered viable.
That would be the second option.
Yeah.
So the first option, this is the
that's more focusing on eutrophication and pollution sort of thing. Yeah.
So then the nearshore environment, do you think you could maybe put in, oh, was your case study for Brighton, like that one, was that also nearshore or no?
No, that was an offshore because it's applicable to the wind farms because it's a wind farm in that zone.
Oh.
Which is why I say it sounds so good to apply to our future sort of business plan, as it were. Whereas things like Plymouth Sound is a very sheltered region, but it's also an active shipping lane.
Oh.
Because the military base is also on, it comes in and out of that the sound.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just thinking because right now then we don't really have that much justification or like any kind of evidence or something to help us with.
Well, we could delve further into, we've spoken quite a lot about the cultivation sort of the location. Because if we don't need specific locations, we could just describe a perfect nearshore environment, or we could move on to how we cultivate it with our nursery, how we could implement the habitat formation in like an MPA or such to increase biodiversity that way and sequester carbon that way instead of having the pollution mitigation scheme. There's things like that we could probably talk about in the cultivation techniques.
Oh, okay, yeah. Do you have anything you could pop onto the slide then from your presentation?
Yeah.
Because the order is now weird because I'm now following their order and it's like we're talking about location after we talk about processing. Maybe we can move section C forward and be a bit rebellious and say we're going to go section C and then A.
But I feel like location is going to be nearshore and offshore because our overall business plan is to start nearshore and then work into offshore.
Yeah.
So I feel like we could keep location and have like I said, with the Brighton trawler MPA, we could put that in there as like, that could be our our future goal, our future plan, as it were. And then the nearshore is based off this map, because the nitrate vulnerable zones will be where we're looking at setting up like an infrastructure or a business, or maybe keep it nearer the south coast, but still with like a sheltered cove, as it were, or things like that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so could we, okay, I'll make 3 then. And then, yeah, maybe you could help just populate these 3.
If you want another case study, Lime Bay is also quite a good one. And that's south coast near sort of Plymouth, Bournemouth way. And that's already been used as a sort of like place for seaweed mussels, because they wanted to try and offset the scallop trawling, and they wanted to create an MPA so that they could create sustainable scallop farming. So that could be an avenue we could look into as well, for sort of like a nearshore trial site, as it were.
Yeah, that sounds like a good word to use as well. Okay, so could you just kind of pop on some images and case studies? And I mean, I feel like this could be just really skimmed over in the presentation in the interest of time, but like it just kind of goes to show like we can give you examples if you want.
Yeah.
That sounds great. Cool. All right. So how do we rank this then? Feasibility. Isn't it kind of complicated because of like those like licenses and stuff? I don't know.
Like offshore or
nearshore? I guess we should rank for nearshore, right? Or should we rank for all 3? I'm a bit confused now.
No. I think we should focus on nearshore.
Hi, we're the Applied Negative Emissions Centre.
The mission is to be a key piece in fighting against climate change and trying to solve this big crisis that is one of the biggest crises of humanity.
We specialize in helping different organizations with their net zero targets, and we connect them to carbon removal innovators in order to achieve those targets.
We offer like carbon capture gardens, and these are green spaces that you can utilize and implement multiple technologies within. So you can include things such as biochar or dolerite, just solutions like these. We also have these great carbon capture benches that are made of moss, and these are great for air pollution. So these can be put in throughout the city or within your campus, and they offer real-time information on their sequestering potential. So they're also great for education.
It's super important to kind of get started and get understanding your emissions and the kind of process of your decarbonisation right now. I think carbon removal is such an exciting thing to be in at the moment, and every day.
Individual bits. So I guess feasibility for our infrastructure, I'd probably put at medium, because I think 50% of it is already there. Well, not necessarily 50%, but like some of it's there and some of it is prototype level. So I think we're fairly sure it will work. It's just whether or not the technology will catch up to be perfect for what we need. Time to implement the infrastructure, I would say, is more than 12 months. Well, I don't know. Again, that's tricky. Yeah.
Because you've got to grow. Yeah.
Growing the seaweed, that would be technically, I suppose it would be between 3 and 12 months. Like if you take seed to harvest is less than a year, right?
Yeah.
So I suppose for the species cultivation, it would be less. Yeah, I don't know. The budget is tricky because I don't know what minimum, fair and significant relate to.
I have no idea what the budget would be. I mean, it's all going to be millions, isn't it, to do a seaweed farm?
It's all relevant.
I'm going to go with minimum for putting it,
I think,
in floating offshore wind, because
compared to other options, the species cultivation itself is probably the lowest cost.
Yeah.
Like of all the things we're doing, the infrastructure is going to be the most expensive. That would be significant because autonomous vehicles are not cheap.
And technological robustness.
I mean, for growing the seaweed, especially the sugar kelp, I think technology available is what I would put, because people do already. In terms of the other species, like I know that the sea spaghetti has not been cultivated a lot, so that is still like prototype stages, I would guess. Dulse, obviously, the technology is just about available, but needs refinement.
In terms of budgeting, say if we were kind of to utilize both, I guess, the wind farm and the mussel farms, I guess we could try and then figure out what other things would we then need. So we're going to say something? Someone took a deep breath.
No, I was just going to say, so I did some work with a startup that's doing a floating breakwater and seaweed and mussel farm. And they estimated that to build their prototype, they'd need around about 150,000 euros. So that was like a significant structure. It's 2 floating pontoons with mussel cages between them and 4 seafloor moorings and the various attachments, as well as kelp lines.
Right.
But that wouldn't have the like.
In Switzerland, the clocks go a little differently, they say. Maybe it's because we enjoy the time more. But we can't slow down or stop time. We want to get the most out of our time. We want to help people lead a better life. We want them to be successful. What's the secret of successful people?
We believe that knowledge is the foundation upon which we, our families, our businesses, and our planet can prosper.
We believe in progress through knowledge, and knowledge helps people make better decisions in their personal and professional life.
We are thrilled about this progress, and since 1999, we have made it our mission to find and summarize reliable and relevant knowledge.
We do this because we believe it's the right thing to do, to live our values as a company and to spread the knowledge that helps to make the world a better place.
Yeah, there's no new ideas that we've just said there. It's just, again, transferring others. And I think fair investment, because it having the virtual reality and any sort of online or social media, it does have costs.
Exactly. Yeah.
Time costs for sure.
Yeah. But investment budget, I think.
That sounds
although
good.
I suppose, yeah. Although relative to the investment of the budget for actually kind of the structural side, it's not much. But let's just say fair.
You also get ownership as well, so it's like it's capital that's coming in, but the capital doesn't come at a huge cost. Whereas if you go down for venture capital, then you lose half your business within 2 raises.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Shall I just delete this slide 20?
Yeah, I don't think we need that.
All right, conclusion.
Okay.
I think what's kind of interesting about our presentation is that it's a lot of different kind of ideas that maybe aren't strictly linked. So for instance, if you're going to have cogeneration with like a huge power station like Drax in Yorkshire, then you might not necessarily be able to go down the equity crowdfunding route, but that's okay. We can just say that we've thrown out different ideas. that might not necessarily be linked, but that they're all interesting.
So I would say that all of our ideas have kind of had a contextual base. So it's all, we've always come back to this sort of idea that it just depends where. So no size fits all.
Okay, yeah.
So maybe as the first point in the summary, we could just address that we maybe just that we've realised that some of these points are quite long term, and then just explain why we've done that.
You might also want to look at the question again to see if you can bring anything from the question into the summary.
Okay. I'm just going to get the question and put it in the.
We develop a sustainable end-to-end seaweed farming process. Yeah.
Basically, what we are saying, we have these ideas, but there is a lot of research to be done to actually create end-to-end seaweed farming process.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just more avenues that they can explore. One general point that I think it's important to come back to, I mean, we kind of mentioned in the introduction, is just the end markets that they're targeting. And I would almost say not to worry too much about the carbon. If you're going to be making a business, I mean, the carbon can come later. So you can scale up your production and your capacity around existing
We all know
markets.
that we're fighting against harmful levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, but did you know that oceans absorb harmful CO2 like a sponge? Carbon capture aims to utilise the magnificent power of kelp to decrease the levels of CO2 and keep our oceans healthy. Kelp, like trees, uses CO2 and expels oxygen, but this isn't the only benefit of large-scale kelp farms. The kelp harvested from our farms will be used to produce carbon-negative products such as animal feed, compost and fertilisers. On top of this, our farms have the potential to reduce acidification in the oceans, increase biodiversity and even reduce coastal erosion. We have already identified areas in the United Kingdom for our kelp farms, including South Wales and the North East. We aim to someday have kelp farms around Europe and even all over the world. Everything is set up, ready and waiting. All we need now is the help of investors like you.
Do you need me to screen share, Lena, or are you?
I'm doing it. There we go.
Okay, you've still got there.
Okay.
You made it in time.
Yeah. Oh, I wanna go and continue reading what I was reading. But I feel so weird to look like I'm doing my research in the thing. I'm just gonna come here and help you guys.
Is that enough for location? Does everyone think that's sort of enough? I don't want to overcrowd the slide with points. Obviously, I'll expand on each of them when it comes to presenting it.
I think that's good. I'm wondering, should we have? It'd be good to have a diagram, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I'd make in terms of font and stuff.
I'll maybe have one
Make them
of
fun.
the floor shading thing, so you can sort of see what I mean when I talk about having it at a depth that's higher than just where the light penetrates.
Yeah.
The euphotic zone, that's it.
Thanks, Leah.
Cool.
I think that's good. Also, again, we're going to have the same issue for the self-assessment about slide C, the section C, because we are talking about a few ideas.
Yeah. Maybe we can identify so. Okay, one of the things that I was reading, and obviously I guess this links to what you were saying, where if you're in a more secure area, then you're going to get more nitrogen in your seaweed, but if you're in a more open area, you're going to get more carbon. So we could say that we're targeting, make it a little more specific. So I don't know how to do that though.
No, I think that's a good idea. Like maybe we could say, going back to like maybe not completely splitting the farms, but talk about having kind of two different locations for different outputs, and kind of rather than saying what we need to avoid, actually specify like, okay, for some farm locations we want to look at absorbing X, for others we want to look at absorbing Y, and that's kind of the idea that we're promoting with this slide, and then we can do the self-assessment based on that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think for like applying it in terms of, so when you put it somewhere where there's a lot of surface runoff and it's just getting into the water, possibly those areas are not that beautiful to look at. Maybe they have a lot of industrial pipes flowing through, maybe a bit of sewage. So in terms of like actually putting your seaweed farm there, it probably wouldn't be as difficult, and it would be, you know, easier for you to get, I don't know, a license for it, because you are improving the environment in which,
definitely.
you know, that wastewater or the chemicals from surface runoff are going into. So feasibility in that sense would be like high.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then
we
all know that we're fighting against harmful levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, but did you know that oceans absorb harmful CO2 like a sponge? Carbon capture aims to utilise the magnificent power of kelp to decrease the levels of CO2 and keep our oceans healthy. Kelp, like trees, uses CO2 and expels oxygen, but this isn't the only benefit of large-scale kelp farms. The kelp harvested from our farms will be used to produce carbon-negative products such as animal feed, compost and fertilisers. On top of this, our farms have the potential to reduce acidification in the oceans, increase biodiversity and even reduce coastal erosion. We have already identified areas in the United Kingdom for our kelp farms, including South Wales and the North East. We aim to someday have kelp farms around Europe and even all over the world. Everything is set up, ready and waiting. All we need now is the help of investors like you.
Offshore.
Yeah, but that's why we want to try it out. That's why what Brandon said was very reasonable, of trying them out and see if they can grow near shore.
Okay, so there's, okay, sure. Would we consider mentioning like estuaries or something?
Estuaries. I'm not sure, but from information, sugar kelp can grow in shallow seas, and shallow seas can come near shore also. So it can grow around coast area and rocky seabed. So
Hey guys, I'm just trying to tie our what we talked about together on the summary slide. I just to let you know. So I just wrote down our overall goal is to have large scale hydrogen production based on kelp production to self-fertilize the soil amendment and carbon credits. That's like the end goal. Then we have our first stage is the trial and testing plans near shore, like our base to explore species and water treatment applications. That would be the other one, right? Then future plans to expand offshore to leverage those opportunities. Funding public awareness is supported by this credit card corporation, the sale of carbon credits as well, and also the gamification approach that Belinda mentioned. That is it, right? I mean, or is there something that missing? Ecotourism, maybe.
I'm quite sure you mentioned, Felix, that the hydrochar might be quite expensive, but in a way of balancing that out, do we know the lifespan of an hydrochar machine or tool, and also do we know what other things it produces that are sellable, that will give us income? So you can cost out with that.
If you want, you can take a look at slide 5. So this is like a small summary of the applications as well. And the lifespan of like a production site, I'm not sure of. As far as I understand, the first production site that was like industrial scale was like from 2000.
We all know that we're fighting against harmful levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, but did you know that oceans absorb harmful CO2 like a sponge? Carbon capture aims to utilise the magnificent power of kelp to decrease the levels of CO2 and keep our oceans healthy. Kelp, like trees, uses CO2 and expels oxygen, but this isn't the only benefit of large-scale kelp farms. The kelp harvested from our farms will be used to produce carbon-negative products such as animal feed, compost and fertilisers. On top of this, our farms have the potential to reduce acidification in the oceans, increase biodiversity and even reduce coastal erosion. We have already identified areas in the United Kingdom for our kelp farms, including South Wales and the North East. We aim to someday have kelp farms around Europe and even all over the world. Everything is set up, ready and waiting. All we need now is the help of investors like you.
Artificial reefs and then adding kelp to that as well provide foraging opportunities for the fish and a spillover effect for commercial fisheries. And then I'm going to say about the London Array offshore wind farm being at the mouth of the Thames, and maybe that's an example of a location that might work for a nutrient point of view, being at the mouth of the river and being wind turbine farm.
Yeah.
And also say next to mussel farms. I just spelled mussel wrong. I spelled muscle. Next to mussel farms. So there'll be more carbon sequestration in the shells, mussels, which can also be grown on the hard substrate. So maybe it could be grown on some of the turbine structures and they can share nutrients because of the localized deacidification. Have I covered everything? Did it make sense?
I think so.
Okay, amazing. Thank you.
Right, okay, so yeah, I've started. So what I'm thinking to do is first set, even before I kind of mention the plan, just to set the context of why even look at kelp or why are we even doing any of this. So I was thinking of just kind of mentioning how, with carbon emissions set to rise by 1.5 gigatons, emissions need to be cut by 45% this decade if we are to limit global heating to what scientists have said under 1.5 degrees Celsius, where we'll have kind of really dangerous kind of repercussions. So scientists have looked to a underrated and underutilized algae as a solution to help us achieve that. However, this does not come without challenges, and then kind of discuss the challenges. So obviously infrastructure, and I'll explain that a little bit, marine space, explain that a little bit, seasonal changes, and maximizing nutrient uptake. And then I'll kind of set up, you know, the next slide, hopefully. That was kind of how I was thinking to do it, but if anyone has any, you know, feedback, please do.
I like that. I've got a graph if you need it, which shows
we do love a graph.
All right, I'll send you a graph. It shows how the UK, the Committee of Climate Change, says we're going to reach net zero by 2050, and there's a kind of green part of the graph which says like natural solutions. And we need to say, like, we need to look to blue carbon because we can't, you know, there's not enough space on land for the forests, etc.
Yeah. Oh my God,
cool.
That's beautiful.
I'll send that.
Set the context. I'm gonna like dramatize it like completely. I'm gonna make it seem like, oh my God, if we're
killing the world.
Yes.
back to us for saving the world. Oh dear.
I'll turn my Greta Thunberg on.
Brilliant.
And then for conclusion, I was thinking to just kind of summarize each of your slides, and then perhaps
why does this guy keep going on about kelp? What's so great about kelp?
Well, kelp is actually pretty useful. Did you know it absorbs CO2 30 times faster than trees?
And that's good for the planet, right?
Yeah, with 36 billion tons of carbon emitted globally each year, the more we can offset, the better for both us and our planet. Plus, kelp is really great for marine life, and some marine life is really great for kelp, like otters.
Sounds like we should probably be planting these farms everywhere we can.
Well, if you keep yourself planted here for the rest of the day, you'll find out how you can make it happen. With your help, we will be able to continue to remove CO2 by growing seaweed to create carbon-negative products. Help us kelp the planet.
I live on a boat with my mummy, my daddy, and me, and me. One day our boat had a leak in it. Mummy and Daddy had to work very quickly to fix the leak, or else the whole boat would have filled up with water and ruined our home.
The Earth is a bit like our little boat. It's getting damaged. And if we don't fix it up now, it's only going to get worse and worse. And all the things we love that make our home will be gone. Oh no!
Mummy says that one of the ways we can fix up our planet is by reducing CO2. We visited an ocean farm last week, and my daddy says that the seaweed eats up all the CO2, which helps our planet.
Yay!
Yay!
So, thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in to our hackathon. Firstly, before I do any of the next stuff, I just want to say a huge thank you to all of the graduates that participated in the hackathon and the presentation collation session. If you've tuned in and watched it, these graduates have exceeded my expectations on what I was hoping to get out of this session, these sessions. I'm so excited to see their presentations and do some Q&A on that. It's going to be fascinating. So that's really cool. So well done to them. Amazing. This session really is about sponsorship and our investment model. So I'm actually taking questions live, I hope. Gosh, I hope I am. I'll be taking them through Facebook and through LinkedIn and through email. And I've got a couple that have come up straight away. So I got a couple of questions earlier sent through. Diana, I'm going to go with Dina, has asked, what is your idea on co-ownership and how long will the co-ownership last? Actually, what I wanted to talk about first really is about why we do sponsorship and co-ownership. I just realized I've got myself a little bit out of sorts, so just forgive me a sec. Let me talk to you about the reasons why we're doing sponsorship and co-ownership in the first place. We want to create the opportunity to let people engage in the topic of climate change. It doesn't need to be just about planting trees or farming seaweed. It needs to be about people feeling able to do whatever they feel was in their capabilities to engage in the topic. You do not need much motivation to create behavioral change. The idea of our sponsorship and our investment opportunity is to give different sectors of our economy the opportunity to engage in the aquaculture revolution. That's where I feel that this is going. It's going to be a really significant change in how our diets, our usage of raw materials happen. So the idea of our sponsorship model is not just about offsetting. It's about how you educate people in positions of responsibility to make better decision-making processes, how you engage in employee engagement for the people within their organizations, and then how you communicate that outside of your organization. So when someone buys a sponsorship package from Carbon Kapture, it's not about the value for money and the offset, because really, as far as the climate change discussion is concerned right now, we're past that. We really do need to do something more. So the offset is a side, is almost like a secondary piece. I know it's really important for the company's carbon accounting and accountancy purposes, but what it is really about is making a statement of how we can engage with companies, their employees, and their families to be involved in the topic of climate change. So what we offer as part of that sponsorship package, apart from the link to all of our socials, which is growing and growing every second. I think we've gained another 100 or 200 followers on LinkedIn, which has been brilliant today. So thank you everyone that's liked and shared and followed us, by the way. That's more social proof that we need, which is another reason why we do it. It's about social proof and being ready to take the step forward. We offer a regenerative leadership package, which allows us to communicate with your directors, with your heads of, with your functional leads, with your executives. Most people in the climate change discussion are having to deal with these things as a tag on possibly into their businesses, unless you're a B Corp or a similar such like qualification, a certification. This is something new, and actually being able to lead and give good leadership, not just leading, is about an aligned process. So our leadership program, our regenerative leadership program, help support your leaders, help support your directors, and it then gives them practical solutions that they can implement into their functions, which sounds really great, right? But let me give you an example. So I had a conversation with a company the other day, and they were talking about their facilities management. And facilities management is typically in the UK about recycling and minimizing printing waste, etc. But in larger organizations, it's also about how you feed your staff in offices. As we go back to the norm, as we come out of COVID, and fingers crossed that will start to happen more and more. There are a lot of organizations that have staff canteens, and right now as a staff canteen you get your food option, and sometimes a vegetarian or sort of a fish option, etc. But just imagine if part of that was a one world plate option. Right. So there is a solution called One World Plate where facilities management can take part and then advertise the carbon footprint and how much lower than the average it needs to help reduce our impact is within that facilities management. That feels like someone who's making a purchase is doing something for the betterment of the planet. That's something we can report into. That's something that they can do as a business. And their chefs, their people in the organization can come up with their own One World plates to add to that narrative. So we have the leadership, we have employee engagement programs that break down per function. We gamify the process within those functions. So there's a leaderboard. At the end of each month, there is like an Otter Award, right? So someone gets an Otter Award, a monthly Otter Award for being the most sustainable, doing the most work, etc. in that area. And at the end of the year, there is also an annual Otter Awards where we take the winners of each of the Otter Awards, take them to a really brilliant sort of local restaurant where they have a fantastic meal, and we celebrate success. We give them ready copy to go into internal comms magazines, and we do lots of things to make sure that they can engage, that there's different ways that different departments can engage in the topic of climate change. We've educated the leaders, we've engaged with the functions, and at some point when the leaders have hit certain amounts of criteria, we give them tools to go into their kids' schools to educate their children and their children's friends. And then the children come home and they say, "Mummy, Daddy, I don't want anything to happen to the turtles and the fish." And all of a sudden, that one decision that you're about to make about sponsoring a carbon capture kelp farm, that can affect tens of thousands of people. Now, if you're a climate change advocate like me and care passionately about the environment, that's a decision that you can make. You can become a Keystone employee. You can make a decision that affects tens of thousands of people pretty much within 6-12 months. So that's one of the reasons why we do our sponsorship. Sorry, that felt like that was a pretty good monologue. Anyway, going back to Dina's question about co-ownership in a second, we will be talking about the co-ownership model as well. I'm trying to find out if there are any other questions that have come up on our socials. So before I go into another section, I'm just going to quickly nip around the socials. Hang on. Cool. So that's good. Okay, I am good for our socials. Okay, so let's have a little chat. Going back to Dina's question, so how does our co-ownership model work? Okay, so essentially, when we apply for licenses as a business, what we do is we apply for licenses and we get our farms. Okay, those farms go into the water, and for the lifetime of the farm, you get a return on investment appropriate to your farm. We won't be doing any mixed farms. So if someone wants to do a 50%er, which is where they basically help out in a co-ownership manage, they'll help us provide with labor. They're probably going to have to be in a close geography to be able to support that. So at the moment, we've got licenses happening in Southwest Wales, and failing to get those licenses, our fallback is to have licenses in Guernsey, where one of our service providers is applying for multiple licenses. So we know that we've got those locations. The chances of you being geographically based there and on there is quite low, but if we can get a population of people that want to do a co-ownership, and what we'll be looking for in that is around about the 100K mark, then that will be one of those sites. It's not meant to be anything more than a way to help people engage in the topic, and for the next 8 years, they will get a 50% profit share of the business. If you want to, if the farm happens to lose its rigidity through storms, etc., we'll do our best to maintain them, but if that happens before that 8-year life cycle, that's outside of our control. We are going to make sure, though, that as many of our farms are managed for as long as possible, because that feels like the right thing to do from a sustainability perspective. We're going to keep our farms in the water for as long as possible for their life cycle, use as many products that are essentially not damaging our oceans any further, and make sure that lives around there for as long as possible. The 25%er is pretty much the same. If you wish to co-own in the farms, we will take a 25%, we'll give you a 25% of ongoing profits for the life cycle of that farm. You don't have to do any work. We have a team, or we will have teams that will be able to manage those farms. But and each farm in both of those examples represents a 1 hectare site. It's not an acre, a hectare. That's how we've done all of our calculations in our profit and loss, and that's how we make it work. So that essentially is how the co-ownership model of the farm works. Okay. Chris has asked, sorry, I'm just double checking all my questions. Why is this a thing that you are doing? Okay, why are we doing this? Great question. Again, going back to my conversation a little bit earlier, we want to help people engage in the topic of climate change. When we originally sold out our ocean carer bonds, this was something that happened, that we got feedback on, that people were asking us very clearly, how can we be involved? How can we participate in the area of climate change? And what ended up happening was that we wanted to, we realized that actually if we created opportunities, it created the opportunity for lots of people to engage. Because at the moment, the opportunities to engage are really limited. There are different ways that we can talk about it, but really the idea of seaweed farming is really powerful. I'm going to share with you a graphic that we have in our pitch deck, which is available today for people who are looking to invest with our organization. But let me just share this with you because I think this is really powerful. So I hope you can see my screen now. I'm doing my best. Right. This is a circled out pie chart of the planet, right? And as you can see, 30% and just 30% of our planet is land. On that land, there's 8 billion people, 8 billion cattle, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of cities and towns, and millions of miles of infrastructure of roads. And our tree-based solutions, natural organic solutions, which are the only ones that are available, have to fit in around that. So we've taken some insight from organizations that have done way more research than we have, and we've been able to. We don't have the manpower to do that. But let me talk to you about this really clearly. If we were able to plant mature trees, not saplings, mature trees, in the United States, in every available space in the United States, backyards as well, you know, every available space, not just like on the roads, on the side of the roads, every available space in the United States, we would be able to plant around about 1.7 trillion trees. That would be able to remove just 10% of the CO2 that we produce this year. So you can clearly understand that that is not sustainable. We can't carry on planting trees in all the landmass because we won't clear any backlog. Sustainability is about maintaining the status quo. And as one of my recent colleagues, Bernard, who's actually helping me or helping us with the assessment of the graduates shortly, mentioned, it's not about 100%. We've got to give 120%. And what does 120% look like? Well, I'm not entirely sure, but I can tell you this stat that came from National Geographic. If we were able to take a landmass the size of Australia, so that's smaller than America. That's 1.5% of the landmass of the world. And put that in the ocean, we would be able to remove the CO2 pollution from the 20th century. Let us sink that in. Landmass for America, 10% this year. Australia, smaller, 20th century. So that's what the reason why we're doing this carbon capture initiative, this process. But what we try to understand is that as a species, we're not particularly great at change. We require lots of push to be able to trigger it. So if we could engage with businesses, if we can engage within the education system, if we can engage in the public, in the retail space, what we create very quickly is social proof that you're not going first. Clearly, someone has to, and we're going to try and do that. We're going to give everything that we've got, but this is the reason why we're creating our different models to help the public engage in as many different ways as possible. And we're creating lower cost entry ways of doing that as well. Hopefully later on, you will see some amazing presentations from some students that will help either validate our ideas or give us some new insight and perspective. Either way, this has got to be a great thing in getting the message out. I'm just going to quickly go around the socials again and just double check and see if there's any more questions on the boards. Okay, so have we got any? I'm really rubbish at this. Sorry, guys. I hope that's it. More comments? No more comments. Okay, so that's cool. I've got one last question from Alan Hubbard, who asks, what happens if what happens from us as far as the business is concerned about our money? What's the guarantees of our money? So the way that we work it is this. In effect, we are running a crowdfunder without the crowdfunding platform. There are two reasons why we've done this. One, we can't afford to pay the commission at the moment. The Carbon Capture is as a startup. We're funded by myself and my business partner Dave. So essentially, we need to keep as much of the money when we get it in as possible. But the commitment from us is this: we're not going to spend any of your money until we've got licenses for our farm and we've got enough money built up as a runway to be able to do our activities. So really what we're looking for, which isn't a tremendous amount of money, we're looking to gather together around between £600,000 to start us up right now. But what we need to be able to get to is for 2 million to cover us for the next 2 years. So this is the purpose of our activity. We want to be able to do that. And what we'll do is we'll give you a contract from our legal partners, Tiger Law, and they have done an incredible job. And what that says very broadly is this: we will commit to giving you the things that we do in the sponsorship, which is the regenerative leadership, the carbon credits, the way that we link on social media, the way that we connect. We'll get all the branding, copy ready comms, but you don't have to pay any of this to us. You just sign it and say to us, and we say to you, until we've got all of that money and the licenses, you don't have to give it to us. But what it does, it gives us something that's stronger to go to further investors and say, hey, we've got commitments from these great companies that are willing to support us in these things. So this is a great support for our business. And the same thing happens with our co-ownership model. We take that information and it gives us social proof to get more income and more funding and more support from a wider audience. We've got some brilliant ideas and we've got some brilliant people that are coming that have been supporting us. I just want to say that if you come on board with us right now, we're going to do all that we can to make sure that we remove as much carbon dioxide from our oceans as we can. We have plans to scale way outside of the UK. We're working with international territories currently on ideas and ways to help them remove both invasive species of seaweed and to geoengineer our waters, to give our planet a chance to breathe, a chance to recover. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but as a species, we've been on the go for 120 years, and we've increased the pressure on and on and on. We need to give our planet the chance to heal. It's been doing perfectly well up until 70,000 years ago when man started to come onto the picture. And it's really only the last 120 years since we're in this particular section of our evolution that we have changed the temperature of our planet, the makeup of our planet. We've extracted everything, and we've got to be able to give the Mother Nature a chance to heal. So this is our way. We think it works. We believe that we can increase the amount of marine life in our oceans. We believe we can help reduce some of the ocean acidification. We believe that seaweed can help stop coastal erosion, start to slow down the oceans heating up. But we need your help, and we need your help right now. So I think that's the three questions that I had from previous stuff. You guys can email me right now for the next session if you want to ask questions in the next session. So we'll be doing another one of these Q&As a bit later on today. I believe it's around about, I think it's 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. We'll be doing one of these sessions a bit later on. And I think I'll come back to, I'll just double check on the timing on that. I hope you've enjoyed the Carbon Capture Hackathon so far. We'll be taking a quick commercial break, and then we'll be coming back to the presentations. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. And we'll take a quick commercial break now.
We need to do something different to solve the climate crisis. Why? Well, we've been talking about the climate crisis for over 40 years. What's changed?
The natural world is fading. The evidence is all around. It's happened in my lifetime. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Carbon Capture do things differently. We find smart and practical ways to solve man-made carbon pollution. And we do it by growing seaweed and kelp at a really big scale. Because seaweed removes CO2 from our oceans and atmosphere really fast. Oh, and the waste products of this removal process is a versatile, nutrient-rich biomass that is super useful in so many things. Our 5-year plan is to work with governments, businesses and people like you to reduce greenhouse gases in global food supplies and create carbon negative products and services that people love. We know we can achieve this because we've already begun to develop new products and services to help people reduce their carbon impact, both today and tomorrow. We want to get our own farms in the water in October, and we're really excited to make it happen. Every pound you put towards this campaign will make a difference. Your money will allow us to start to reverse man-made carbon pollution. You can make a difference. This is something you can get involved in. You can do it right now. We're the team that's going to make this happen. We're going to give it everything that we've got. Click the button. Make this happen. Show you care too.
We all know that we're fighting against harmful levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, but did you know that oceans absorb harmful CO2 like a sponge? Carbon capture aims to utilise the magnificent power of kelp to decrease the levels of CO2 and keep our oceans healthy. Kelp, like trees, uses CO2 and expels oxygen, but this isn't the only benefit of large-scale kelp farms. The kelp harvested from our farms will be used to produce carbon-negative products such as animal feed, compost and fertilisers. On top of this, our farms have the potential to reduce acidification in the oceans, increase biodiversity and even reduce coastal erosion. We have already identified areas in the United Kingdom for our kelp farms, including South Wales and the North East. We aim to someday have kelp farms around Europe and even all over the world. Everything is set up, ready and waiting. All we need now is the help of investors like you. We all know. Within the next 5 years here at Carbon Kapture, we aim to form excellent relationships with seaweed farmers across the globe who share our goal of helping marine life to thrive. Build our test farms across the UK, including locations in South Wales and the northeast of England. Begin to expand across the world with a focus on helping those right on the edge of the climate crisis. Develop our range of carbon-negative products, including fertilisers and cattle feeds. Create new revenue streams, including distributing our products within the farming market, and in turn, helping to reduce greenhouse gases in global food production.
We need to do something different to solve the climate crisis. Why? Well, we've been talking about the climate crisis for over 40 years. What's changed?
The natural world is fading. The evidence is all around. It's happened in my lifetime. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Carbon Kapture do things differently. We find smart and practical ways to solve man-made carbon pollution. And we do it by growing seaweed and kelp on a really big scale. Because seaweed removes CO2 from our oceans and atmosphere really fast. Oh, and the waste products of this removal process is a versatile, nutrient-rich biomass that is super useful in so many things. Our 5-year plan is to work with governments, businesses and people like you to reduce greenhouse gases in global food supplies and create carbon negative products and services that people love. We know we can achieve this because we've already begun to develop new products and services to help people reduce their carbon impact, both today and tomorrow. We want to get our own farms in the water in October, and we're really excited to make it happen. Every pound you put towards this campaign will make a difference. Your money will allow us to start to reverse man-made carbon pollution. You can make a difference. This is something you can get involved in. And you can do it right now. We're the team that's going to make this happen. We're going to give it everything that we've got. Click the button. Make this happen. Show you care too.
We all know that we're fighting against harmful levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, but did you know that oceans absorb harmful CO2 like a sponge? Carbon Kapture aims to utilise the magnificent power of kelp to decrease the levels of CO2 and keep our oceans healthy. Kelp, like trees, uses CO2 and expels oxygen, but this isn't the only benefit of large-scale kelp farms. The kelp harvested from our farms will be used to produce carbon-negative products such as animal feed, compost and fertilisers. On top of this, our farms have the potential to reduce acidification in the oceans, increase biodiversity and even reduce coastal erosion. We have already identified areas in the United Kingdom for our kelp farms, including South Wales and the North East. We aim to someday have kelp farms around Europe and even all over the world. Everything is set up, ready and waiting. All we need now is the help of investors like you. We all know that we're fighting against harmful levels of CO2 in the atmosphere.
And we're presenting our solution. So basically the topics that we focused on were section A, which was drying and processing. We didn't focus on harvesting as much because we felt like most of the technological advancements were in the second two. Then we looked at section C, which was the location and structures related to where we could put the seaweed and what kind of structures would be suitable for them. And then section D was looking at how to get fundraising and more ownership. So the first section, harvesting, drying, and processing.
I'll start off. So the first process we had to look at was the drying process. And obviously in terms of processes, it can be one of the most energy intensive and cost intensive processes because you use a lot of fuel and a lot of energy to dry out seaweed. So we were looking at making more sustainable solutions that would also minimize cost. And with all of these things, nature. So the solution that we on was looking at using sun drying, but not just out in the open, looking at combining this with greenhouses and natural ventilation techniques. So natural ventilation is becoming increasingly mainstream, also in terms of understanding the risks of COVID, all of these types of things. It's a very effective way of getting good airflow through a building, which is really important for drying. And if you can combine that with some type of greenhouse method, then you'll be able to effectively dry out seaweed without this high energy cost associated with it. There are a few advantages also of this, like studies have shown how drying at higher temperatures can actually have quite negative benefits on the seaweed, sorry, negative impacts on the seaweed. It reduces nutrient concentration and a lot of the good properties that we retain. We thought by combining these more eco-friendly approaches of using just sun drying techniques, modern technology, on natural ventilation through enclosed spaces, such as greenhouses, we could come up with a very cheap alternative drying technique for the seaweed before then moving on to the processing, which Shane's going to talk about.
Yeah, and so for the processing, we mainly focused on biochar, and we found that temperature is one of the main characteristics that actually affect, is one of the main things that affect the characteristics of biochar. There are about like 10 different types of processes that could be used, but the ones that we thought were probably the most feasible were slow pyrolysis, hydrothermal carbonization, and torrefaction. And basically explaining each of those. Generally for pyrolysis, you have temperatures ranging between 250 degrees Celsius to 900. So that's not very economically feasible. But there is a method which uses slow pyrolysis, and you basically have a heating rate of 57 degrees Celsius per minute. And what this means is rather than having a very short and fast pyrolysis at really high temperatures, you have it for a longer duration, but at a much lower temperature. And so you get a lot of a higher yield for the char in comparison to other kind of techniques. And then for hydrothermal carbonization, it's considered widely cost-effective method. And it's generally performed at lower temperatures between 180 to 250 degrees Celsius. And basically it differs in that biomass is blended using water and is placed in a closed reactor. And then finally torrefaction, which is a newly emerging technique for producing biochar. It's basically like a low heating rate that is kind of, it's very similar to mild pyrolysis. And out of these ones, we decided to go with hydrothermal carbonization due to its cost effectiveness and low temperatures that are required. And then there are other things that could be done prior to this processing, such as a pre-treatment. You reduce the particle size and you can immerse the seaweed in a solution. What kind of solution you immerse it in depends on the type of seaweed that you use, but generally using an acid or alkali gives you better physiochemical properties of the biochar. And And when looking at the assessment, the feasibility was probably a medium, and this is because obviously in order to process, you need a processing plant. And this would require a decent amount of time to construct. The technology is available. It was torrefaction that was still an emerging technology, but the hydrothermal carbonization is present, and you'd need a fair amount of the budget. So for section C.
Okay, so for section C, I'm going to talk about location. And with location, I think my immediate thought was, how can we find a location where you can combine the multiple uses of kelp farms and locate them in a place where they can do more than one thing other than just absorbing carbon. So the first thing really is that kelp absorbs nitrogen as well as carbon. So my immediate thought was, well, kelp can be used in bioremediation strategies. So what I mean by that is that there's a lot of areas in the ocean that suffer from high nitrogen concentrations. So that might be from estuaries where there's a lot of runoff from fertilizers or wastewater treatment plants. And what this does, this obviously eutrophication, and it can result in the formation of harmful algal blooms which result in hypoxic conditions. So what I was thinking with the location of kelp farms is that these can be located in these sort of areas that suffer from these high concentrations of nitrogen. So not only are they absorbing carbon and obviously doing that sort of thing, but also they can absorb nitrogen, which has multiple benefits for the sea life in the area. The other thing I was talking about with location is reducing seafloor shading. So seafloor shading is a bit of a thing that needs to be avoided because it's been associated with decreased heterogeneity in subtidal communities in estuaries and the nearshore environment, which is where a lot of kelp farms are based. So there's several ways in which you can avoid this sort of thing. And one of them is simply just locating kelp farms above sand or mud substrate. So in these sorts of locations, there tends to be less marine life anyway, abundant underneath, less abundant and diverse marine life in these sort of areas. And the other way of doing it is, as you can see in the diagram on the top right corner, there's several layers, and the top layer where the kelp grows is the euphotic zone, and this is the layer where light penetrates. So if you locate kelp farms in locations that are deeper than the euphotic zone, then there's going to be less of an impact on the sea life or the plants that grow on the bottom that rely on the sunlight to penetrate through, because you can get kelp farms, if they're only on the top layer, will block out that sunlight, meaning that the sea life on the bottom doesn't get any of that sunlight. But when you get to the deeper waters, where there's less light below the euphotic zone, there's going to be less of an impact because that doesn't need that sunlight anyway penetrating for that photosynthesis. The next point was we were talking about how sea currents and stormy conditions might affect the kelp farms. But really, it's quite difficult in this that you have to strike a balance between getting a location where it's capable of sea currents bringing in them nutrients that the kelp really needs to grow and thrive, but also locating in a place where the stormy conditions aren't going to damage the crop and reduce the yield when it comes to harvesting. The other point we were considering then is the temperature. So obviously, when somebody brought this up, I was like, temperature is not so much of an issue in the UK. I can tell from personal experiences that a lot of the kelp is based in Scotland, and up there the water is freezing, as probably most people would already know. So this is less of an issue in the UK, but as it comes to expanding to other countries where water may become warming, this is damaging for the crops and for the kelp crops, and can reduce yield quite significantly. But also another thing to consider is that as sea water temperatures are increasing, you need to be aware of that in the future and locate kelp where not only is it going to be okay now, but okay in the future as sea temperatures continue to rise? Then the final point is just avoiding shipping routes for obvious reasons, really. You don't want to have kelp farms in busy shipping locations where the infrastructure that the kelp is suspended from is going to interrupt these key shipping routes. So I think Catherine will probably expand on this a little bit when she talks about her floating structures.
Yeah, so we spoke also briefly about what form of structure we want for these kelp farms. And going off what Charlie was saying, if we're locating these farms further out to sea, you have to be aware that if you're putting a lot of structure into the seabed, that's got a significant carbon cost associated with it. So we were looking more at some type of floating structure. Advantages of this is going to reduce the visual impairment of the seaweed farm. Often people don't want to have these on your doorstep. They can be quite visually intrusive. And also it will reduce the amount of actual structure you need to create in terms of concrete input into the seabed. One idea that we were looking into was, how do you construct your rope? And obviously now this is a very sustainable company. We're looking at solutions that are cradle to cradle as opposed to cradle to grave, and understanding what materials that we can use from other industries. So we looked into the idea of using oil palm fiber to create rope. So oil palm fiber has very similar properties to the skin of a coconut, essentially, and it's a waste byproduct of the palm oil industry. And while it's a very, it's an industry people have strong opinions about, we can't avoid the fact that it's there and this waste material exists. So we're thinking it could be something that'd be worth looking into, if you can construct some type of biodegradable rope out of the byproduct of the palm oil industry. So using these organic compostable materials to create a rope structure. There's already a lot of research looking into using these fibers for furniture design, for soil control, cement additives. So I think there could be a potential here with using that as well for the rope structure in which you're putting into the sea. And then I think the last point we looked at was D, which was moving on to funding and ownership. I think Nina wants to talk about this one.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And for section D, we are focusing on fundraising and ownership, because we know that our business have to be developed very sustainably, and also we need support from public, support from other companies to make sure that our business can go very well and very smoothly. So that's why we have to focusing on fundraising and also ownership, and to focusing on those two problems, we have some solutions and have some plans to develop that. First of all would be certification. We have to provide with companies and also individuals with our own certification of how they create and how they support our business, so we can make them very formal certification about their support for carbon dioxide decrease, and that would be a very good strategy of support, of showing them the business, the importance of those business. And another point is for the public, for the individuals, we have to let them know what we are doing and what we are trying to achieve. So maybe we can use one of our buildings or create another buildings for visitors. That's what we call the visitor building. So in that building, we can show all the visitors how we harvest those kelps, how we plant them, and what we do for decrease GHG emissions. So because it is a little bit difficult for showing them in the real field of our farming land, so it would be great to show them in our visitor buildings with higher technologies such as cameras or videos. And also we have to organize several volunteers to show them, or maybe members in our company to show them how we achieve all these moves. And another one would be stakeholder engagement. We have to let our stakeholders be engaged to our activity. So like one concept is about underwater cameras. We can use those underwater cameras to show what is happening when we are farming, and what is those seaweeds are growing and what they behave, to allow people to engage in this growing and to participate in all this process. And also we have to find our target industries, because only just certification and publication, it is not enough for large companies and other industries, because they want more. So we have to find several target industries and to tell them how why our business is very important, is significant. And also we have products like biochar, like liquid fertilizers. I think it can be treated to if they investigate us, so we can provide them with like biocars, like more business plans for them. So we have to find targeting industries to show that what we are doing, and that is very significant. Also, we may have a comparison for water quality improvement. What we can show publics what we have done, and before what we have done, what the water quality was, and then after we grow all this seaweeds, what the water quality would be improved. And we can make sure that this comparison have maybe a report or pictures about the water quality, and that would be a very good way to publicate all the works that we have done. And yeah, that's for the section D. And the whole section, the feasibility would be medium. It is not hard for technology issues. It's only hard for organization and also how to do that, how to achieve that. So maybe the feasibility would be medium, and the time to implement would be more than 12 months, would be like as long as you can, because we have to keep this moving, but the implement won't be too high. This is very low, and it is technology available because it's not very difficult for technology. It's already can be achieved, and the investment budget is only fair, right?
I just realized, are we sharing our presentation?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, it's all good. We've got it. No, start again. No, it's all good.
Yeah, so finally, in summary and conclusion, from the first section, obviously we're going to be drying in a more natural method to prevent a lot of use of energy. And then hydrothermal carbonization is also one of the ways that we prefer to process. And it's just because of it being the most cost effective. And then for the second section, the main takeaway is that you can have different smaller seaweed farms that have different targets to achieve. So those that are near fish farms or that are near more like areas where there's a lot of surface runoff, then you target improving the water quality. And then those that are a bit more offshore, you target the carbon capture. And then finally, for the last section, we have to guilt people into joining, make companies aware of, them being able to be carbon neutral by basically buying the seaweed that has captured the carbon, and get people involved in the process. The more people that are aware of what's happening, then obviously the more people will care about what you're doing. And yeah, thank you for listening to our presentation.
I'll just like to start off by saying thank you very much for all of that. That was a really really fascinating presentation. The first one, you set the standard really high. Some of that stuff has been we've kicked around, some of it haven't. I've got some questions. I'm sure Bernard and Elena, have you got any questions as well, or shall I kick off with questions?
You can just have one request, not a question, then I'll have a question. Could you go through slide 7 just again? I want to make sure I've captured the self-assessment correctly.
Oh, okay.
I said I skipped over the self-assessment.
Catherine.
I'm so sorry.
She's a doctor and she slips over the slides. Oh my God. Right. Okay. So for section A, you came up with the idea of hydrothermal carbonization. So that's amazing. I wanted to understand your choice of that over slow pyrolysis. And I wanted to understand your view on the long-term carbon storing through hydrocarbon thermalization. My question here is, how long do you expect the hydrothermal carbonization to last when you sequester where would you be sequestering it? Is this a land or a sea-based solution? And do you, I guess it's a leading question, did you consider the fact that actually it's going to degrade and then all of a sudden it's not sequestered?
Yeah, so the process is, I'll show you in the next slide, actually. Yeah. So I forgot to click next. I skipped over this diagram too.
You see, important questions.
So basically you get your biomass and you have to go through the drying phase. And obviously there will be some biodegradation, but generally when you heat something up, then you tend to limit it. And then this was mainly for torrefaction, but I think for hydrothermal carbonization, it actually gives you the best amount of carbon capture and gives you the best quality of your biochar. So it's, for someone who's purchasing the biochar, it's obviously more optimal to have higher quality of it as well. And for someone who cares about how much carbon it's being captured, then obviously it would be important for them to ensure that the maximum amount of carbon has been captured rather than just at the early stage where you have a lot of carbon captured, then it just like decreases.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Bernard, Lena, do you have any questions regarding section A?
Yeah, section A was my question, but I think you covered it a bit. It was, where is it located, this processing? Is it on site, on a boat, or is it on land? And therefore, how do you transport?
It would require infrastructure in order for this to occur.
Okay, so we have to ship over to transport the kelp to the land operating, which means that you have, if I'm going to section 2, which multiple location, then it all depends on how far away are they together, so that you have a combined optimal production and the minimal transport to take it to your main production site.
So here's one of the things with that. When you are near a coastal area and you've got less currents going through, and you're also have a lot of like nitrogen, for example, or even like heavy metals, then the thing that your seaweed is capturing is actually the nitrogen. And so in order for you to have higher amounts of carbon that's being captured, then you need it to be more in a kind of stormy area, or where the currents are a lot stronger in comparison. And so like you're always going to have that distance. The thing is, with having it on the coastal region, you're targeting something else, and you're targeting improving the quality of water.
Also, to add to Lynn's answer here, I think the drying process reduces the mass of the kelp by between 80 to 90%. There's a huge amount of water that's lost in the drying process. There's also the option of, with having different locations for seaweed farms, some more in fishery areas or some coastal regions, you could then have very low cost implementation of drying on land in the of the farms, or on the coastal location of the farm, and then take the dried product to the processing unit that could be more central. And in doing the drying in a separate location, you've reduced 80% of your transport weight, because you're removing the water from the product.
Good argument. Nice. Elena, do you have any questions? You're on mute. Elena, if you've got a question, you're on mute. No? You good? Thumbs up? Okay, I think Elena's good. Great. Okay, so question C. No, section C, not question C, section C. That makes sense. Great. Loved the idea of palm oil fiber as a way to reuse the waste product. Hugely brilliant thinking, and great lateral thinking on making sure you're using stuff in a circular way. My question for you that came out of that was, how long do you expect those ropes to last in comparison to other ropes, standard ropes? The reason for it is we have an estimate of between 4 to 8 years that our farms will last in the water. I'm unclear, because I know nothing about palm oil fiber, and I would love to be educated by you guys about how long you think that will last.
I think that's a very good question, because it's also something we discussed. If you could also incorporate the added benefit of, obviously, water nets and ropes are already a huge waste and something you don't want to be leaving in the water. And if there is some way of incorporating the breakdown time of these fibers with the life cycle of the kelp farm. And so rather than having to actively remove this rope from the water, you could let it biodegrade. As to your question of how long this takes, I would have to do more research. I think you're talking a very harsh environment. You're talking marine coastal environment where it'll be heavily exposed. So you then might have to look at the incorporation of other fibers. But I know historically the Navy used to use hemp for their ropes. This is not a new idea of using natural material to create rope. And I'm sure in the Navy they needed.
I thought you were going to, I thought you flippantly were going to say, how long's a piece of string? It would have been hilarious. Brilliant piece there. But yeah, no, I thank you very much for that. It's a really good answer. It's a good answer that requires further research. Yeah, that was cool. Elena, Bernard, do you have any questions?
I do just want, I love the notion of floating structures with less visual impairment, because it is something that's currently is making a lot of buzz with all the offshore windmills, and that is creating tension and friction. So having light floating structure that do not obscure the way is going to be easier. One caveat of that is obviously you need to be seen by any ships. Avoiding shipping routes is fantastic. Yes, it's the right idea. However, you may have people that just crossing the ocean for the fun of it, and they don't want to be in a shipping traffic lane. So they're going to be good. We need to find a way to make sure that the presence of the farm floating structures are actually known, because otherwise there's no way it's going to show up either on radar or on its if you're on a VG roll on the top of the mast looking at the sea. Then the question would be still about transport. If we have multiple locations, how do we take the material which is still not dry and therefore is still bulky with all the water it contains back to the processing units? Which is why I was wondering if you guys and girls have considered using some kind of on-site processing vessel that we have in the oil industry. Well, you have actually tankers that load up crude oil when they leave the oil field and land in, I don't know, name it, Amsterdam or Schiphol with the refined process. So whether we could repurpose an existing vessel to do all the drying as it kind of do its tour of the different facilities, and therefore you're reducing it. You're not taking anything. That was the type of my question was really about how can we optimize the transport so that we don't lose in CO2 emission what we're trying to capture.
Good question.
Along those lines, we did also talk about some of these locations. You could utilize existing structures, offshore structures such as wind farms. I know Howard and I spoke about this earlier. And then you could capitalize on the fact that you're already going to have people going out to those areas. You're going to have a lot of transport to and from. So you could capitalize on those already used locations and structures in terms of reducing the transport cost involved in the transport of the kelp. But yeah, we mainly focused on the drying process being based on land, but I think it's a great idea to also look at.
What if, because due to the oil industry, my father was in the oil industry, so I spent 18 years outside of my own country. I know for a fact in the northern sea between Stavanger and so Norway and Scotland, there's a tremendous amount of existing, how do you call them, Howard? There's at sea oil drilling stations.
Oil platform, oil rig.
Yeah, oil rigs. Thanks, Lena. So I was wondering if there's a way to rebuy an oil rig that is on an empty oil field and making your own processing unit there.
And we've actually got a little tiny bit of a time issue. We've gone through for 40 minutes, but that would be really a really good question to follow up on as well at a later stage. My suggestion, my request now is, whoever's presenting this, could you please send this back to us so we can then email it? And you could just email to hello@carbonkapture.org. That's amazing. Thank you very much for your time, guys and girls. That's a pretty high standard. That's a pretty high standard. Yeah, good job. Cool. I look forward to being able to chew the fat with Bernard and Elena a bit later on it. But for now, we are going to leave the room. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
We need to do something different to solve the climate crisis. Why? Well, we've been talking about the climate crisis for over 40 years. What's changed?
The natural world is fading. The evidence is all around. It's happened in my lifetime. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Carbon Kapture do things differently. We find smart and practical ways to solve man-made carbon pollution. And we do it by growing seaweed and kelp on a really big scale. Because seaweed removes CO2 from our oceans and atmosphere really fast. Oh, and the waste products of this removal process is a versatile, nutrient-rich biomass that is super useful in so many things. Our 5-year plan is to work with governments, businesses, and people like you to reduce greenhouse gases in global food supplies and create carbon negative products and services that people love. We know we can achieve this because we've already begun to develop new products and services to help people reduce their carbon impact, both today and tomorrow. We want to get our own farms in the water in October, and we're really excited to make it happen. Every pound you put towards this campaign will make a difference. Your money will allow us to start to reverse man-made carbon pollution. You can make a difference. This is something you can get involved in. You can do it right now. We're the team that's going to make this happen. We're going to give it everything that we've got. Click the button. Make this happen. Show you care too.
We all know that we're fighting against harmful levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, but did you know that oceans absorb harmful CO2 like a sponge? Carbon capture aims to utilise the magnificent power of kelp to decrease the levels of CO2 and keep our oceans healthy. Kelp, like trees, uses CO2 and expels oxygen, but this isn't the only benefit of large-scale kelp farms. The kelp harvested from our farms will be used to produce carbon-negative products such as animal feed, compost and fertilisers. On top of this, our farms have the potential to reduce acidification in the oceans, increase biodiversity and even reduce coastal erosion. We have already identified areas in the United Kingdom for our kelp farms, including South Wales and the North East. We aim to someday have kelp farms around Europe and even all over the world. Everything is set up, ready and waiting. All we need now is the help of investors like you.
So we are at Team Otter's presentation. Firstly, thank you very much for a really enjoyable hackathon. The stuff that we've seen from you guys and your group was brilliant. I hope you enjoyed the conversation as much as we enjoyed viewing it. We are really looking forward to seeing you present. And so, guys, the show is yours.
All right. Hello, everyone. So we are Team Otter. Just kick off with a few little introductions. So hello, my name's Sam. I am a recent graduate from the London School of Economics. I've got an MSc in Environment and Development with a minor in Environmental Policy and Regulation. And I'm currently working for the organization, the Climate Foundation.
Hi,
Esme?
I don't think we're hearing you, Esme.
Yeah.
You're quite faint.
Is that better?
Much better. Over to you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Esme. I'm currently an MSc student at Oxford Brookes. I'm studying environmental impact assessment and management, and I'm doing my dissertation regarding green infrastructure.
Hi, I'm Emily. I've just graduated from the University of Edinburgh with an integrated master's in physics.
Hello, my name is Radka, and I'm currently studying civil engineering with geotechnical at the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow.
All right, so just to kick off, one kind of point that we noticed when we were given this task was that the target markets seem to be relatively low value. So this is not something we're going to talk about in any great detail in our presentation, but just something to flag. We think it might be worth considering other target markets with higher value products for seaweeds. So things like cosmetics, nutraceuticals, pharmaceuticals, potentially livestock feed as well, just so that it can really enhance the techno-economics of launching a seaweed farm in the UK. During our presentation, we're going to consider really quite a range of ideas that will encompass both the short-term and longer-term kind of more visionary ideas of scaling up seaweed production. One thing that's really worth emphasizing is that we're thinking big. We're thinking about how we can really scale up production and really hit those economies of scale for the markets that we're looking at. So we will be discussing harvesting, drying and processing, location and structure, and fundraising and ownership. So, Radka, over to you.
Sorry. Yeah. So as Sam mentioned, first section we were discussing is harvesting, drying and processing. Our suggestions for harvesting include high automation of the production process, considering the high labor costs here in the UK compared to the areas of East Asia where seaweed is currently grown. We are also suggesting only a partial harvest of the crop, for example, the top 1 meter, and once in 3 to 4 harvests, complete harvest would be great to change the plants and see the new ones. And why this partial harvest? Because we believe if we keep the disruptions to the ecosystem minimal and also disruptions to the infrastructure where the seaweed is grown, it could be really beneficial for the whole project. Considering the drying, we think the collocation with energy plants to take the advantage of the waste heat for the drying could be really beneficial, and utilizing the existing infrastructure that is currently in place and building a drying facility right next to it could be potentially useful, considering also the permits and the space available. Although it is a high capital at first, in the long term, we think it might be very, very good. Another possibility is to locate overseas in long-term scope for easier drying. Then we could dry the seaweed in open space. For example, how kelp blue are placed in Namibia. For the processing, we think that using the waste products as much as possible could be, very beneficial. For example, we could take the more valuable parts of the seaweed and use it for more of the high-end products, and the rest of the plant could be used for the biochar or the compost. Also, during the drying, since we are suggesting to be drying it in closed space near the power plants, the condensated water could be then further used on irrigation in farming or reused in processing. But of course, that's on case-by-case basis and really depends on the location. And in order to minimize transportation cost, it would be beneficial to keep it all at the coast of the ocean, or considering the long term and the possibility to building the farm at old oil rig, the facilities could be built on the oil rig because there is quite enough space for it. The feasibility of the suggested things is medium, considering technology is available, but it needs to be transferred and modified to use in connection with seaweed. Also, the time to implement it will be definitely more than 12 months, first because of the technology, and secondly to building the facilities. For example, the drying facilities near the power plant, which will take some time. The investment, as I mentioned previously, the technology is available, but needs to be modified. The investment budget will be significant, but we think that's with every starting business and scaling up, the capex is high. The next section of location and structure, we divided the section into 2 parts, short-term and long-term. For the short-term areas, we think that trial runs in the base of Scotland could be really beneficial, considering there's a high number of bays which could be used because the farm would be really protected from nature and any kind of storms. And also there's a lot of islands in between we could place the farm in.
Yeah, another interesting idea that might be worth exploring is seeing if we can plug in the seaweed farms into the electricity generation infrastructure in the UK. So if you can show the next slide, Radka, this kind of indicates what I'm thinking of. So what you could have is sort of an end-of-pipe solution where you're capturing the emissions coming from an energy power plant, which is then piped in and then released into the water, as you can see in the small pipe in the bottom right. And then you can use that carbon-enriched water to grow the seaweed biomass, which can then sequester carbon and then be harvested for a whole range of uses. So in that sense, it's a different approach, maybe perhaps to growing it offshore, but it could be a way of really helping the UK reach net zero emissions. So it could be something worth exploring.
Sam, sorry, can you just You did said it really quickly, and I was writing something else down. Can you just repeat that?
Yeah, of course. The whole thing.
Just about this. Yeah, please.
Okay, so if you imagine that you've got an electricity power plant that's generating carbon-intensive emissions, you can then capture those emissions at the source, and then you can then pipe them along.
Are you talking about capturing using carbon capture storage techniques, or
exactly,
just
yeah.
Okay, fine. That's the bit I missed out on. Thanks.
Okay, yeah. Then you release them into the water, and then that creates carbon-enriched water, which you can then use to grow seaweed. That's already been piloted in Australia. So I've pulled these 2 images from the YouTube link below there, so it might be worth exploring.
So also thinking more long term, we've considered using old oil rigs. So instead of them being taken back to shore, and which disrupts the whole kind of ecosystem and biodiversity, which has grown nicely around that during its time in operation. If you here's an example. So if you take away that cost, and instead you could use these existing structures to cultivate seaweed around, so that they offer a protective habitat for small fish and for coral, which feeds off of the seaweed. So it seems like a natural place where the seaweed would grow. So also with the existing rigs, you have the platform along the top. And so you could already have part of the processing happen on site at the site of the oil rig, instead of taking everything onshore to do so. So that does have its issues, though. So it could, pull up questions of ownership and different kind of legislature, and of course again that is long term and could have quite significant costs. So if we go back to that same slide, Radka. Yeah. So again, with the offshore wind farms, it's a similar sort of thing. I think they've been doing it in different parts of Europe and in Norway, where they've had kind of buoyancy aids work within these wind farms. And of course that stops kind of these deep sea trawlers from getting anywhere near them. So it protects the biodiversity which is surrounding the seaweed. I don't know if Emily, you want to explain that some more?
Yeah, it also just means that because it is around the wind farm, it means that they can maintain the wind turbines at the same time as they go out and check upon the seaweed, which reduces costs overall. And it also means that there's we're already using this area of the ocean, and it can be used for even more benefits, not just the wind farms. It also means we can use it for the seaweed farms as well. And it seems as though the trials that are happening in Belgium and the Netherlands seem to be going pretty well from what I've seen, and it seems like a really good biodiverse area for it to occur in. Another idea that we had was using an array of wave energy converters, which also, because they a lot of them can just look like sort of buoys that won't obstruct the scenery or getting in the way, and it means that they can calm the water. So if there's a lot of issues with tides or high waves, there are technologies in place so that they can we can model these parameters and adjust it so that we can optimize the amount of energy harvested from these waves, and it also breaks these waves to protect the seaweed and other structures that we might want to use around there as well. And it means that we could collaborate with other, with universities that are studying it. I know that Manchester University is studying it, and there's several other private companies looking into this. It is a lot newer than wind farms, but it does seem to be a really good opportunity.
Okay, cool. We've got a few minutes left. So what's your last point? And we've got and probably have a couple of questions for you. I want to be able to go through, make sure all of that. Thank you very much for covering that. That's the cost there. And what's your last one? Crowd funding and ownership. Great.
Sure. So the last section is on fundraising and ownership. One idea that we thought would be interesting that might be worth exploring is equity-based crowdfunding. Mm-hmm. So for those who aren't familiar, it's a similar model to crowdfunding, except that in return, investors get a small amount of equity in a company. It's already quite established. It's been used to fund quite a few eco-conscious companies, most notably a Brewdog, the brewery, who have used it to raise really quite significant amounts of capital. So in 8 raises, they've raised many millions. In the latest raise, they've raised £33 million, I believe. And the 2 key advantages that come with this. The first is that ownership is secured. So you can set the amount of shares that you're giving away, and you can ensure that you maintain full control of the company and the full control of the vision. And that contrasts from, say, venture capital, where you could lose control of the company in 2 raises. And that means that maybe some of the more eco-conscious missions of the companies could be compromised. Another advantage is that it creates loyalty and brand ambassadors. So, for instance, Brewdog give away rewards for folks who buy shares and invest into them. So they can be discounts at their breweries or just beer that's delivered to them. And that can help create people that will go out and really support the company. And that could be done by carbon capture, by giving away carbon offsets or any of the products that you're making as you scale. And then crucial to this is really to ensure that you master public relations and the media. And so pulling off stunts that get people really excited about the company could be key. So say committing to making a city carbon negative, and then also really cultivating a personality or an identity around the company in a way that's similar to what a character like Dale Vince of Ecotricity has done. So he's really effective at kind of marshalling British nationalism, but a positive idea of British nationalism that's very inclusive and that really stresses that builds pride in the sense that the UK could be a leader in terms of being the first carbon negative country or whatever. So that's one particular idea.
Great. We have got, to be able to go through this, we've got 10 minutes left. So let's just, we want to make sure we've got some questions for you as well. I think we've got a couple.
Should I continue, or did you want to go into the questions?
No, if you can continue, that'd be great.
Okay, fab. So we were looking at ideas surrounding natural capital as well. So kind of the idea of putting a value on nature or a monetary value for every asset within nature. And it's really trying to get that kind of concept across to people, as well as having the correct level of participation and stakeholder engagement for the project itself. So we've got a couple of frameworks to show you. They're just on the next slide. So this framework kind of shows how to engage in a very continuous manner. So you first identify them, you can the different stakeholders, you can then kind of categorize them and prioritize who you want to be speaking to, for what reason, what you want to gain from it, what the stakeholder is going to gain from it, and you really start making that relationship with them. So this kind of goes hand in hand with the kind of social media. It is very broadcast in that way. Again, with the public participation, you really want to have the public on board, and instead of just informing them, you want to really empower them so that their involvement, they can see it, it's very tangible, and also you've gone back in a continuous way where you have kind of, as a company, recognised what the public's opinions are and kind of addressed them, acted on them, and then gone back to check that they're okay. So this is very much to do with kind of environmental impact assessment. So the actual kind of legal side behind stuff and the assessment protocol. So combining this together, you've got the power interest matrix. So you can see who the key players are and how interested they are and what influence or power they might have. Yes, so on to the next slide. So again, feasibility, we put high, and then time to implement 3 months or less, because these are kind of just ideas, they're very conceptual. So actually it's just as quick as you can think is the time to implement them. So we were thinking 3 months or less, but more to do with what Sam was saying with the Brewdog model, that might take between 3 months and 12 months to really get going and start seeing that effect. And then the technology is available. It's not really anything new that we've kind of discussed. It's all ideas which we're trying to transfer from different industries or different sectors into this. And then the investment budget is fair. Like it wouldn't cost too much to get all this up and running.
Yeah,
so
just to
summarize. Sorry, go ahead, Emily.
No, I was going to say, just to quickly summarize, this is more of a long-term vision. We have short-scale ideas, but we want to think big and think more towards really making good use of the renewable energies, making good use of fundraising ideas. And I think it's all about like adapting to the current situation or our location, and really engaging with the community. So making people get on board with kelp and really like the idea of it, even if that's like in a more artsy way, like doing having like local photographers get involved, things like that. And we're wanting to upcycle and utilize existing technology, and share different resources that we have with others and collaborate.
Okay, cool. Guys, some really great questions that have coming out of here, and really some really great ideas. Going back to our idea on your points about the higher value information at the beginning. Really interesting ideas. Would love to discuss some of this with you as a side issue. I wanted to ask with section A, I wanted to understand what you would talk when you a little bit more about the degradation of ropes, because you were talking about the drying, we were talking about the harvesting and the drying process, and only snipping off 1 meter. So when we're looking at some of the information, some of the insights that we've seen, when you keep the ropes in the water, they tend to build up a mucus of sorts, I guess, consistently. And if we're constantly cutting off that 1 meter, one of the things we were worried about is how long the farms would be able to stay in the water. By taking the ropes out of the water during non-harvest period of times, then you tend to not have to worry about that. So I wonder if you thought about doing that. We have got, sorry, also just to go to that before we have to switch rooms, sadly, we've got 6 minutes. So I just want to have a little chat with a couple of questions in between.
Okay, well, that's a good question. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure about the ropes to ensure that they don't get fouled at all. All I know is that ocean rainforests have pioneered this idea of just cutting off the top 1 meter, and they say it works for about 3 to 4 harvests. But I'm not sure about ensuring that the structural integrity of the ropes stay in place. I don't know if anyone else has got anything they want to add with regards to that.
We were kind of discussing having like a winch system, a pulley system, where the rope can move in the water, and the line has the seaweed on, and so it's not always in the water. We don't know the exact ins and outs of that. It was more just kind of a broad idea, but thought that would be quite a good way to integrate existing kind of engineering into the harvesting.
I think it could depends a lot on the line of the material of the line, or how is it actually built. Mm-hmm. We could think of something very durable that would be able to go through those 3 to 4 harvests, and then take it on, not maybe between the harvest, like as a harvest, take it all out, take it out of the lines, clean the lines, maybe replace some parts, and then putting it back into the water with the new crop.
It's an interesting quandary. I don't expect you guys to have all the answers to it. I just wanted to understand if you thought about it. Elena, do you have any questions at all?
I do have one. So I really like the idea of reusing, like disused oil rigs. But have you thought about how many of these might be available?
So it varies. I think currently there's around the UK is actually a surprising amount of these oil rigs. So it's definitely not, there's not loads of them. But I think per year, can't remember the exact figure, but I think it was a few. It was probably 2 to 3. But of course, as we go towards 2030, 2050, we are, looking to abolish all of these and have far more wind, which is why we linked that to kind of the wind farms as well. So as time progresses, which again is why it's a long-term kind of solution, it needs that they'll be increasing and they'll be more available to use.
Okay, and then building on that question, so did you identify a site that was able for around the UK that was able to reuse oil rigs and also use the carbon capture storage?
So oil rigs themselves, I'm not sure which one is kind of the next to kind of go out of operation. I know that we were speaking about kind of as a specific site, more to have them around, for instance, Hinkley Point and different areas which are close to like nuclear sites, the different power plants, because of course they're close to cold water for their cooling systems. So we're thinking, again, that links with Sam's idea of the tank that goes next to them. It's kind of all on site. And it's far easier to get permission for something to happen in a location which is already less valuable to the kind of public in terms of getting permission for it to go ahead. It's already brownfield. It's already, a risk area.
Yeah, maybe just a quick point. Hinkley Point would probably apply more to the cogeneration, so using the waste energy to dry, rather than CCS. A site that could be of interest would be maybe the Drax power station in Yorkshire. So that's one of the UK's biggest power stations, and they're really, really interested in CCS technology. They've already got a plan to put some of the carbon underneath the North Sea, so perhaps they would be interested in the seaweed approach.
Okay, that's a really good insight as well. My thing about Hinkley Point would be I'd question the water temperatures around there would be significantly higher as we get closer to the central of the UK.
Yeah, of course, just as an example.
Yeah, no, that's great. Can I just ask you quickly, whoever's got the slides, can you please email those slides to hello@carbonkapture.org so I can share them around the assessment team in a bit. And we are going to have to switch rooms. So I'd like to say thank you very much, everyone, for all of your brilliant work. It's been a really interesting presentation. I hope you've enjoyed your carbon capture experience, and we'll look forward to seeing you a bit later on when we announce the winners. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Within the next 5 years here at Carbon Capture, we aim to form excellent relationships with seaweed farmers across the globe who share our goal of helping marine life to thrive. Build our test farms across the UK, including locations in South Wales and the northeast of England. Begin to expand across the world with a focus on helping those right on the edge of the climate crisis. Develop our range of carbon negative products, including fertilisers and cattle feeds. Create new revenue streams, including distributing our products within the farming market, and in turn, helping to reduce greenhouse gases in global food production. Within the next 5 years,
we need to do something different to solve the climate crisis. Why? Well, we've been talking about the climate crisis for over 40 years. What's changed?
The natural world is fading. The evidence is all around. It's happened in my lifetime. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Carbon capture do things differently. We find smart and practical ways to solve man-made carbon pollution. And we do it by growing seaweed and kelp on a really big scale. Because seaweed removes CO2 from our oceans and atmosphere really fast. Oh, and the waste products of this removal process is a versatile, nutrient-rich biomass that is super useful in so many things. Our 5-year plan is to work with governments, businesses, and people like you to reduce greenhouse gases in global food supplies and create carbon negative products and services that people love. We know we can achieve this because we've already begun to develop new products and services to help people reduce their carbon impact, both today and tomorrow. We want to get our own farms in the water in October, and we're really excited to make it happen. Every pound you put towards this campaign will make a difference. Your money will allow us to start to reverse man-made carbon pollution. You can make a difference. This is something you can get involved in. You can do it right now. We're the team that's going to make this happen. We're going to give it everything that we've got. Click the button. Make this happen. Show you care too.
We all know that we're fighting against harmful levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, but did you know that oceans absorb harmful CO2 like a sponge? Carbon capture aims to utilise the magnificent power of kelp to decrease the levels of CO2 and keep our oceans healthy. Kelp, like trees, uses CO2 and expels oxygen, but this isn't the only benefit of large-scale kelp farms. The kelp harvested from our farms will be used to produce carbon-negative products such as animal feed, compost and fertilisers. On top of this, our farms have the potential to reduce acidification in the oceans, increase biodiversity and even reduce coastal erosion. We have already identified areas in the United Kingdom for our kelp farms, including South Wales and the North East. We aim to someday have kelp farms around Europe and even all over the world. Everything is set up, ready and waiting. All we need now is the help of investors like you. Within the next 5 years here at Carbon Capture, we aim to form excellent relationships with seaweed farmers across the globe who share our goal of helping marine life to thrive. Build our test farms across the UK, including locations in South Wales and the northeast of England. Begin to expand across the world with a focus on helping those right on the edge of the climate crisis. Develop our range of carbon-negative products, including fertilisers and cattle feeds. Create new revenue streams, including distributing our products within the farming market, and in turn, helping to reduce greenhouse gases in global food production.
Turtle. We have seen some brilliant presentations from the Otter team and the Octopus team. This little bit of monologue is going to take a little bit longer as we go through it. We have got until 10 to the hour to make sure that we cover the other teams. So please make sure you apportion some time for Q&A as well. Over to you guys, please.
Perfect. Okay. Welcome, you guys. Welcome to our little presentation here. We have Team Turtle, and we're going to introduce to you our business model today about creating carbon-negative products. We approach this in a dual business model way. Our main focus is going to be to grow kelp and seaweed nearshore areas to create hydrochar products. I believe one other group also mentioned hydrochar. Our secondary focus is going to be on like a hybrid, like a testing ground, but as well a ground for removing pollutant rivers and areas of coastlines, and internalizing carbon credits that are going to be created from growing kelp. And longer term, we're aiming at cooperating with offshore wind farms to create some of these nice synergies for cost savings, and also to scale up the production long term and not having to deal with difficulties of finding space near the coast, because those are obviously restricted.
Well, hi everyone. When growing our seaweed, we're going to use the hatchery method, which involves taking a broodstock from a wild source, so that we steer clear of introducing any invasive species into whatever region we're using. We then seed that broodstock onto twine, which is pictured below, and then that twine is then wrapped around our long lines, which then goes out and becomes our production stock that we can then harvest at the end of production cycles. We also will be using a raft style, and Felix is going to talk a bit more about that and the technology applied to it.
So what we envision for after having the initial step done of proving that this can work, we're going to be working on automating the process of harvesting and seeding, using this is one prototype that we found to be working quite nicely. Floating devices that can be deployed offshore as well as onshore. We will be testing those onshore or near shore before going offshore, obviously. Additional tools that we will be using to monitor our conditions and the growth of our forests are going to be drones and satellite imagery to make sure that our forests are growing nicely, and also that we are accumulating quite a lot of biomass for downstream production. Yeah, so after we grow the kelp and we harvest it, we will be processing it using hydrothermal carbonization, and which the product thereof will be hydrochar. We stumbled upon hydrochar because it's way nicer in a couple of ways than biochar. It's a novel technique that has not been around forever, but has been demonstrated to work in significantly sized plants. There's a couple of benefits to using hydrochar instead of biochar. Namely, it's less energy intensive because you don't need to heat up your organic matter to 600 to 800 degrees, but merely to 200 degrees. And also the process can handle products that are more moisture intensive. So like kelp is up until 90% of moisture can be contained in the products that are going to be used to produce hydrochar. Additionally, processing water of the production itself can be used as fertilizer, which is one of the downstream products that Carbon Kapture aims to create anyways. And there is a plethora of great environmental energy applications, soil amendments, water retentions, e-fuel production, livestock feeds, and also downstream chemical products that can be based upon hydrochar, which is why we chose this process as our main product to sell. Okay, for the assessment of the first section, the feasibility we consider to be medium. Time to implement 3 to 12 months, depending really on the people that we can get on board. Obviously, the hydrochar processing plant is going to be taking quite some time there. Technological robustness. We cannot say that there's one simple way of acquiring such a processing plant, which is why we said it's on prototype level, and the investment budget obviously is significant because of the hydrochar production facility, which is expensive to run and to build.
For the location of our farms, we are looking into nitrate vulnerable zones in the UK, which lots of them are linked to agricultural surface runoff. So your nitrate fertilizers entering the river systems and then subsequently your oceans. So we are looking at monitoring those nitrogen vulnerable zones and then setting up our locations based off where these nitrogen vulnerable zones are to sort of try and offset the inputs from agriculture, and then use that in our hydrochar to then present the hydrochar back to the agricultural industry to try and offset their use of nitrate fertilizers at the same time. We are also, as our testing sort of phase in nearshore, we are looking at using MPAs like for instance Lion Bay, and we are looking at using the pebble method by seeding our hatcheries with pebbles and then dispersing them over MPA to help create a habitat for
what's an MPA?
Species. Oh, sorry, marine protected area. Sorry about that. Yeah, marine protected area is where it's designated to protect certain species. For instance, Lion Bays is to do with scallop harvesting, and the trawlers used for harvesting scallops damaging the seafloor and surrounding environments. So we're looking at recovering those with the pebble method, as I said before, to try and seed the habitat to bring those populations back up. And once that's our main sort of model, and our long-term offshore model involves looking at MPAs like the trawl exclusion zone off the Sussex coast, paired with the wind farm off that coast, to produce our more technical offshore raft techniques to produce increasing quantities of biochar for a wider demand, as long as we get our turnover to be correct. For this section. The feasibility is a medium because it's, again, a long-term plan. The first half is about 3 to 12 months to get a hatchery up and running, to find our nitrogen vulnerable zones and get farming. The technology to do this is already available, but the investment budget is fair because of the technology we're implementing into the wind farms.
Right, so onto the section about fundraising and public engagement, I'll talk about our idea for an integrative website, which includes a particular gamified component that allows various stakeholders to be directly engaged and monitoring the farms themselves as they are out in the open ocean and very far away from like the cities where like everyone's going to be. So the game is called Ocean Kelper. And so we kind of have two targeted demographics. The first one is going to be students, school children, and it's more from an educational perspective about why seaweed is important for climate change. And the second one is going to be key investors or sponsors or people who just want to donate, which would be the fundraising mechanism. And so the funding method would be that essentially people would pay to actually kind of take care of like a virtual seaweed in a way, and you kind of be allocated your own little plot. And then through, for example, we can maybe put on like GoPro cameras onto like the actual farms, and like people can get real-time live stream, see what the seaweed is like and how it's growing. But we also have the virtual element of it, which is, for example, this would be a mock-up of what it looked like for the educational side for young students. Like they can look at the different components involved in growing seaweed, and it's more of an educational way to learn more about the conditions needed for seaweed growth. And so, for example, you could illustrate the threats facing the ocean, like pollution, runoff and stuff. And so they can also be introduced to the whole model of carbon capture and like the way in which the role of seaweed in doing all these beneficial things for the ocean. But at the same time, for, let's say if you're trying to, if you want to donate and you want to kind of monitor the progress, by the way, these are ideas where you can maybe like alter the conditions so you can learn more about how it affects seaweed growth. So there'd be a tie-in with like research. And then, for example, if you want to donate, you can kind of see like with a little icon, like to keep donating towards your seaweed and looking at how it grows. And you can kind of look at your own impact. So for example, in this slide here, you can kind of look at, oh, how much have you offset in a way if you donate towards, this venture in a way. So that's one idea. And then the second idea I'll pass to Felix to talk about with more based on carbon credits.
Yeah, so our second idea about fundraising and also raising public awareness is based on a model that is being used right now for afforestation. Also in the UK, for example, Tree Card is a credit card that's been launched recently, which involves Ecosia, which is this online search engine that plants trees, and the bank. I'm not sure which UK-based bank it is, but they partnered up and they have issued a credit card. And we're imagining the same thing to be happening to us, to carbon capture. You could issue a credit card based off of kelp-based plastics, because that is a thing, and a fraction of the transaction fees that are usually going to the credit card companies or to the banks are going to be donated to growing kelp forests, which is something that will support the public image of the bank, as well as be used for marketing purposes. Another venue obviously would be to issue carbon credits, just like in a general way. It's a very hot topic right now. There's loads of huge companies buying up all kinds of crazy ideas about carbon credits. We're imagining the same thing to be happening to carbon capture. So issuing carbon credits on marketplaces such as TerraPest, for example, which do not need extensive documentation like the gold standard, for example. And we would be able to set a set price for a ton of carbon captured, and then have a different income stream altogether.
Yeah, and finally, we also considered other options, which may be maybe potentially less of a priority for us right now in terms of, we already introduced our two key ideas, but there are various funds available to apply for fundraising, and online crowdfunding could be another option. With ecotourism, this could be maybe further down the line. For example, if we have offshore farms or like more large scale established ones, it would be maybe a chance to maybe link to the educational component of it by bringing like school children along, for example, to witness how seaweed's harvested. But yeah, overall for this section, in terms of, for example, with the technology available for like setting up carbon credits, like that's already up and running. In terms of the actual costs for like, you know, setting up and like writing the UI UX design for like the website and the interactive nature and update of it, obviously that would be like that would be like an ongoing thing. But we think that, yeah, it would be quite a feasible thing to just easily mock up, do some prototypes on. So yeah, we also say the investment budget would be fair.
Okay, so to wrap it all up, what our idea is about, well, what we aim to do is we aim to have a large-scale hydrotribe production based on kelp production to sell fertilizer, stock feed, soil amendment, and also carbon credits. We chose to opt for hydrochar instead of biochar because it's less energy intensive, and also it requires less drying of kelp, which is a huge problem because it dries so well. Kelp is so moist, pretty much. Future plans consist of expanding to offshore establishments, cooperating with wind farms to create synergies with regards to cost saving, regulatory affairs, because you can have mixed usage areas that are also beneficial for farms. And also shared infrastructure, because wind farms do nowadays apparently have Wi-Fi connection, which is great for monitoring our farms as well. And yeah, funding, which is the last part, is about well, the credit card corporation that we mentioned earlier, issuing a credit card that sends proceedings of and fractions of transactions to us, the sale of carbon credits, public and private sector funds, and also this very cute web app and game that we use not only to raise funds, but also to raise awareness. Thanks for you guys' attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, yeah, great presentation. Wow, that was a really good presentation. Thank you very much. Sorry, I was just taking it all in there. Right, so going back, I've got a question regarding the section A. I'd just like to expand on. Can we just go back to section A, please? Yeah, so Brandon, you were talking about Lime Bay as an MPA. I learned a new acronym today. That was really cool. I was questioning how we would, or your views and thoughts on one of the issues regarding licensing is to do with concerns for damage for local ecosystems. You mentioned that there are already ecosystems in there, and how we would negotiate, how we put across the concern about marine mammal entanglement, the idea of how we would be able to talk about sort of making sure that we weren't damaging local ecosystems that were already just starting to recover.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. The reason for Lime Bay's degradation was due to excessive scallop farming. And scallop farming, how they do scallop farming is they have a beam, a lot like bottom, like seabed trawling. Mm-hmm. This is a beam with chains that follow, and that brings the scallops out of their little crevices that they sit in. And so that scars the bottom of the seabed, but it also pulls out any kelp that was there, any reef systems that were there, anything that could have caused structure for habitats to form were then flattened by the scallop harvesting. And the reason we'd be introducing kelp, like a kelp system into that, is to recreate that nursery and try and bolster the ability for this location to reproduce efficiently, so they wouldn't be in this open space exposed to predators, inclement weather, just environmental conditions that wouldn't favor their growth. We want to try and keep a nursery space available to them so that they can develop, flourish in that zone. And then the overspill from an MPA to the fishermen then becomes that much better.
Okay. And the other question I had was to do with water temperature. Mm-hmm. So seaweed and kelp has an ideal water temperature. The question I had was relating to, as this was a very southern-based location, how we would sort of deal with the slightly higher temperature and the nutrient issue that was in that might be removed from that area.
Where we're located in the south coast, the geology is it's got a lot of granite outcrops,
Mhm.
which then on this sort of like southern tip of the UK, these granite outcrops create very deep water in not like the first sort of 4 feet of the coast is like almost like a platform, and then you've got a sharp drop off to almost like 40 meters. So the temperature should be maintained at that depth so that you get enough light coming to the kelp and enough protection from the heat and environmental factors.
That was my next question, to do with the light. Wow. How did you think about the heights that the farm needed to be able to do that if you've got a 40-meter drop?
The species we'll be using, sugar kelp, is grown readily at 50 meters.
Okay. Good answer. We got Elena and we got Bernard on the call. Have either of you two got any questions regarding the presentation?
I do have one, and that will be more for section D, the fundraising.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering what would be your primary market, customer market segment for the credit card?
So I also assuming that well, the general target market is similar to what other sustainability-minded people well, gather around. So we would be looking at similar target markets to the card that I mentioned earlier, to Tree Card, which is focused on rather young people that are concerned with sustainability issues, that also do not value traditional banking institutions as much as maybe other generations have, and that are willing to pretty much not only vote, but vote with their wallets, if that's an expression in English as well. Yeah, so we're pretty much counting on these types of people to take up this offer and not only speak and talk, but also do stuff with their financial abilities to help the environment.
Okay. Have you considered or discussed about the opportunity to have a specific credit card targeted for any employees, I would say, expenses, like a corporate card? Because that's where you got a massive amount of people that have no other choices but to adopt that card. And therefore, the amount of energy you're spending trying to convince people to use the card is maybe different. So it's another segment, another customer market. And obviously, you could have different type of interaction with those corporate that choose to adopt that kelp card. Something to consider.
That's a great idea. I mean, maybe that's a great idea, is considering that there's many companies also by the coast that might be more interested in supporting coastal areas than as opposed to like forests. But that's a great idea.
Cool. Elena, do you have any questions at all?
No, I think it's all been covered.
Okay. Whilst we've got some time whilst we've got a little bit of time for this, just wanted to ask about how you would consider removing the barriers to entry being the cost. What did you think? Because this is further queries, right? How would you? So there was a couple of your ideas that were sort of medium costs, etc. Did you get a chance to think about the different ways that you could lower the cost to entry for these activities? So if it's fair, if you can get it to low, if it's significant, you get it to fair.
So the general approach that we've taken is generally to say that we rely on established technologies first, so that we don't incur in any risk regarding technologies and methods, right? And also that we use non-high-tech approaches to, for example, for hatcheries, for seedlings, and for harvesting. Brandon, I believe you briefly mentioned something about this, right?
The hatchery creating you create an artificial, almost like an artificial aquaria to raise your younglings, and that then becomes your broodstock for your production cycle. So instead of having to go out, keep collecting, keep hiring charter boats to get out there to get wild stock, you take wild stock with you, create a system on land that you can then keep indefinitely as your broodstock, if that's what you were getting at.
Yeah, and also the fact that this does not have to be on the biggest possible scale right from the beginning. So I guess what I was getting at is that we can scale these kinds of these approaches, especially in the beginning, as you were saying, Howard. It's kind of difficult to get financing for these things right from the get-go. So we were thinking about having like a gradual upscaling pretty much of these technologies, and not go all out spending everything that we have right from the beginning.
So out of all of these, because really good integrated thinking with some of this. Out of all of these, where would you start first?
Sorry, do you mean for like the production, like commercial production for hydropower?
Out of these three ideas, where's the area that you would go for first as a business thing to be able to monetize any of this?
Well, I guess the biggest point of expenditure that we would have would be the setup of the hydro char plant, and maybe this is something that we could postpone after like getting some cash flow going. So I guess the first thing would be to try out and to accurately measure how much carbon actually can get sequestrated by growing kelp, and then have maybe an easy avenue to have some initial cash flow using carbon credit marketplaces like TerraPass that I mentioned earlier. That could give us a nice leg up before delving into the more high cost technologies and approaches that we envision.
Yeah. I also wanted to point out that we with like initially sticking to nearshore as well, is to cut down on like transportation costs of having to keep going out there to like monitor things, and just keep things as close and as compact as possible.
It would be really interesting to find out where the closest hydrothermal carbonization location was to that location of Lyme Bay. Actually, I think that's probably something needs to go on my little to-do list. That's great. Just also got Bernard and Elena. Are there any other questions that you guys have at all?
Not on my end.
Not on my end either. And Elena's shaking her head. That's great. Whoever is in charge of presentation, which I believe is Belinda, would you be so kind as to email the presentation to hello@carbonkapture.org? That would be great. So I can share that with the team, and we can discuss that in our discussion-y thing. Good presentation, guys. Well done. We need to leave this room and go on to the next room. I think there's probably going to be a little bit of a commercial break. You managed your time really well as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We need to do something different to solve the climate crisis. Why? Well, we've been talking about the climate crisis for over 40 years. What's changed?
The natural world is fading. The evidence is all around. It's happened in my lifetime. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Carbon Kapture do things differently. We find smart and practical ways to solve man-made carbon pollution. And we do it by growing seaweed and kelp on a really big scale. Because seaweed removes CO2 from our oceans and atmosphere really fast. Oh, and the waste products of this removal process is a versatile, nutrient-rich biomass that is super useful in so many things. Our 5-year plan is to work with governments, businesses, and people like you to reduce greenhouse gases in global food supplies and create carbon negative products and services that people love. We know we can achieve this because we've already begun to develop new products and services to help people reduce their carbon impact, both today and tomorrow. We want to get our own farms in the water in October, and we're really excited to make it happen. Every pound you put towards this campaign will make a difference. Your money will allow us to start to reverse man-made carbon pollution. You can make a difference. This is something you can get involved in. You can do it right now. We're the team that's going to make this happen. We're going to give it everything that we've got. Click the button. Make this happen. Show you care too.
We all know that we're fighting against harmful levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, but did you know that oceans absorb harmful CO2 like a sponge? Carbon capture aims to utilise the magnificent power of kelp to decrease the levels of CO2 and keep our oceans healthy. Kelp, like trees, uses CO2 and expels oxygen, but this isn't the only benefit of large-scale kelp farms. The kelp harvested from our farms will be used to produce carbon-negative products such as animal feed, compost and fertilisers. On top of this, our farms have the potential to reduce acidification in the oceans, increase biodiversity and even reduce coastal erosion. We have already identified areas in the United Kingdom for our kelp farms, including South Wales and the North East. We aim to someday have kelp farms around Europe and even all over the world. Everything is set up, ready and waiting. All we need now is the help of investors like you. Within the next 5 years here at Carbon Capture, we aim to form excellent relationships with seaweed farmers across the globe who share our goal of helping marine life to thrive. Build our test farms across the UK, including locations in South Wales and the northeast of England. Begin to expand across the world with a focus on helping those right on the edge of the climate crisis. Develop our range of carbon-negative products, including fertilisers and cattle feeds. Create new revenue streams, including distributing our products within the farming market, and in turn, helping to reduce greenhouse gases in global food production.
Live with Team Whale. We are going to be going through, we've seen some really good presentations from turtles, otters and octopuses. We're looking forward to seeing what comes out of Team Whale. Yeah, I just want to say the conversations that you guys have been having have been fantastic. The feedback that we got on social media has been amazing. Thank you very, very much for your active participation. One thing I do want to say to you guys is to make sure you manage your presentation time. We've got around about 20 minutes for presentation and about 20 minutes for Q&A. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys have come up with. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed, and this is Team Whale. So, to give you some context, the climate crisis is real, and our current rate of carbon emissions are not sustainable. These emissions are set to rise by 1.5 gigatons. And if we are to limit global heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius and its detrimental effects on communities, biodiversities, and economies, emissions need to be cut by 45%. However, it is not all doom and gloom. So the UK Committee of Climate Change has set out a net zero pathway. So looking at this graph here, we are currently at 500 million emissions. And if you look across the graph towards 2050, where we're hoping to get to zero, net zero, the green section of the graph is the offsetting potential that we need to utilize, and kelp has been identified as the underutilized potential solution for this. However, it does not come without challenges. So we've outlined 4 challenges. Infrastructure is not currently optimally prepared for large-scale farming. There's marine space, there's a lot of competition for space, and there's a clear need to maximize sites for multiple purposes. Seasonal changes. So with the conditions of the seas around the UK and the seasonal change, it is important to consider how to mitigate these in order to maximize nutrient uptake for growth by considering how and where to grow kelp in a way that maximizes its benefits. So next, Chloe will tell you a little bit about the infrastructure and how we're looking to solve that.
Hi, I'm Chloe. So as Mo said, I'm going to talk about our infrastructure solution, which is somewhat multifaceted. So hard infrastructure or grey infrastructure is costly and damaging to the marine environment. So utilising what is already in situ, where there's already a hard substrate or surface, which is what we need, will save money and will have less of an impact on the environment. In a similar vein, there's already a lot of seagoing traffic in nearshore areas where seaweed grows, or seaweed grows well, which provides an opportunity to combine the activities that are taking place at sea in those areas. We are also aware that there's a reduction in trading mussels to the EU. So we think that there's also an opportunity to utilize mussel farming equipment where it overlaps with seaweed farming to incorporate some of that into the infrastructure needed for seaweed farms. So that's kind of the static infrastructure that we envision for this solution. But we also propose using an autonomous mechanism to station the farm in the right location. So this will allow for optimization of light levels and nutrients for different stages of growth, as well as different seasons. This will also allow us to lower the structure to make space for boat drafts or move the structure's location so that there's a lower risk of marine mammal entanglements. We'd also be able to lower the structure during storms to avoid the worst of the wave energy, which risks damaging the seaweed that's growing there. And this technology is actually being trialed currently in the US. So the mechanism would use solar-powered drone submarines with some anchoring on hard infrastructure to constrain it in a general area near harder substrates. And the autonomous vehicles would have growing lines between them. So our growing infrastructure would be hard substrates as well as kelp lines. And the artificial reef infrastructure that is created when you install hard infrastructure in the marine environment makes multi-species farming effective. So that's what we'd hope to do with our range of growing infrastructure. In terms of the, next slide, please. In terms of the criteria, so for the budget, we would foresee that the autonomous mechanisms would be on the costly side initially because they're kind of between the concept and prototype stage. So some research and development investment would need to take place there. However, the recycling of mussel growing equipment and using the existing hard substrates for some growing would reduce costs because that's kind of already in situ. And to anchor the autonomous mechanisms, that hard infrastructure already exists as well. In terms of feasibility, we anticipate it's about medium. Certainly half of what we envisage we know works. The autonomous mechanisms still need a bit of research to fine tune, to find out the perfect way of using them. Time to implement, especially with the autonomous mechanisms and that research and development, would probably be more than 12 months. And as I said, in terms of technological robustness, the autonomous aspects are kind of in the prototype stages, the concept or idea stage, whereas the existing infrastructure using those to anchor the mechanisms is a tested way of doing it already, so that technology exists. And I'm going to hand over to Emily to talk about where we see this taking place.
Thank you, Chloe. Hello, everyone. I'm Emily. And as Chloe mentioned, I'm going to talk about an idea we had for a potential location of our automated seaweed farming system. So sea space, especially near shore, is competitive. So why not use space that are already no-take zones for fishers and use sort of multi-use of marine space? So there's this massive potential in between offshore wind turbines. As you can see in the image here, the wind turbines are quite big and there's even more space in between them. Why not utilize that space for good and grow kelp or grow our seaweed there for sequestration? Benefits to this, well, there's already hard substrates. Can we utilize these to kind of grow the seaweed on or amongst and can provide shelter for the farms? Also vessel traffic, so vessels that are going out to work on the maintenance of the turbine could be used to harvest and maintain the seaweed farms as well. Another idea we had was that mussels and oysters, so bivalves, can grow on hard substrates, and the nutrients that they give off will help the seaweed to grow and vice versa. So we could pop that there. As well, you can get multi-trophic licensing. So licensing for the seaweed farm may be easier in a space that is already being used. And as well, some of the hard substrates from wind turbines can be artificial reefs. So it's been shown, there's evidence to show that fish like to stay around these structures because there's no fishes. By also adding seaweed to that, then they provide foraging opportunities, food and shelter for the fish that have a spillover effect for commercial fisheries, which is beneficial. And then I've included one example here as well, which is the London Array offshore wind farm, which is at the mouth of the River Thames. So if you were to grow kelp there, for example, then it's also at the mouth of a river providing extra nutrients. Next slide, please. Great, so feasibility, we've said sort of medium feasibility. There are early stage projects already going on for farming seaweed amongst wind turbines. We're in Wind are one company and North Sea Farmers are another. So some technology is already there, although there's more to come, hopefully. And then time to implement. Licensing can take a long time, but hopefully by putting the farms amongst turbines, it might speed up the process. And also time to find a partner. I assume we don't want to be going into offshore wind as well. So partnering up with an already established wind farm might take a little bit of time. It's working prototype on technology. Some technology, mostly weir and wind, some available. However, work still needs to be done on that. And then budget, hopefully minimal. Near shore wind farms mean that the vessels don't have to travel too far. And again, as I mentioned earlier, sharing of vessels could be saving in costs. Thank you. On to Avi.
Hi, I'm Abhijita, and I'm going to be talking about seaweed cultivation. And considering the UK, we can grow seaweed along the coastline, and there are different native species of seaweed like sea spaghetti, sugar kelp, dulse, and tangleweed. And for the sea spaghetti, can be used for eating and can be grown on bivalves. And for sugar kelp, it grows very quickly and it can be used as fertilizers and a variety of other products in high demand. And for dulse, it has a large market in food industry as well. And tangleweed, it lives for up to 18 years and it can be utilized as fertilizer also. So there used to be a kelp forest in West Sussex of 177 square kilometers, which went into decline because of poor water quality and overfishing. So it is really important to maintain a nutrient-rich environment by reducing water pollution. And we did delve into seaweed cultivation since it uses photosynthesis to absorb CO2. We could be using LED lights in seaweed cultivation since it's low cost and highly efficient. The technology has been researched and developed for years, so it definitely could solve the problem of increasing biomass at the same time while increasing carbon sequestration. And so the investment budget, especially regarding LED lighting technology underwater, it would be minimum compared to other lighting solutions, and technology is already available since, as I said, underwater lighting technology research has been done 6 years. And to grow seaweed would take about 3 to 12 months, and feasibility is high. So we could definitely do it in the UK and do it efficiently with cheaper technology. So I'll pass on to Mo.
So that brings us to our conclusion. So what is our proposal? Our proposal is to create an automated dynamic system to raise and lower seaweed that will utilize the infrastructure of wind farms, the symbiosis of seaweeds and other species, and to select appropriate species to minimize costs and maximize carbon sequestration and biomass production. Now, these solutions will also have wider societal benefits that will create opportunities for collaboration to further skills of our workforce by upskilling them in more sustainable techniques to do with kelp. So I'd like to leave you with this. All the answers are not available, but the line between steady order and the chaos of the unknown is the perfect recipe to nurture human innovation. Thank you so much for listening, and we are open for any questions.
Okay, a great presentation, guys. Thank you very much. I don't know whether my colleagues have got some questions to start with. I do have a couple of questions. I think I'll start off with the kelp forest in West Sussex, which is amazing because in a minute we're going to have Dr. Ian Hendry talking about some bits and pieces, and he is actually I think he's the Chief Scientific Officer for Help Our Kelp in West Sussex. But I wanted to understand your choice of location there. I was also interested in the idea of the LED technology. And what your thoughts were with and how it might harm marine life, because that actually was a bit of a flag. So quite a lot of marine life that sort of depth exists because it's darker. I was concerned or wondered if you'd considered what damage that might do by putting light into that location. So I'd like to start off with that, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so talking about West Sussex, so it is a native kelp forest, so we wouldn't be disturbing biodiversity, and since it was a native kelp forest, so the location was mentioned in that aspect that kelp forest was already there before, and it was native species in West Sussex. And talking about LED lighting solutions, we did research on how it could be cost effective, and the technology is definitely researched and developed, and there have been companies like Nemo's Garden who are doing underwater agriculture, so it can be made so that it can it doesn't disturb marine life. There is technology to sort that out. If actual farming has been done underwater with the help of LED, we can definitely grow seaweed. And
also, just on that with LED light, why LED light over natural light specifically?
So the thing was, we wanted high biomass. We wanted to sequester more carbon, and to have that rather than using genetic modification or other techniques which could be even more harmful to biodiversity and such. So we delved into lighting solutions instead, and LED was it was the least harmful also at the same time. It provided, and white light especially was found to provide high found to influence on growth of seaweed. Like there was high amounts of seaweed growth with white LED light, according to some research.
Cool. Thank you. That's my questions. Good answer.
Thank you.
Oh, well, you had the LED light and I had it as well. I just want to mention that for LED light, there are technologies around the world today to really fine-tune the wavelength of the LED light, so you might be awarded a way to just tune it to the right wavelength without damaging the rest. And if you think about not what was described on the screen as a top LED light, but more vertical with dangling lines of LEDs, then the entire kelp might benefit from that. But my question was really about, you mentioned some sort of artificial reef. I was wondering what type of material were you considering when you were talking about creating those artificial reef that would, to your point, help foster marine life as well as kelp.
Sorry, Chloe, you go.
I think we wouldn't create new artificial reef. We would use the artificial reefs that are created from the hard infrastructure already in place. So wind turbines are known to kind of create that artificial reef setup because of the organisms that colonize those spaces, and then the kind of biodiversity impacts that occur as I can't think of the word, side effects, benefits, other benefits. Anyways, so we would use the in situ hard infrastructure to create that. And I think we're hoping that potentially in the future, like that's a starting point, but in the future you could help organisms like oysters colonize those artificial reefs, and oysters have really good substrates to grow things like sea spaghetti on, so you can diversify the species that are growing in that area, and obviously that has knock-on effect impacts for biodiversity as well.
So if you're thinking about putting, because some of the options that you had was existing wind turbines, wind farms, sorry, existing infrastructure, and then there was other locations around the world. Well, for those other locations, Allseams, the cement manufacturer, has created a specific type of cement that goes underwater and that is helpful to revive the environment. So it's one thing that if you're looking at creating new infrastructure, like basically big anchors for whatever your kelp farm, then using that type of material will also be beneficial to create the artificial reef that you had in mind.
Yeah, I know E-Concrete is working in that space as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of companies working in that space, so that's really interesting as well. Cool. Thank you. Good answer. Elaine, are you with us?
Yes, I just like to go back to the LED for a second.
Yes.
Have you thought about the waste that could create? I mean, how long do this LED light needs to be changed, and then whether that might affect the green credential of the company?
About the waste aspect. Well, we did decide that we're going to be using recycled, following the circular economic principle in everything that should be done. So it would have to be, using waste as a resource, following that principle in all the activities we undertake, so that there wouldn't be a problem with that.
But the LED light, they would have to be changed after a while. So you would have to take them out and then chuck them away?
Not chuck them away, but we would be, since we decided that we'd be working on circular economic principles, so it has to go through a process like reusing in some way. We haven't really delved into how to reuse and how to recycle and that, but we did decide that we'd be working with within circular economic principles.
I think what we could kind of potentially try and do is kind of coincide it with site maintenance for either the wind farm or whether we're harvesting for the seaweed, to try and coincide with that, and then see whether we can make sure that around that same time we can then change the bulbs as well. So then as we're kind of going back, bring those back onshore and then worry about how to properly reuse and recycle them, because once you're onshore, then that won't be too much of a problem. And since you'll be going out to work on the wind farm and the seaweed farm, you'll have opportunities to be going back and forth where you can kind of reduce the need to just go out and just change the LED and then bring just that back.
It's quite controversial. It's a quite controversial idea. I mean, not a new idea. I mean, I was just about to ask you about where you get the electricity from to power the LED lights, and I remembered it's on the wind farm that you talked about. So that was kind of cool.
So I was just about to chime in as well and say that's a very good point, Elena, because it's not something we'd had actually thought about, but we did speak about having everything amongst the wind farm. Well, you wouldn't have to transport the electricity onshore to the grid if there was a way of using like one of the turbines or just some of the energy, because they produce so much energy, straight into these farms or straight to the LED lights. Then it could be a very efficient way and carbon negative way of kind of keeping the seaweed farms going.
There's also the question about how you, and I'm sure it's to do with the technology, but how you'd be consistent with the supply of electricity. For example, you know, if the turbines are going around really slowly, and then all of a sudden,
storage,
and then you blow up all the electricity, you blow up all the LEDs. But I think that's a minor in the conversation.
I think also LED consumes really less electricity, so that has
that too. And I think with the autonomous mechanisms to raise and lower the seaweed, you know, at certain times you can be using natural light. Nutrients tend to be deeper in the ocean, so the LEDs come in handy when you have less light but more nutrients. So I think there's a balance to be found there between the energy source, the energy use, and ultimately how well the seaweed is growing.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I'm not sure how we're doing pretty well with time actually. I think you've done excellent. Are there any other questions from my colleagues about this presentation?
No, for me.
So, Bernard?
All good.
All good. Okay, right. We are ahead of time, so I think what I'm going to have to do is we're going to have to switch for a commercial break for a bit. But yeah, that's. I just want to say thank you very much for a great, lovely presentation. Thank you, everyone, for a great presentation. I think it's been a fascinating little exercise that we've gone through. I do hope everyone has enjoyed their carbon capture experience. We've certainly enjoyed watching you ideate, discuss ideas, and present back to us. I think me and my team have got quite a bit of consideration to make as well. So we'll go for a short commercial break. I hope my broadcast team are on top of this. But just like to say thank you very much, and we'll duck out of this room. Thank you very much, guys.
Hello, my name is Catherine Byam, and I'm the founder and CEO of DeepL, Digitally Enabling People. We help business leaders deliver sustainable strategies for digital transformation. I'm building an ethical consultancy firm that delivers on triple bottom line growth for its clients. What does triple bottom line mean? We deliver on profit, social responsibility, and environmental sustainability. The fourth industrial revolution will completely transform the world we live in. Companies are racing to simplify their organizations and make their structures more suitable for the future. But they are facing serious challenges. People skill acquisition takes time, even generations. We support the mindset shift needed for employees with facilitation and coaching. We live in a world of time-poor executives doing work that they no longer believe in. But we can change all that. Digital solutions reduce the mundane and the repetitive. But creating an organization that gives people the time to do purposeful work, as well as the freedom to pursue their passions, is what everyone wants, and everyone wins. This is why we were formed. This is why DeepL came together. DeepL provides technology and solutions, as well as add that human dimension to sustain societies and to allow companies and businesses and employees and all our stakeholders to thrive. Contact us today. We look forward to hearing from you. You can find us at www.deepl.com. Hello, my name is Catherine Byam, and I'm the founder and CEO of DeepL, Digitally Enabling People. We help business leaders deliver sustainable strategies for digital transformation. I'm building an ethical consultancy firm that delivers on triple bottom line growth for its clients. What does triple bottom line mean? We deliver on profit, social responsibility, and environmental sustainability. The fourth industrial revolution will completely transform the world we live in. Companies are racing to simplify their organizations and make their structures more suitable for the future. But they are facing serious challenges. People skill acquisition takes time, even generations. We support the mindset shift needed for employees with facilitation and coaching. We live in a world of time-poor executives doing work that they no longer believe in, but we can change all that. Digital solutions reduce the mundane and the repetitive, but creating an organization that gives people the time to do purposeful work, as well as the freedom to pursue their passions, is what everyone wants, and everyone wins. This is why we were formed. This is why Depot came together. Depot provides technology and solutions, as well as add that human dimension to sustain societies and to allow companies and businesses and employees and all our stakeholders to thrive. Contact us today. We look forward to hearing from you. You can find us at www.depot.com.
Hi, we're the Applied Negative Emissions Centre.
The mission is to be a key piece in fighting against climate change and trying to solve this big crisis that is one of the biggest crises of humanity.
We specialize in helping different organizations with their net zero targets, and we connect them to carbon removal innovators in order to achieve those targets.
We offer like carbon capture gardens, and these are green spaces that you can utilize and implement multiple technologies within. So you can include things such as biochar or dolerite, just solutions like these. We also have these great carbon capture benches that are made of moss, and these are great for air pollution. So these can be put in throughout the city or within your campus, and they offer real-time information on their sequestering potential. So they're also great for education.
It's super important to kind of get started and get understanding your emissions and the kind of process of your decarbonisation right now. I think carbon removal is such an exciting thing to be in at the moment, and every day there seems to be a new target, a new publication that you can read.
We know that everyone needs to connect together, as it's like can't be individual. To bring awareness on a small scale is just as important as doing these big scale projects.
If you want to find out more or get in touch with us to talk about anything that you've heard today, please do check out our website for all our information. We're also on LinkedIn, Twitter and Instagram as well, or you're welcome to find any of the team on LinkedIn and just pop us a message about the bit you're interested in. Hi, we're the Applied Negative Emissions Centre.
The mission is to be a key piece in fighting against climate change and trying to solve this big crisis that is one of the biggest crises of humanity.
We specialize in helping different organizations with their net zero targets, and we connect them to carbon removal innovators in order to achieve those targets.
We offer like carbon capture gardens, and these are green spaces that you can utilize and implement multiple technologies within. So you can include things such as biochar or dolerite, just solutions like these. We also have these great carbon capture benches that are made of moss, and these are great for air pollution. So these can be put in throughout the city or within your campus, and they offer real-time information on their sequestering potential. So they're also great for education.
It's super important to kind of get started and get understanding your emissions and the kind of process of your decarbonisation right now. I think carbon removal is such an exciting thing to be in at the moment, and every day there seems to be a new target, a new publication that you can read.
We know that everyone needs to connect together, as it's like can't be individual. To bring awareness on a small scale is just as important as doing these big scale projects.
If you want to find out more or get in touch with us to talk about anything that you've heard today, please do check out our website for all our information. We're also on LinkedIn, Twitter and Instagram as well, or you're welcome to find any of the team on LinkedIn and just pop us a message about the bit you're interested in.
In Switzerland, the clocks go a little differently, they say. Maybe it's because we enjoy the time more. But we can't slow down or stop time. We want to get the most out of our time. We want to help people lead a better life. We want them to be successful. What's the secret of successful people?
We believe that knowledge is the foundation upon which we, our families, our businesses, and our planet can prosper.
We believe in progress through knowledge, and knowledge helps people make better decisions in their personal and professional life.
We are thrilled about this progress, and since 1999, we have made it our mission to find and summarize reliable and relevant knowledge.
We do this because we believe it's the right thing to do, to live our values as a company and to spread the knowledge that helps to make the world a better place. In Switzerland, the clocks go a little differently, they say. Maybe it's because we enjoy the time more. But we can't slow down or stop time. We want to get the most out of our time. We want to help people lead a better life. We want them to be successful. What's the secret of successful people?
We believe that knowledge is the foundation upon which we, our families, our businesses, and our planet can prosper.
We believe in progress through knowledge, and knowledge helps people make better decisions in their personal and professional life.
We are thrilled about this progress, and since 1999, we have made it our mission to find and summarize reliable and relevant knowledge.
We do this because we believe it's the right thing to do, to live our values as a company and to spread the knowledge that helps to make the world a better place.
Hello, my name is Catherine Byam, and I'm the founder and CEO of DeepL, digitally enabling people. We help business leaders deliver sustainable strategies for digital transformation. I'm building an ethical consultancy firm that delivers on triple bottom line growth for its clients. What does triple bottom line mean? We deliver on profit, social responsibility, and environmental sustainability. The fourth industrial revolution will completely transform the world we live in. Companies are racing to simplify their organizations and make their structures more suitable for the future. But they are facing serious challenges. People skill acquisition takes time, even generations. We support the mindset shift needed for employees with facilitation and coaching. We live in a world of time-poor executives doing work that they no longer believe in. But we can change all that. Digital solutions reduce the mundane and the repetitive. But creating an organization that gives people the time to do purposeful work, as well as the freedom to pursue their passions, is what everyone wants, and everyone wins. This is why we were formed. This is why DeepL came together. DeepL provides technology and solutions, as well as add that human dimension to sustain societies and to allow companies and businesses and employees and all our stakeholders to thrive. Contact us today. We look forward to hearing from you. You can find us at www.deepl.com. Hello.
Hi, we're the Applied Negative Emissions Centre.
The mission is to be a key piece in fighting against climate change and trying to solve these big crisis that is one of the biggest crises of humanity.
We specialize in helping different organizations with their net zero targets, and we connect them to carbon removal innovators in order to achieve those targets.
We offer like carbon capture gardens, and these are green spaces that you can utilise and implement multiple technologies within. So you can include things such as biochar or dolerite, just solutions like these. We also have these great carbon capture benches that are made of moss, and these are great for air pollution. So these can be put in throughout the city or within your campus, and they offer real-time information on their sequestering potential. So they're also great for education.
It's super important to kind of get started and get understanding your emissions and the kind of process of your decarbonisation right now. I think carbon removal is such an exciting thing to be in at the moment, and every day there seems to be a new target, a new publication that you can read.
We know that everyone needs to connect together, as it's like can't be individual. To bring awareness on a small scale is just as important as doing these big scale projects.
If you want to find out more or get in touch with us to talk about anything that you've heard today, please do check out our website for all our information. We're also on LinkedIn, Twitter and Instagram as well, or you're welcome to find any of the team on LinkedIn and just pop us a message about the bit you're interested in.
In Switzerland, the clocks go a little differently, they say. Maybe it's because we enjoy the time more. But we can't slow down or stop time. We want to get the most out of our time. We want to help people lead a better life. We want them to be successful. What's the secret of successful people?
We believe that knowledge is the foundation upon which we, our families, our businesses, and our planet can prosper.
We believe in progress through knowledge, and knowledge helps people make better decisions in their personal and professional life.
We are thrilled about this progress, and since 1999 we have made it our mission to find and summarize reliable and relevant knowledge.
We do this because we believe it's the right thing to do, to live our values as a company and to spread the knowledge that helps to make the world a better place.
Hello, my name is Catherine Byam, and I'm the founder and CEO of Deeple, digitally enabling people. We help business leaders deliver sustainable strategies for digital transformation. I'm building an ethical consultancy firm that delivers on triple bottom line growth for its clients. What does triple bottom line mean? We deliver on profit, social responsibility, and environmental sustainability. The fourth industrial revolution will completely transform the world we live in. Companies are racing to simplify their organizations and make their structures more suitable for the future. But they are facing serious challenges. People skill acquisition takes time, even generations. We support the mindset shift needed for employees with facilitation and coaching. We live in a world of time-poor executives doing work that they no longer believe in. But we can change all that. Digital solutions reduce the mundane and the repetitive. But creating an organization that gives people the time to do purposeful work, as well as the freedom to pursue their passions, is what everyone wants, and everyone wins. This is why we were formed. This is why Deeple came together. Deeple provides technology and solutions, as well as add that human dimension to sustain societies and to allow companies and businesses and employees and all our stakeholders to thrive. Contact us today. We look forward to hearing from you. You can find us at www.deeple.com.
Hi, we're the Applied Negative Emissions Centre.
The mission is to be a key piece in fighting against climate change and trying to solve these big crisis that is one of the biggest crises of humanity.
We specialize in helping different organizations with their net zero targets, and we connect them to carbon removal innovators in order to achieve those targets.
We offer like carbon capture gardens, and these are green spaces that you can utilise and implement multiple technologies within. So you can include things such as biochar or dolerite, just solutions like these. We also have these great carbon capture benches that are made of moss, and these are great for air pollution. So these can be put in throughout the city or within your campus, and they offer real-time information on their sequestering potential, so they're also great for education.
It's super important to kind of get started and get understanding your emissions and the kind of process of your decarbonisation right now. I think carbon removal is such an exciting thing to be in at the moment, and every day there seems to be a new target, a new publication that you can read.
We know that everyone needs to connect together, as it's like can't be individual. To bring awareness on a small scale is just as important as doing these big scale projects.
If you want to find out more or get in touch with us to talk about anything that you've heard today, please do check out our website for all our information. We're also on LinkedIn, Twitter and Instagram as well, or you're welcome to find any of the team on LinkedIn and just pop us a message about the bit you're interested in.
In Switzerland, the clocks go a little differently, they say. Maybe it's because we enjoy the time more. But we can't slow down or stop time. We want to get the most out of our time. We want to help people lead a better life. We want them to be successful. What's the secret of successful people?
We believe that knowledge is the foundation upon which we, our families, our businesses, and our planet can prosper.
We believe in progress through knowledge, and knowledge helps people make better decisions in their personal and professional life.
We are thrilled about this progress, and since 1999 we have made it our mission to find and summarize reliable and relevant knowledge.
We do this because we believe it's the right thing to do, to live our values as a company and to spread the knowledge that helps to make the world a better place.
Hi, we're the Applied Negative Emissions Centre.
The mission is to be a key piece in fighting against climate change and trying to solve these big crisis that is one of the biggest crises of humanity.
We specialize in helping different organizations with their net zero targets, and we connect them to carbon removal innovators in order to achieve those targets.
We offer like carbon capture gardens, and these are green spaces that you can utilise and implement multiple technologies within. So you can include things such as biochar or dolerite, just solutions like these. We also have these great carbon capture benches that are made of moss, and these are great for air pollution. So these can be put in throughout the city or within your campus, and they offer real-time information on their sequestering potential, so they're also great for education.
It's super important to kind of get started and get understanding your emissions and the kind of process of your decarbonisation right now. I think carbon removal is such an exciting thing to be in at the moment, and every day there seems to be a new target, a new publication that you can read.
We know that everyone needs to connect together, as it's like can't be individual. To bring awareness on a small scale is just as important as doing these big scale projects.
If you want to find out more or get in touch with us to talk about anything that you've heard today, please do check out our website for all our information. We're also on LinkedIn, Twitter and Instagram as well, or you're welcome to find any of the team on LinkedIn and just pop us a message about the bit you're interested in. Hi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So it's a pleasure
to be able to deliver a talk with you this afternoon. So my name is Ian Hendy. I am, in actual fact, a tropical marine ecologist. So I study ecosystems ranging from mangroves to coral reefs to seagrass beds, so coastal ecosystems. And more locally in the UK, I look at habitats such as salt marshes, seagrass habitats in the UK, and also kelp forests, so marine vegetated ecosystems. And my research really spans from Indonesia to Mexico and the UK. So I'm very lucky, in actual fact, in the scope of the study that I look at. And so today, what I'm going to be doing is delivering a brief talk to you guys about the benefits of kelp other than, in actual fact, carbon capture. So why do we need kelp forests? So by means of an overview then, guys, we're going to be talking about the current global impact. So I want to set the context of why we want to look at marine ecosystems. And then we're going to look at why the marine environment. You know, why do we want to look at the marine environment and actually prefer to do restoration and rewilding of those ecosystems, whether it's for ecological or for the environment or for commercial basis, as opposed to terrestrial ecosystems. And then we're going to look at the restoration of kelp. And locally, particularly in Sussex in the UK on the south coast, I'm actually the science lead for the UK's largest kelp restoration project. So I'm going to apply some of the things that I've learned over the last few years into this presentation today. So let's have a look at, by means of an overview of what's going on the planet. So at the minute, we're currently in the sixth mass extinction, the human Anthropocene. Okay, so this is a human-induced mass extinction. And previous to that, there's been 5 extinctions, all naturally occurring. But this one is unprecedented because, in actual fact, humans are facilitating the loss of species. And this is through, for example, climate change, through increases of atmospheric gases, through warming gases, greenhouse gases that are increasing the temperature, that actually put species out of their zone of tolerance. Okay, so this means we see a greater stressful environment. Those species have to deal with those stresses, and we see greater mortalities. Also, habitat destruction, habitat fragmentation is actually reducing connectivity and energy flow between ecosystems and within ecosystems. So this is changing what we call the trophic structure. And one of those aspects for habitat destruction, a main factor for the marine environment, for example, is dredging, drilling, trawling. All of these things will have a detrimental impact on changing what we call the structure and the function of ecosystems. So just a bit of context, guys, for analogy. Think of a field on land, and that field used to be a forest. Then suddenly you cut that forest down and it's just a small grass field. So what you're doing is you're changing the ecosystem from having a high carbon biomass with the structure of the function of those trees, creating habitat and complexity for a wide array of biodiversity of organisms. Okay, so you're changing the community structure. Now, if you take that habitat complexity away, you're basically changing the structure and function of the ecosystem, creating what we call a phase shift. So it goes from a steady state to an unstable state. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit more detail later. And of course, other factors that mediate and facilitate the Anthropocene or the sixth mass extinction, agriculture, changing that habitat complexity of the forest to monocultures, for example. That changes the sequestration of carbon, it changes the biodiversity and the faunal communities and the dynamics of the interactions of those species. Notwithstanding, of course, when you think about fertilizers, nitrates, phosphates that are used to increase the yield and productivity of the crop, they wash off into the rivers. Those rivers then feed out into the oceans, creating eutrophication, which means we have an overgrowth of opportunistic algae overgrowing, utilizing up all of the available oxygen, creating dead zones. And we see this all over the planet in actual fact. So this is global now. So we have to reduce the impact. Deforestation, of course, facilitates to almost 1/5 or 20% of the greenhouse gas emissions of carbon dioxide, warming the planet. So there's lots of impact. So what we need to do is become a carbon absorbing society rather than a carbon emitting society. So we need to pull our belts in terms of our footprint, of course. So I just want to draw your attention to this figure here, guys, okay? So on the x-axis, you can see my virtual laser pointer here. We have time going up to present day. Now, on the range of impacts, these can range from hunting, from fishing, deforestation, habitat loss, eutrophication, and climate change. Now, the greater the color with these heat map bars, the greater the impact. And what we see actually most recently in recent years in 2020 is that fishing, deforestation, habitat loss, and more importantly, eutrophication and climate change are the biggest factors facilitating to the issues that we see on our planet now. So what are we going to do? Okay, so why are we going to look at marine ecosystems to restore and should we say mitigate climate change? Let's think of the planet. 30% of the planet is land, okay, as you now know. Increasing human populations, and in actual fact, there's going to be an increase in demand on what we call the Earth's natural ecosystem services. So nature-based solutions, we're actually utilizing and exploiting those resources, and they will have a value, of course. Now, in the next 30 years or so, we're going to have another billion people on the planet. So around about 2050, there's going to be about 10 billion people on the planet. So looking to the land, okay, for active restoration is not actually likely for mitigating potential impacts and exploitation of those key ecosystem services. So what we need to do then really is focus on the ocean, because 70% of our planet is water. And of course, those areas aren't inhabited by humans, although 500 billion or so people 500 million, sorry, people directly need those ecosystem services. So they depend upon those resources directly. And of course, if you mitigate impacts from climate change by restoring carbon-rich ecosystems, you can mitigate climate change, but also create food provisioning amongst other ecosystem services, which we'll talk about. So as I said, we need to become a carbon absorbing society rather than a carbon emitting society. So if we look here, in 30 years from now, as I said, we're going to have about 10 billion people on the planet. So those resources are going to be very precious within the next 30 years. So we need to become very efficient in how we exploit our natural ecosystem services. And at the minute, everybody, we're at 1.8 planets worth of resources. So we're almost at 2 planets worth of resources that we're utilizing and exploiting. So just think about what's going to happen in another 30 years when 10 billion people are on the planet. So how many resources will we be exploiting? Will we be at 3 planets worth? So we need to become very efficient of how we utilize our resources on the planet. So let's think about our coastal marine vegetated ecosystems and what it means. So let's think about carbon dynamics. Now, salt marsh, in actual fact, are very good in the UK at creating what we call blue carbon sinks, okay, because they can store up to almost about 80 tons of carbon per hectare stored within their sediments. So a hectare is about the size of a football pitch. Seagrass, in actual fact, can store anywhere between around about 100 tons of carbon to 140 tons of carbon per hectare. And they store this very well in their sediments. And salt marsh and seagrass have this ability to store the carbon in these areas because they actually grow in muddy environments. So they can store and sequester that carbon very well in those sediments. Kelp actually can store a modest 4 tons of carbon per year. So this is year on year. Now, the reason why it's actually quite significantly less in the amount of carbon that it stores, this is within its fleshy tissues, by the way, within the wet biomass. This isn't the carbon sink, which we can go into a bit later, but the carbon, in actual fact, the wet biomass is the productivity, the net primary production per year on year per hectare. This is because kelp forests will grow upon a rocky substrata, so they cannot sequester the carbon into the substrata because it's made of rock. But what kelp do is actually act as a conveyor within it, so they're very efficient, by the way, within the wet, which we talk about later. But that carbon then gets stored within the tissues, then gets transported in the form of particulate and dissolved organic matter to adjacent deep water ecosystems. Then we'll see and find a significant kelp-derived carbon sink. Now, think of the amount of carbon saved from the atmosphere and those greenhouse gases absorbed if you actually restore 1 hectare of each of these key ecosystems. This is the equivalent of driving 1 car around the world 32 times in terms of emissions. So a significant saving in just 1 hectare. Extrapolate that up 100 times, that's 1 square kilometre, then extrapolate that up to 100 kilometres and so on. Think of the saving of the CO2 emissions that you can have. And in actual fact, if we carry on at the same rate of loss of our exploitation of nature-based habitats, natural solutions, ecosystem services, we're actually incurring a huge significant cost. And again, within 30 years from now, not only are we going to see an increase in humans, of course, with human populations, but we're going to incur a bill of about £8 trillion through loss of our natural ecosystem services. So a big problem is occurring. So we need to act now. So I don't want to instill ecological grief because there are some positives along the way. So why should we restore kelp? Well, chief among which, kelp forests will act as a vital nursery ecosystem. So we see very important commercial fisheries, lobsters, sea bream, sea bass, gadoid fish, cod, skate. They will utilize those ecosystems as nursery and spawning sites where those juveniles will grow up as adults and then venture out into further ecosystems and fisheries. So therefore, kelp forests will provide crucial habitat. So they facilitate, in actual fact, micro niches that provide the habitat to reduce what we call predator-prey interactions. This is because we talk about the habitat complexity and habitat heterogeneity, so the complexity of the ecosystem. So this is really important. So think back to the analogy that I talked about with the farmer's field, cutting it down, changing the structure and function. So a kelp forest provides that structure and function for the ecosystem. So in actual fact, they actually provide a productive and diverse ecosystem for our planet, because they have a multitude of ecosystem services, which we'll go into in actual fact in a little bit of detail. So we're looking at nature-based solutions in actual fact to provide answers to the Anthropocene. So the loss of our ecosystem services, impacts from climate change, the cost that will incur, and of course, improvements to the ecology, to the environment, and of course, to human societal gain and local communities and stakeholders. So if you improve kelp forests, you improve the biomass of the oceans and the productivity of the oceans. You improve the abundance of those coastal fisheries. This will be global in actual fact. You improve the biodiversity of our coastal waters. You increase what we call healthy trophic levels. So a trophic level is an energy flow through a food web. So if you think about the primary consumers, then going from herbivores, then going from omnivores to apex predators. So those will have a trophic level within an ecosystem. And a kelp forest will help provide that trophic level in terms of generating a wide array of biodiversity. So this means it will make the ecosystem more resilient. okay, or make it more robust. This is because the structure and its function will provide those ecosystem services, feeding the wider community, not only within the kelp habitat, but adjacent ecosystems as well, because you have direct connectivity with seagrass, oyster reefs, and other adjacent fisheries as well. So it's very important to have these key ecosystems, particularly macroalgae, because they are an important function for coastal ecosystems around the world in temperate ecosystems, in temperate waters. So kelp forests, let's think about some of the benefits other than carbon dynamics. So kelp actually grow 20 to 30 times faster than terrestrial plants. So think about that in terms of the sequestration of carbon. So this is what we talk about in terms of their productivity. So they're very effective carbon sponges in actual fact, okay? So this means they can store carbon very well into their tissues, okay? So this is the amount of CO2 uptake with UV light and oxygen, okay? So photosynthesis in a given area over a certain amount of time. So gross primary production. Net, what we call net primary production, is the total amount of carbohydrate synthesized into the tissues of the kelp. So the kelp fronds, the kelp stipe, and the holdfasts in a given area over a certain amount of time. This is after the utilization of cellular respiration and cellular processes. So this is what we call biomass. And that biomass, everybody, feeds what we call the secondary production throughout the ecosystem. So the particulate matter of the kelp itself, so the organic material of the kelp, will feed the wider communities within our coastal oceans, in our temperate waters. They absorb dissolved CO2. So this means one of the other key benefits is that it increases the level of the pH. This means it reduces localized ocean acidification. So if you're a lobster, if you're a crab, if you're an oyster, so if you create biogenic, what we call self-created calcium carbonate exoskeletons, then you don't want to be in an acidic environment. So you want to be in a more alkaline environment where it's less acidic. So you can actually gain biomass. And kelp help provide that ecosystem and environment. Kelp will oxygenate the water. Now, this is super important, everyone, because as you now know, kelp is a very important nursery area. Okay, so it's a spawning ground for important commercial species. Now, with ensuing climate change models, we know there's going to be localized warming oceans and reductions of availability of dissolved oxygen with warming water. Now, kelp will oxygenate the water. If you're a vulnerable or juvenile organism, when you're growing and developing, you need those nutrients to grow very quickly. So that means if you're more stressed, and remember at the very beginning of this talk, we talked about organisms going out of their zone of tolerance. Now, if you're dealing with stress, for example, temperature and reductions of dissolved oxygen or a decrease in pH, you have to deal with that stressful environment. So you're investing more energy into dealing with that stress than what we call somatic growth. Okay, so what we see is a greater mortality of organisms due to a changing environment, but kelp will actually provide a more favorable environment for growing and vulnerable organisms. Kelp will reduce wave energies by up to 70% and storm surges. So if you think about nature-based solutions and natural storm defenses, so for societal gain and economically, if you're spending millions and millions of pounds on coastal sea defenses because of increased storm surges through climate change, if you have kelp forests, they can dampen storm surges by up to 70%. They also reduce coastal erosion because of that as well. So very important in coastal risk management. They're essential for food provision, as I've already intimated, because they provide a significant nursery function through their complexity. So again, their structure and their function. So this is very, very important. As I said, they create a blue carbon sink. Now, in actual fact, they don't create the carbon sink in situ, so it's not as significant, for example, as a salt marsh or a seagrass habitat, because the carbon sink, in actual fact, in situ is in the tissues of the kelp. So about 4 tons of carbon per hectare per year, by the way, because that's year-on-year growth, because kelp, as you now know, absorbs CO2 20 to 30 times faster than terrestrial plants do. But they act as a carbon conveyor. So the carbon from the atmosphere gets drawn down into the kelp tissues. That carbon in the tissues then gets processed by herbivores or gets broken away in the form of particulate or dissolved organic matter, where it then ends up in deeper areas or adjacent areas, in actual fact, as a very rich kelp carbon sink elsewhere for a millennia, in actual fact. So it gets locked away for a long time. This productivity, everyone, contributes actually to almost 50% of what we call the total primary production in UK coastal waters. Think about that. Almost 50% of the kelp-derived energy feeds other coastal ecosystems around the UK. That's a significant amount of why we need kelp forests, feeding and boosting the energy levels of adjacent fisheries in our UK waters. More than 80% of kelp-derived production within the kelp tissues enters the kelp carbon cycle. So this is what we talk about of dissolved organic matter feeding the wider community. So 80% of all the kelp that gets sequestered and grows from the atmosphere into the fixed tissues feeds the wider community in our coastal waters. So it's super significant, not just for carbon, but for feeding the wider biodiversity of our fisheries. So I just want to put this into context, guys. So let's think about Sussex. So 40 years ago, in the 1980s, we had a significant kelp forest along our Sussex coastal waters. Now, if you fast forward about 40 years later to present day, what we have is 4% of the original kelp forest, okay? So we've lost 96% of our kelp forest in and around Sussex on our UK coast, on our south coast. So a significant loss. And let's put this into context of why this is important. So back in the 1980s in Sussex, when there was a kelp forests, fishermen would use about 8 to 10 nets. Those same fishermen would fish for about 4 or 5 hours, and they would catch between 10 to 15 stone of fish, of flatfish, within 4 or 5 hours. Okay, that was in the presence of this very productive kelp forests. Now, let's fast forward to pretty much present day, and in actual fact, the fishermen are utilizing more effort, so they're using more nets. So rather than using 8 to 10 nets, they're using 11 nets, and they have to fish for 48 hours, and they're only catching 2.5 stone of flatfish. All right, so think back to 40 years ago, they caught 10 to 15 stone of flatfish in only 4 or 5 hours with less effort, whereas now, in the loss, because of the loss of the kelp forest, they're having to fish a lot more with more effort and catching far less. So in actual fact, this is 10 times the effort with only 1/5 of the return from the catch that they're having. This is due to the loss of the kelp forest. So just put that into context and think about that, of the wider ecosystem services and benefits of having kelp forests in our coastal waters. So what are the impacts then? Let's think about this. So global warming, warming oceans, habitat destruction that we've already intimated about. So coastal development, things like dredging, drilling, trawling. This all facilitates what we call a phase shift. So we talked about this earlier, guys. So this is the equivalent of creating a marine desert. So having a thriving ecosystem with structure and function and flow of energy going to a defunct ecosystem. And we're seeing this globally in actual fact. So again, let's put this into context. So we have our x-axis of time and our y-axis here with CO2 concentrations and carbon dioxide concentrations. Now, we have, what I've overlaid on this graph here is what we call the International Panel of Climate Change. So this is a conglomerate of governments, concerned scientists and citizens and communities that get together, talk about the impacts of climate change and look at the data, and they look at how they can mitigate those impacts. Now, 1990, there was a conference for the International Panel on Climate Change. 10 years later, in 2000 and in 2010, and there have been many more since. But what do you see with this trend? In actual fact, there's been no change in our CO2 emissions. So we're actually not learning from our mistakes. But as I say, I don't want to instill ecological grief. Okay, so it's not about that, but it's about learning from our mistakes. So kelp impacts. In Canada, the east coast of Canada, we've lost 90% of kelp on the east coast in the last 40 years. In Norway, we've lost 80% of kelp in the last 20 years. 80% of kelp have gone in the last 20 years. In the UK, if we carry on at the same rate of loss, we will lose about 300 square miles of kelp forest per year. So this means if we carry on at the same rate of loss, within the next 80 years, we will have 0 kelp forest left. Now, with a loss of kelp forest, everyone, comes an associated loss of biodiversity of up to 90%. 90% of biodiversity loss through the loss of kelp forests. So if you bring back the kelp forest, you literally breathe new life back to our ecosystems, particularly our coastal ecosystems. Now remember, the significant gain of having kelp forest with the feeding the productivity of up to almost 50% of our coastal fisheries. So that's what kelp can do, breathing that energy back into those ecosystems. But as I say, I don't want to instill ecological grief because the future is bright. So we are actually in the middle of implementing the UK's largest kelp restoration project, which is an area of 300 square kilometres. Now, this area now is cordoned off from mobile fishing, and we want to restore within that 300 square kilometre area, an area of 170 square kilometres full of rich, life-giving kelp, bringing back to our coastal ecosystems. So this is, as I say, UK's largest kelp restoration project. So this is the first for the UK in actual fact. In actual fact, the first government-sanctioned MPA. So this is a really big win for the economy, big win for the environment, and also a big win for the environment as well. Thank you very much for your time, everyone. So I do appreciate it. I think I'm about a minute before time. So I'm not sure if I'm holding any questions or for questions for later, but I do appreciate your time and attention. So thank you very much.
We need to do something different to solve the climate crisis. Why? Well, we've been talking about the climate crisis for over 40 years. What's changed?
The natural world is fading. The evidence is all around. It's happened in my lifetime. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Hi, I'm Howard, and this is my team at Carbon Kapture. And we're on a mission to reverse man-made carbon pollution. Carbon Kapture do things differently. We find smart and practical ways to solve man-made carbon pollution. And we do it by growing seaweed and kelp on a really big scale. Because seaweed removes CO2 from our oceans and atmosphere really fast. Oh, and the waste products of this removal process is a versatile, nutrient-rich biomass that is super useful in so many things. Our 5-year plan is to work with governments, businesses, and people like you to reduce greenhouse gases in global food supplies and create carbon-negative products and services that people love. We're confident we can make it happen, and the roadmap looks a little bit like this.
We create some revenue streams, such as the ones we've already tested out. We form partnerships with seaweed farmers all over the globe and build and test regional super farms. Then we increase our presence globally to support people right on the edge of the climate crisis. We test out our cattle feed products into the farming market and then locate super farms offshore near every major port and city around the world. And then we reduce the amount of greenhouse gases in global food supplies. It's fairly simple when you put it like that.
We know we can achieve this because we've already begun to develop new products and services to help people reduce their carbon impact, both today and tomorrow. Next up is a kelp-derived fertiliser that's going to make your soil more nutrient rich. It'll make your flowers bigger, your fruit and vegetables more nutritious, and you get to bury some of your carbon impact. That's a win-win, right? We're not only testing out this product, but we want to get our own farms in the water in October, and we're really excited to make it happen. Every pound you put towards this campaign will make a difference. Your money will allow us to start to reverse man-made carbon pollution. You can make a difference. This is something you can get involved in. You can do it right now. We're the team that's going to make this happen. We're going to give it everything that we've got. Click the button. Make this happen. Show you care too. We need to do something different to solve the climate crisis. Why? Well, we've been talking about the climate crisis for over 40 years. What's changed?
The natural world is fading. The evidence is all around. It's happened in my lifetime. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Hi, I'm Howard, and this is my team at Carbon Kapture. And we're on a mission to reverse man-made carbon pollution. Carbon Kapture do things differently. We find smart and practical ways to solve man-made carbon pollution. And we do it by growing seaweed and kelp on a really big scale. Because seaweed removes CO2 from our oceans and atmosphere really fast. Oh, and the waste products of this removal process is a versatile, nutrient-rich biomass that is super useful in so many things. Our 5-year plan is to work with governments, businesses and people like you to reduce greenhouse gases in global food supplies and create carbon-negative products and services that people love. We're confident we can make it happen, and the roadmap looks a little bit like this.
We create some revenue streams, such as the ones we've already tested out. We form partnerships with seaweed farmers all over the globe and build and test regional super farms. Then we increase our presence globally to support people right on the edge of the climate crisis. We test out our cattle feed products into the farming market and then locate super farms offshore near every major port and city around the world. And then we reduce the amount of greenhouse gases in global food supplies. It's fairly simple when you put it like that.
We know we can achieve this because we've already begun to develop new products and services to help people reduce their carbon impact, both today and tomorrow. Next up is a kelp-derived fertiliser that's going to make your soil more nutrient rich. It'll make your flowers bigger, your fruit and vegetables more nutritious, and you get to bury some of your carbon impact. That's a win-win, right? We're not only testing out this product, but we want to get our own farms in the water in October, and we're really excited to make it happen. Every pound you put towards this campaign will make a difference. Your money will allow us to start to reverse man-made carbon pollution. You can make a difference. This is something you can get involved in. You can do it right now. We're the team that's going to make this happen. We're going to give it everything that we've got. Click the button. Make this happen. Show you care too.
tens of thousands of cities, arguably hundreds of thousands of cities and towns. And then we have millions and millions of miles of road. And in this little bit of landmass, we believe that planting trees is going to be the biggest survivor solution of how we reverse man-made climate change. It's not. There isn't enough space to be able to do that. Let me explain to you why. So this is the United States. It represents 1.87% of the landmass of this planet. If we were able to plant not sapling trees, mature trees, fully grown trees, in the remaining space that's in the United States, that is an equivalent of 1.7 trillion trees. So if you ignore the logistics of being able to plant 1.7 trillion trees, that take between 5, 10, 15 years to mature, and that they're not a monoculture. So they're not just trees to grow and offset carbon, which most of them are in this example. And we don't have to displace people. And we're talking about planting trees in people's backyards, in their front yards, everywhere we can. We would only be able to remove 10% of the CO2 from this year. Now, if I take our Antipodean friends in Australia and we were able to put a mass of seaweed farms into the water, into our waters, we would be able to remove the CO2 from the 20th century. This feels like this is the solution, or a significant solution. I certainly do not believe that this company, Carbon Capture, can solve climate change on its own. I would be extremely grateful if we were able to get to a stage where we were able to reintroduce and repopulate our oceans and have healthy oceans where we were able to have fish and be able to sustain ourselves. I'd be really happy if we were able to do that and reduce ocean acidification. I'd be really happy if we could increase marine biodiversity, if we could slow down coastal erosion. I would be super happy if that was if we could achieve that. And if my company Carbon Capture can introduce, help repopulate some of those oceans, in particular, I have a caring for the northeast coast and the North Sea because of the legacy industry that's around there. I would love to be able to plant our seaweed farms over there in that area. So that's the reason why we're doing this. We want to help. We as a population, as a species, for the last 120 years have been going hell for leather. We have extracted, removed, repurposed as much of the raw materials of our planet as we can do for the development of human development. We've been doing that. And we haven't really cared about the ecosystems and ecology of our planet. That's upsetting. And I'm just as guilty as the next person, I've had a fantastic life and I've done brilliant things, but I haven't put my planet first. But right now, our planet is screaming out for help, and we have an opportunity. We are at a precipice. We are at that moment in our time, and this is really what we're trying to do. We rent this planet off our children, and the truth is, they are not going to have very much of a planet to enjoy. We've enjoyed it. They're not going to at this rate. We've got maybe 10 or 11 years to really save ourselves from a precipice of an ecosystems and fundamental collapse of everything that we know. I was listening to a podcast a few months ago, and this isn't my thought, this is someone else's thought. And they were talking about, if we don't fix this right now, the in-gift in 2030 is going to be personal breathing apparatus, like Darth Vader style. Because we won't know if we're going into CO2 or nitrogen or hydrogen bubbles. We'll just be walking along, having a conversation, and then all of a sudden we won't be able to breathe. And that's what's happening when the ice caps melt. Also, when the ice caps melt, we're going to be releasing viruses that have been trapped in ice for millions and millions of years. And if you think this pandemic was hard, you wait until that starts to happen. The chaos. So we've got to do something right now. Carbon Kapture have looked at a number of different ways of doing this. And one of the first ways to do it is to engage people in the topic. I spoke earlier about the idea of ocean carer bonds that we created, which put a higher value on the regenerative power of nature. And we do have to place a higher value on the regenerative power of nature. We really do have to step up to the mark. We have to be able to raise our hands and say, we are going to farm, geoengineer our oceans organically, responsibly, sustainably. And we have to do it for the benefit of human development rather than the detriment of ecology and ecosystems. Otherwise, there is no plan B. Elon, Richard, Jeff, they might want to do space tourism, and there might be some wonderful scientific advancements. But you have to look at the space station up at the space station. If something goes wrong, there's tens of thousands of geniuses down at Space Station HQ in NASA or wherever it is, keeping those people alive, muscle wastage, the food they have to eat. They're not going to be around. We're not going to have them to be able to do that. And the time that it takes to fix those space stations, if one little tiny thing goes wrong, you go into schematics and having to go out and do a spacewalk of death, potentially, if you get disconnected. So we're at that stage. We're at a stage where we can do something right now. And what we can do right now is we can invest in seaweed farms. We can invest in seaweed farms and we can offset carbon impacts, and we can create carbon negative products and services. This is a really fascinating opportunity. This is where we grow our seaweed. And as we've seen and didn't see from the fantastic graduates in our hackathon. And again, thank you very much for that. They've come up with brilliant ideas. Some ideas we've already thought of, some of them are nuanced, but we're going to have a conversation on our roadmap on things to do on what we actually achieve. So we're going to be creating carbon negative products and services on our business, from the biomass. We're going to remove the seaweed from the oceans. We're going to create carbon negative products and services. We're going to be able to sell them into a retail environment, and we're going to be able to make sure that we have the smallest carbon footprint we can do, from removing it from the sea to getting it to the end user. That seems like a sensible, measured approach to make sure that we can allow our oceans to rebalance, repopulate, reduce the nutrients, reduce ocean acidification, and dampen coastal erosion by putting seaweed farms in. The dampening effect from the waves are going to be great. The idea of having co-ownership farms is not a new idea. The idea of having co-ownership farms that are worked either by people as volunteers that have a profit share is also not a new idea. And the idea of having seaweed farms that are managed by a business to be able to maximize profits and an investment model is not a new idea. None of this is a new idea. What we've done is we've evolved it, and we've got a brand, and we're ready to go. We've decided that we're going to make sure that anything we do, any monies or any investments that we get, we won't take a penny of the money until we've got licenses and we've got the minimum to the maximum runway that we need to achieve our goals. So as a thing, we're looking to raise between £560,000 to just over 2 million in year 1 and 2. That's what we need to achieve. And if you guys are listening to me right now and you think he knows what he's doing, he sounds like he knows what he's doing, I've spent the last 2 years doing this. I've researched the hell out of it. Me and my team. I've got some of the brightest minds that I've ever worked with in my career. I've been a talent manager for 15 years. I've identified the best people to be able to solve it. I've worked with senior executives on large multinational organizations around the world. I've sourced these people. I know what they like. I've brought them in. They've helped me develop this business model, this thing, and we can do this. The sponsorship model, going back to the co-ownership of farms. The co-ownership farms, aside from being a brilliant way to get people involved in the topic of climate change, is purely about creating opportunities to help people engage in that topic, and social proof. Because no one likes to be the first. I do. But generally, as a species, we copy fashion, phones, everything. So this is an opportunity to engage. And the same thing works for our sponsorship model as well. Our sponsorship model is real simple. It's not just about creating sponsorship for the sake of it. It really is about making sure that we find ways to help companies readdress their carbon impact, educating people and making much better decisions in their supply chain and decision-making process. Because let's be clear, there's very little in the way of leadership in this space right now. And what there is sporadic. So we're collating the best ideas that we can to create regenerative leadership programs. These programs will help companies engage in the topic of climate change, not just at a senior executive level, but create a practical toolkit that will help people help those functions solve the ideas of climate change. This makes sense because then what you're doing is you're making one decision as a decision maker. So if you're listening to me right now and you're in charge of things like corporate social responsibility, ESG, and supporting new businesses, hi, how you doing? I really want to have a conversation with you, me and my team. So that's another piece. And then what we've got is an education program that once we've made sure that we've got senior executives at a good enough level of understanding about regenerative sustainable practices, that it's gone into the business with say 1,000 people in it. And then we take those executives and we give them an education program to go into their schools. They go and talk to their kids, the kids' friends. You're doing assembly classes and education, show and tells. And then from one decision, you affect thousands of people, just like that. We can make a significant change, behavioral change to how the idea of global warming, of climate change actually affects people. We can do this. We have the power. We have the ability. Attenborough has talked extensively that we have the technology. We have the knowledge. And I really believe that we're in a position where we can actually take this to the next level. We have an idea on how we can mobilize this. I would love to be in a position to talk to as many decision makers as possible. We want to be in a position to solve your business solutions right now. We want to empower your leaders. We want to be able to make sure we take things to the next level. And if you are thinking like me and listening to this broadcast and think this guy is really starting to talking my language, I'm happy to have a conversation with you. So I'm going to see if there are any further questions on our social media. I'm going to have a look at the Kelpathon. So let's see if there's any questions on the Kelpathon. There's comments on the Kelpathon. Yay. Okay. No questions that I haven't answered yet. I'm going to go on to Facebook. Let's see if we can have a look at this. Help our kelp. Yay. So let's have a look at our carbon capture. Was there anything on the live broadcast? This is going to be fun. Can I see that? No, there's no questions there. Okay, I'm pretty good. And I'm just going to have a quick check on YouTube. Oh, okay, so YouTube feed is here. Okay, so we've done a really great job of covering going around all of this, and I hope that this has been an excellent or been an enjoyable session for you guys. I'm going to be going to a commercial break right now, and we'll be coming back in 9 minutes or so time to announce our winners of our hackathon. Just again, thank you so much. It's been a really enjoyable experience. We'll be doing this again in a few months' time. We've got other things that need to be explored. So I just want to say thank you very much for those of you who tuned in. We've learned a lot of lessons. It's been a great experience for me. I've never done anything like this before in my life. So I'm putting myself out there. I hope it's been worth it. I hope it's been worth it for you to tune in. And I just want to say thank you very much. So technical team, can we go to a commercial break, please?
Hello, my name is Catherine Byam, and I'm the founder and CEO of Deeple, digitally enabling people. We help business leaders deliver sustainable strategies for digital transformation. I'm building an ethical consultancy firm that delivers on triple bottom line growth for its clients. What does triple bottom line mean? We deliver on profit, social responsibility, and environmental sustainability. The fourth industrial revolution will completely transform the world we live in. Companies are racing to simplify their organizations and make their structures more suitable for the future. But they are facing serious challenges. People skill acquisition takes time, even generations. We support the mindset shift needed for employees with facilitation and coaching. We live in a world of time-poor executives doing work that they no longer believe in. But we can change all that. Digital solutions reduce the mundane and the repetitive. But creating an organization that gives people the time to do purposeful work, as well as the freedom to pursue their passions, is what everyone wants, and everyone wins. This is why we were formed. This is why Deeple came together. Deeple provides technology and solutions, as well as add that human dimension to sustain societies and to allow companies and businesses and employees and all our stakeholders to thrive. Contact us today. We look forward to hearing from you. You can find us at www.deeple.com. Hello, my name is Catherine Byam, and I'm the founder and CEO of Deeple, digitally enabling people. We help business leaders deliver sustainable strategies for digital transformation. I'm building an ethical consultancy firm that delivers on triple bottom line growth for its clients. What does triple bottom line mean? We deliver on profit, social responsibility, and environmental sustainability. The fourth industrial revolution will completely transform the world we live in. Companies are racing to simplify their organizations and make their structures more suitable for the future. But they are facing serious challenges. People skill acquisition takes time, even generations. We support the mindset shift needed for employees with facilitation and coaching. We live in a world of time-poor executives doing work that they no longer believe in. But we can change all that. Digital solutions reduce the mundane and the repetitive. But creating an organization that gives people the time to do purposeful work, as well as the freedom to pursue their passions, is what everyone wants, and everyone wins. This is why we were formed. This is why Deeple came together. Deeple provides technology and solutions, as well as add that human dimension to sustain societies and to allow companies and businesses and employees and all our stakeholders to thrive. Contact us today. We look forward to hearing from you. You can find us at www.deeple.com.
Hi, we're the Applied Negative Emissions Centre.
The mission is to be a key piece in fighting against climate change and trying to solve these big crises that is one of the biggest crises of humanity.
We specialize in helping different organizations with their net zero targets, and we connect them to carbon removal innovators in order to achieve those targets.
We offer like carbon capture gardens, and these are green spaces that you can utilize and implement multiple technologies within. So you can include things such as biochar or dolerite, just solutions like these. We also have these great carbon capture benches that are made of moss, and these are great for air pollution. So these can be put in throughout the city or within your campus, and they offer real-time information on their sequestering potential. So they're also great for education.
It's super important to kind of get started and get understanding your emissions and the kind of process of your decarbonisation right now. I think carbon removal is such an exciting thing to be in at the moment, and every day there seems to be a new target, a new publication that you can read.
We know that everyone needs to connect together, as it's like can't be individual. To bring awareness on a small scale is just as important as doing these big scale projects.
If you want to find out more or get in touch with us to talk about anything that you've heard today, please do check out our website for all our information. We're also on LinkedIn, Twitter and Instagram as well, or you're welcome to find any of the team on LinkedIn and just pop us a message about the bit you're interested in.
In Switzerland, the clocks go a little differently, they say. Maybe it's because we enjoy the time more, but we can't slow down or stop time. We want to get the most out of our time. We want to help people lead a better life. We want them to be successful. What's the secret of successful people?
We believe that knowledge is the foundation upon which we, our families, our businesses, and our planet can prosper.
We believe in progress through knowledge, and knowledge helps people make better decisions in their personal and professional life.
We are thrilled about this progress, and since 1999 we have made it our mission to find and summarize reliable and relevant knowledge.
We do this because we believe it's the right thing to do, to live our values as a company and to spread the knowledge that helps to make the world a better place.
Hi, we're the Applied Negative Emissions Centre.
The mission is to be a key piece in fighting against climate change and trying to solve these big crisis that is one of the biggest crises of humanity.
We specialize in helping different organizations with their net zero targets, and we connect them to carbon removal innovators in order to achieve those targets.
We offer like carbon capture gardens, and these are green spaces that you can utilize and implement multiple technologies within. So you can include things such as biochar or dolerite, just solutions like these. We also have these great carbon capture benches that are made of moss, and these are great for air pollution. So these can be put in throughout the city or within your campus, and they offer real-time information on their sequestering potential, so they're also great for education.
It's super important to kind of get started and get understanding your emissions and the kind of process of your decarbonisation right now. I think carbon removal is such an exciting thing to be in at the moment, and every day there seems to be a new target, a new publication that you can read.
We know that everyone needs to connect together, as it's like can't be individual. To bring awareness on a small scale is just as important as doing these big scale projects.
If you want to find out more or get in touch with us to talk about anything that you've heard today, please do check out our website for all our information. We're also on LinkedIn, Twitter and Instagram as well, or you're welcome to find any of the team on LinkedIn and just pop us a message about the bit you're interested in.
We are live again on the Carbon Capture Hackathon. Welcome back for the really the last sessions that we're going to be going through, which is really about announcing the winners. I'd like to start off by, and I will carry on talking about this a lot, but I'd like to start off by saying, if you are an employer watching this hackathon and any of these brilliant geniuses that are online right now, and you are looking to hire graduates, these guys absolutely smashed it today. When I interviewed every single one of them, and the thing that I gave as feedback. The thing that I gave as feedback. Elena, do you mind just going on mute a sec? Thanks. The thing that I gave as feedback to my fellow creator who helped me with this, which was Chloe from the ANEC, was that, oh my God, these guys are by far the smartest people I have ever interviewed. And I can definitely say that it wasn't just me. I spoke with all the facilitators from all of the groups. One of them said that he used to do the hiring for a large investment bank, and he said that if he was looking at the scoring metrics from the large investment bank, that all of you would be in the top percentile, top 1%, the top 1% of that. So that is high praise from outside of my organisation, outside of my viewpoint. the other things that I want to talk about is how amazingly well you worked together. So for those of you who don't know, these graduates that you're looking on screen right now never worked together in their groups ever before in their lives. And if you watched any of this and you've ever been in a business meeting where people talk over each other and people interrupt each other, that didn't happen pretty much at any point. And that's because these guys are amazing. They have etiquette. They have quality and standards that exceed the standard that you would look to hire, and they haven't been worn down by business and the experience that comes from being in meetings where people talk all over you and want to hear their voice. They have fantastic ideas. The ideation that came through you guys and how you identified whose specialization was fantastic. It was incredible. One of the assessors said it looked like all of you had been working together, had been friends. Actually, that was the word that was used, friends for years. That's insane. You'd never worked together in those groups. You were working together in temporary groups previously, and you definitely had seen the material before, but being able to do that in a respectful way was so super impressive. I think all the other things that we also identified was that you came up with some brilliant ideas. I mean, not just good ideas, some brilliant ideas. Some of them were a little bit left field. Some of them are definitely going on the roadmap for stuff that we need to do later. Some of them were evolutions of ideas that we already had, and some of them validated our ideas that we had. So as an exercise for me as a business owner, again, you exceeded expectations. And for that, I am super grateful. So again, just before I go on to the bits and pieces and ask Bernard and Elena for some of their feedback, I just want to say, if you're an employer and you're looking to hire a grad, please get in contact with me. You can contact me at hello@carbonkapture.org, and I can hook you up directly with any one of these wonderful people. If you don't, I'm going to try and hire them as best I can as soon as possible in whatever way that I can and use their knowledge and skills, because I thought these guys were amazing. Bernard, would you like to?
I don't think you said a lot of things. I don't know if Elena can actually add any more to that, but it was really impressive to see, again, so many people tackling that important subject in such a short period of time and coming up with breakthrough ideas. And what I like about it is a lot of it is using that exponential mindset approach, which is you don't build what already exists. So there's a lot of proposition on how to repurpose, scale onto existing infrastructure, which is super critical. There's a lot of in-depth analysis of the overall picture of what are we trying to achieve, and make sure that we are not creating something that is actually going to be, I would say, damaging what we're trying to counter. So it was really interesting to have this holistic view in such a short period of time, and the quality of the presentation and of the ideas is breathless. And I'm really looking forward to seeing all of this, or a lot of it, implemented. Elena, do you want to add some other elements on your end as to what we've seen from the collective presentations and the collective ideas?
I think the comments from me would be from the academic point of view. I'm the program leader of an MSc in Green Economy at Bournemouth University, and I can tell you I was really, really impressed, basically from your academic point of view, your academic skills and the scientific background that you presented. So yeah, well done.
Yeah, so you guys are, if people don't want to, if people need to connect with you guys, they should be, because you excelled, absolutely. So again, I guess we've built it up quite a bit. I wanted to do that. I wanted to sing your praises fantastically and let you know the difference in scores was negligible, not negligible. It was very difficult to be able to distinguish. I also understand that the team at Curation, who were the main facilitators, or a lot of the teams of the facilitators, would like to offer all of you a license for their graduate license for 6 months as a thank you from them for your participation as well. So that's an added bonus to whatever prizes you decide to take when we have I'll probably catch up with you guys as a one-to-one later on, or have a conversation with you about that. So in the orders that we came up to, we're going to just do the top three. I'd also, if you'd like to, to group it all together. The team that sort of that sort of came in third place, and it was a really close call. So the team that came in third place was Team. Oh, I love this. Team Whale. You did a really great job. So thank you very much, everyone, for that. That was a really brilliant job. Okay, in second place, and again, the insights that we gained from you guys was brilliant, and I thought there was some really great rigor and academic rigor in there as well as practical application. That was Team Octopus. Well done, Team Octopus. That was fantastic work. Yay! And now the team that finished top, and just to say that we thought it was a great group, a great presentation all round. But again, the differences was only a matter of points. It was Team Turtle. Absolutely brilliant stuff, guys. Honestly, you blew everyone, or everyone blew each away. It was just fantastic. I cannot thank you all enough. Again, it was just a fantastic session for me, fantastic for my team. I've never had my phone pinging so much unless it was that one time that I got caught. No, I'm not going to be talking about that. But I haven't had my phone ping so much with insights and messages and bits and pieces. It was just brilliant. I just wanted to say thank you very, very much for all of your work and insights. I will be contacting you all directly. Let me know if anyone reaches out to you guys directly. I'm going to be doing another little appeal to all of the employers very shortly, potential employers, to talk about how we can connect. But I just want to say again, great job. Thank you for your presentations. Thank you for your time. And I'll be contacting you all directly about how we can pick up your prizes as well. Elena, Bernard, is there anything you'd like to add at this stage? I think we're good. Okay.
No, I think we're good. I think we're looking forward to getting those exciting brain ideas into actions. And remember that we are the last two generations that actually changed the trajectory of that. And I'm so glad that you raise your hands to, it's cool to try to have a knack at cracking the problem of CO2 and using kelp to do it. So thanks again, and looking forward to taking those actions into places.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Right. So what we're going to do is just going to go for a short commercial break where you guys can sort of pop away, etc. And then I'm going to do a little appeal to some employers to see if we can get you some insights and some jobs. But thank you very much to everyone. Technical team, can we go to a commercial break, please?
We need to do something different to solve the climate crisis. Why? Well, we've been talking about the climate crisis for over 40 years. What's changed?
The natural world is fading. The evidence is all around. It's happened in my lifetime. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Hi, I'm Howard, and this is my team at Carbon Kapture. And we're on a mission to reverse man-made carbon pollution. Carbon Kapture do things differently. We find smart and practical ways to solve man-made carbon pollution. And we do it by growing seaweed and kelp on a really big scale. Because seaweed removes CO2 from our oceans and atmosphere really fast. Oh, and the waste products of this removal process is a versatile, nutrient-rich biomass that is super useful in so many things. Our 5-year plan is to work with governments, businesses and people like you to reduce greenhouse gases in global food supplies and create carbon-negative products and services that people love. We're confident we can make it happen, and the roadmap looks a little bit like this.
We create some revenue streams, such as the ones we've already tested out. We form partnerships with seaweed farmers all over the globe and build and test regional super farms. Then we increase our presence globally to support people right on the edge of the climate crisis. We test out our cattle feed products into the farming market and then locate super farms offshore near every major port and city around the world. And then we reduce the amount of greenhouse gases in global food supplies. It's fairly simple when you put it like that.
We know we can achieve this because we've already begun to develop new products and services to help people reduce their carbon impact, both today and tomorrow. Next up is a kelp-derived fertiliser that's going to make your soil more nutrient-rich. It'll make your flowers bigger, your fruit and vegetables more nutritious, and you get to bury some of your carbon impact. That's a win-win, right? We're not only testing out this product, but we want to get our own farms in the water in October, and we're really excited to make it happen. Every pound you put towards this campaign will make a difference. Your money will allow us to start to reverse man-made carbon pollution. You can make a difference. This is something you can get involved in. And you can do it right now. We're the team that's going to make this happen. We're going to give it everything that we've got. Click the button. Make this happen. Show you care too.
You're still in the room. Yes, and you're in the room, Iggy. Okay, so I just want to finish off with a couple of bits and pieces now. So thank you very much for being at the Carbon Capture Hackathon. It's been brilliant. I'd like to thank our sponsors one last time, because without these guys, we wouldn't be able to have gone live. I'd like to thank the Applied Negative Energy Centre for doing such a brilliant job in helping pull this thing together. I'd like to thank the guys at DeepL, who have been absolutely brilliant in supporting us throughout our journey from the very beginning. The guys at Jabra, the headset people, thank you for providing us support. I'd like to be able to thank the guys at Get Abstract. I'd like to thank Avery and Brown for providing us with such good quality copy and material and marketing. I'd absolutely love to thank the guys at Bridge for putting together Bridge Media for putting together this event at such short notice, at such quality. They've been absolutely outstanding. Thank you. I'd like to also say well done and an amazing job. So all of the adverts that you've seen has been courtesy of the guys at Studio Nimble, and Katie Nuttall and her team, including Sophie Foxley and Amy Tomlinson, have been absolutely outstanding for the past 3 months. We've been bashing together to go make sure that we've got high quality content, thought-provoking content, emotionally heartstring pulling content, to make sure that you guys are interested in our farms. So that's amazing. I'd also, have I got anyone else to thank? Oh yeah, the guys at Curation as well, for supporting us with facilitation and the high quality fact sheets that they pull together, and all the other assessors that have sort of helped us get to this stage. Right now, we've done some really good work, but my call to action finally for the hackathon is, can we please get some of these brilliant grads that you've had the ability to view for free into some meaningful jobs, because these guys have got something to offer. These guys and girls, these people have got absolutely something incredible to offer. And if you're looking to hire a graduate, if you're looking to do something in the area of sustainability for your company, these people can put you back on track. So I would just like to say thank you very much to all of my team who've helped me get to this stage. I'd like to thank my business partner, Dave Walker-Nix, the guys at the Sustainability Forge. I'd like to thank my financial director, Krish. I'd like to thank Phoebe, who's given us strategic advice, to Sam Gilbert as well, who's been there pretty much from the very beginning, and all my social media team. You have been amazing. thank you very much for helping me get to this hackathon to this stage. We've done some brilliant work. I look forward to being able to do another hackathon in a few months' time. And we hope to have learned a lot of stuff from this. So from now, I think we're just going to play a couple of commercials and get you back on track. But amazing stuff. Thank you for those who have viewed and watched and participated. Have yourself a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday evening.
We need to do something different to solve the climate crisis. Why? Well, we've been talking about the climate crisis for over 40 years. What's changed?
The natural world is fading. The evidence is all around. It's happened in my lifetime. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Hi, I'm Howard, and this is my team at Carbon Kapture. And we're on a mission to reverse man-made carbon pollution. Carbon Kapture do things differently. We find smart and practical ways to solve man-made carbon pollution. And we do it by growing seaweed and kelp at a really big scale. Because seaweed removes CO2 from our oceans and atmosphere really fast. Oh, and the waste products of this removal process is a versatile, nutrient-rich biomass that is super useful in so many things. Our 5-year plan is to work with governments, businesses and people like you to reduce greenhouse gases in global food supplies and create carbon-negative products and services that people love. We're confident we can make it happen, and the roadmap looks a little bit like this.
We create some revenue streams, such as the ones we've already tested out. We form partnerships with seaweed farmers all over the globe and build and test regional super farms. Then we increase our presence globally to support people right on the edge of the climate crisis. We test out our cattle feed products into the farming market and then locate super farms offshore in near every major port and city around the world. And then we reduce the amount of greenhouse gases in global food supplies. It's fairly simple when you put it like that.
We know we can achieve this because we've already begun to develop new products and services to help people reduce their carbon impact, both today and tomorrow. Next up is a kelp-derived fertiliser that's going to make your soil more nutrient-rich. It'll make your flowers bigger, your fruit and vegetables more nutritious, and you get to bury some of your carbon impact. That's a win-win, right? We're not only testing out this product, but we want to get our own farms in the water in October, and we're really excited to make it happen. Every pound you put towards this campaign will make a difference. Your money will allow us to start to reverse man-made carbon pollution. You can make a difference. This is something you can get involved in. You can do it right now. We're the team that's going to make this happen. We're going to give it everything that we've got. Click the button. Make this happen. Show you care too.
Hello, my name is Catherine Byam, and I'm the founder and CEO of Deeple, digitally enabling people. We help business leaders deliver sustainable strategies for digital transformation. I'm building an ethical consultancy firm that delivers on triple bottom line growth for its clients. What does triple bottom line mean? We deliver on profit, social responsibility, and environmental sustainability. The fourth industrial revolution will completely transform the world we live in. Companies are racing to simplify their organizations and make their structures more suitable for the future. But they are facing serious challenges. People skill acquisition takes time. even generations. We support the mindset shift needed for employees with facilitation and coaching. We live in a world of time-poor executives doing work that they no longer believe in. But we can change all that. Digital solutions reduce the mundane and the repetitive. But creating an organization that gives people the time to do purposeful work, as well as the freedom to pursue their passions, is what everyone wants, and everyone wins. This is why we were formed. This is why Depot came together. Depot provides technology and solutions, as well as add that human dimension to sustain societies and to allow companies and businesses and employees and all our stakeholders to thrive. Contact us today. We look forward to hearing from you. You can find us at www.depot.com.
Hi, we're the Applied Negative Emissions Centre.
The mission is to be a key piece in fighting against climate change and trying to solve these big crisis that is one of the biggest crises of humanity.
We specialize in helping different organizations with their net zero targets, and we connect them to carbon removal innovators in order to achieve those targets.
We offer like carbon capture gardens, and these are green spaces that you can utilise and implement multiple technologies within. So you can include things such as biochar or dolerite, just solutions like these. We also have these great carbon capture benches that are made of moss, and these are great for air pollution. So these can be put in throughout the city or within your campus, and they offer real-time information on their sequestering potential, so they're also great for education.
It's super important to kind of get started and get understanding your emissions and the kind of process of your decarbonisation right now. I think carbon removal is such an exciting thing to be in at the moment, and every day there seems to be a new target, a new publication that you can read.
We know that everyone needs to connect together, as it's like can't be individual. To bring awareness on a small scale is just as important as doing these big scale projects.
If you want to find out more or get in touch with us to talk about anything that you've heard today, please do check out our website for all our information. We're also on LinkedIn, Twitter and Instagram as well, or you're welcome to find any of the team on LinkedIn and just pop us a message about the bit you're interested in.
In Switzerland, the clocks go a little differently, they say. Maybe it's because we enjoy the time more. But we can't slow down or stop time. We want In Switzerland, the clocks go a little differently, they say. Maybe it's because we enjoy the time more. But we can't slow down or stop time. We want to get the most out of our time. We want to help people lead a better life. We want them to be successful. What's the secret of successful people?
We believe that knowledge is the foundation upon which we, our families, our businesses, and our planet can prosper.
We believe in progress through knowledge, and knowledge helps people make better decisions in their personal and professional life.
We are thrilled about this progress, and since 1999 we have made it our mission to find and summarize reliable and relevant knowledge.
We do this because we believe it's the right thing to do, to live our values as a company and to spread the knowledge that helps to make the world a better place.